please try by all means necessary to provide sufficient information. When you just comment and say good judge, that doesn't give us enough, especially when it comes to assessing judges. We have some judges that are trainees, not because they are bad, but because they didn't take judges test. So when you give them like feedback and say, good judge, we need enough information as well. That way we can know if we can make them chairs and all that. This is applicable as well to panelists, as well, and even your chair. Also, if you're a team, when you receive your feedback from a judge, again, a score of 8 is not enough, because you might give an 8 because you are happy that it took a first. So a score of 8 should be accompanied by some detailed feedback. Give us a lot of information. Why do you think this judge is an 8? And all that. Even if you give a 2, sometimes you might be first, but you might think, even if I'm first, the judge is not as great, I'm giving them this score. Just give us enough information to work with. That way, we can also assess judges fairly. Second thing then, when you do, some people don't comment at all. So again, that's not enough, you know. The other thing is also considering the range. The same way we say judges should consider like the range when giving speaker scores is the same that is applicable as well when teams are giving feedback to judges. That means you need to understand the scale. You don't guess a number just because you are sad at that moment. I know sometimes it's very, very painful to get like maybe a 3rd when you thought you were first. Again, when you're giving the feedback, make sure you are not using your emotions. You also ask for personal feedback before you give the feedback as well. That way you can understand how you rank the way in which you did. Okay. Yeah, the other thing as well that we wanted to mention, especially to judges, is please make sure you do submit your ballots before you give your oral adjudication. That's very important because today we want to run 4 debates, and for us to be
One, we will show you how we create firstly a functional model that is left out by our opening, and secondly we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
independently. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it really when it comes to judges and the feedback. I think in terms of like the scores for round 2, I think like there's improvement really from like our judges. I think we didn't see a lot of 60s in round 2, so keep that up and make sure you maintain like the average as a 75. So before we release the draw for round 3, just for transparency reasons, this is very important. So in the morning today, to our surprise, when we woke up, the draw for round 2 was actually, it disappeared. So we don't know who deleted the draw, but good enough. Our chief judges, we are very, I don't know, yeah, we are very mindful when it comes to these things. So we have the draw. What we are going to ask though is that the chairs and the panelists in the rooms, if you still have your ballots, please resubmit them. However, this doesn't affect round 3 because round 3 draw was done immediately after we confirmed the results for round 2. So we still have like the results, we still have the standings. What you just want is to confirm with the chairs and the judges in those rooms just to see if like those results are matching. So just give us 5 minutes, and then chairs, you can resubmit your ballots during the preparation time for round 3. Round 3 draw is going to be out. Yes, you will submit your ballots via your private URLs on Calico tab. And round 3 draw is going to be out like in a second. I'm just going to release it now. And then you can check your rooms and then progress to round 3. And equity is an announcement while the draw is being released.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly we request for us to be able to address your concerns, explicitly state and clearly explain the issue you have, the room you are in, and the person you actually have a complaint with, so that it's easier for us to track and help you to mediate the issues that you're facing. And this goes to both debate and public speaking. And to the public speaking judges, there is a request and a big complaint that y'all are demoralizing the speakers and people are having panic attacks in your room. So kindly be gentle with them. So PS, we understand the anxiety exists, and we would like to encourage the judges to just be moderate. There are things that trigger students, the participants, considering this is a very inanimate territory for public speakers. So kindly be gentle and be, especially also audience, keep minimal addresses or reactions in the room, and chairs to those rooms also, can you be able to control your rooms whenever you have audiences or things happening in your room? We'd appreciate where everyone feels safe and able to participate well within this tournament. Any other issues you can raise within the complaint, so please just clearly state what the issue is, who the issue you have with is, and be elaborate in what the issue is.
Hi guys. Lastly, for debate judges and speakers, you don't walk out of a judge when they are giving their OA. We have said that, and we are saying it again. If we receive the same complaint from another judge, like, I hope you have read the equity policy, you know what's going to happen to you. It's wrong. You have better ways of addressing a judge. You can fill feedback. If it's really bad, you can even fill a complaint form against that judge. If today we receive any other complaint from speakers walking out of OA, or probably panelists like walking out on their chairs, we are really going to apply strict equity policy to you, and it's not going to be funny. So please really be kind to yourselves and give the complaints.
Lastly, chairs. The reason you are chair, it means you're the one managing your room. You can't give a flimsy reason to the call that, oh, I did not hear Whip speaking. That's not justified. We will track you down and find out what happened in your room, because you cannot say you clocked out of the debate room simply because you were bored. That is why you were chair. You could have declared before the round you did not want to be chair in the first place. The award would have been granted to someone else who wanted to judge the room.
The draw is public. The draw for round 3 is public. Just take time to just go through the draw. Judges, the draw for judge is not out yet. Just remain. We have something to talk about as judges. Again, someone lost their wallet yesterday. So if you picked a wallet or if you saw a wallet, please return it back to the owner. The wallet, the national ID, passports, and I think the color of the wallet is brown, and the name is Michael. So if you have seen the wallet, please try and return it to the owner. The passport is very, very important, especially. So if you have seen something, just look for Michael. If you can't find Michael, you can give to one of the CAPs or even OC, and then we will find Michael. Yes. Can you do the well, let me just do the roll call to check if full teams are here. Okay, we're ready with the motion, but before the motion, I want to be sure if all the teams are here. And if any team is missing, then we will look for them, give them 5 minutes to be here. Okay. In room 1, opening government, water talk. Opening opposition, soccer. 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 Closing government, duck. Closing opposition, leafy green. I'm doing roll call for the teams. We've done the draw. I'm just like gonna do the motion. Sure, look, all the teams are here. Just like roll call for round 3 draw. Team soccer and leafy green. Are you guys here? Soccer and leafy green. Okay, they're not here. Alarm clock. Alarm clock. Okay, I seen you. Alien plane. Or alien plane. Alien plane. Joshua and Kelvin. That's Joshua and Kelvin. Tim Bagel, Hillary and Branell. Okay. Bad, that's team Bad, that's Angel and Imani. Great. Black Flag, Jonathan and Supanana. Black Flag. Okay, they are missing. Black Square, Olwetu and Lerato. Thank you. Bread Sword, that's Emmanuel and Antonio. Emmanuel and Antonio. Team Bug, John and Perez. Team Camera, Jada and is it Sinet? Car sick face. Car sick face. That's Desmond and Marion. I saw Paul, I think. Tim Castle, Paul and Jane. Paul and Jane. Okay. Tim Cloud, Tanatwa and Anotida. Tim Cloud, Tanatwa and Anotida. Good job. Tim Coconut, Calvin and Daria. Team Coconut, okay, good job. Team Coral, Fortune and partner. Fortune, okay. Team Croc, Joshua and Arnold. Team Crowned, Ian and Titus. Okay, I've seen those ones. Isaiah Ajok. Okay. Team Deep Bow, Shamia and Kiragu. Good job. Do Not Litter, Peter and Ramon. Good job. Joshua and Cynthia. And then Team Duck, Kelvin and partner Deborah. Team Duck. Team Duck. Okay, these ones have been missing since. Can you write for me? Team Duck, they're missing. We'll start without them. Fax Machine, Chepiso and Tebuho. Fax Machine, Chepiso and Tebuho. Good job. Team Feather, Alia and Mary. Alia and Mary. Team Feather, Alia and Mary. Alia and Mary. Okay. Team Flute, Joanne and Divine. Good job. Folding Hand Fan, Charlene and Raymond. Okay. What's happening down there? Okay. Footprints, Leslie and Simbarashe. Okay. Freezing Face, Joshua and Wanjiru. Joshua and Wanjiru. Joshua, Wanjiru. Did you find the replacement? Okay, that's fine. Team Fries, Randy and Michael. And then Team Guitar, Deborah and Mary. Good job. Half Moon, Angelo and we can do that during prep. Yeah, I'm like during prep, and then they can come because the judges will remain behind. Yeah, we'll release the motion. Team Hammer. Team Hammer. Good job. Team Handbag. Okay. Team Honking Bat. Honking Bat. That's Michael and Danielle. Team Hot Air, Cindy and Carolina. Ethel and Hagai. Gina and Okech, Team Invisible Face. Team Jacqueline, Rashid and Brian. Leafy Green, Matthew and Oprah. You get a car. Team Liama, Augustine and Sekukune. Team Long Neck, Eze and Sam. Team Magic One, Nix and Paxton. Good job. Team Magnet, Owen and Mahat. Sakura and Israel. Lucas and Sharif. Reen and James. Ayafa and Edwin. Ayafa, Edwin. Team Palm Tree, that's Messi and Messi. Team Palm Tree. Okay. Pancakes, Brian and Elisha. Pancakes. Panda, Kirapeti and Olwami. Good job. Team Peapod, Paul and Peter. Paul, Peter. Just get that. Paul and Peter. Okay. Portrait Blunt, Naomi and Emmanuel. This thing is so many. Good job. Team Presence Tree, Kutama and Fumane. Team Question, Tinashe and Theophilus. Raised Hand, Arthur and Marvin. Arthur and Marvin. Stanley and Lydia. Dawn and Angel. Dawn and Angel. Takutwa and Michelle. Takutwa and Michelle. Brian and Vincent. Esther and Collins. Rahim and Henry. Becky and Michelle. I see Vangobe and Augustine. I see Angel and Francis. They're here. Daniel and Felix. Team Volcano, Maparisa and Tolwana. Team Hotadok, Kudakwashe and Tando. I think I saw you guys. Whale, I saw you guys. And you, Lotto and Sharika. Okay, so we were missing one team. That's Team Duck. Are you guys here now? Okay, all the teams are here. So we will proceed with the motion and we're good to go. Jonathan, are you here? Jonathan, UCC? Jonathan, UCC? Okay, who is the president of UCC? Can you please come forward? The president of UCC, can you please come forward? No, it's not Tim Duck. One of the... Alia, come this way. Michael. Michael, ATU, please come forward. Motion song, please.
It's the end of the month and the weekend. I'ma spend this track, everything on me, yeah. I'ma tip myself, I'ma spend it on myself. I'ma drop it like it's pouring, I'ma pour it on myself. Check, 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 check the money making bank account number. Yikes, that's that shit that's never getting bounced on your bitch. I do the money dance, I just made 100 best.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principal level this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principal level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of two things. All their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. Two responses to this. At least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience.
Okay, I'm about to announce the motion. Please pay attention. There is a long info slide. Motions will also be released on Tabbycat. The info slide is as follows. Structural adjustment policies, SAPs, are economic reforms implemented by countries as a condition for receiving financial assistance from international institutions like the IMF and the World Bank. These policies typically include reducing government spending, privatizing state-owned enterprises, liberalizing trade, devaluing currency, and encouraging foreign investment. That is the info slide. The motion is as follows. This House regrets IMF structural adjustment programs in African nations. The time now is 10:30. You have 15 minutes before the debate starts.
Kindly prepare close to your rooms. Please prepare close to your rooms. By now you should be knowing where these respective rooms are. That said, someone lost his wallet and passport. So if you came across it, kindly bring it to us. Yeah, it's a Cameroonian passport of Michael.
Can all chairs from round 2 please come to the front? Come to my side, please, of the table.
This as challenges you, as debate, let the debate of the basics inspire us. Let the debate help us
The motion is on WhatsApp on the announcements page. It's also public on Tabicat.
Open
So
new grounds
you can access
so that we walk away from this event
chairs for round 2.
more inspired,
Please
more
approach
energized,
us on this side. Don't follow those on the other side.
Of sport. We are going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create firstly a functional model that is left out by our opening, and
this as challenges you.
What this then means, at the point where these specific sort of situations necessarily and directly hinder economic growth, this is where most IMF group, like the IMF institution, decides to like prey in. What happened earlier this year? The IMF went to Ethiopia. They decided to offer them the idea where they're able to like necessarily move from a fixed trade, like fixed economic rates, to move on to flexible rates. Their economy has already like devalued. They immediately jumped into this intuition because they were necessarily going through like inflation. Secondly, ongoing conflict. Thirdly, cost of living crisis caused by the Wuhan pandemic, like Wuhan virus crisis. What this then means, most African countries necessarily give into the IMF and the Bretton Woods institutions at the point where they have a lot of pressure. What this then means, they are automatically ripped off from the idea or even like the ability to like necessarily self-actualize or even work within their own capacity to improve their own like countries in the first place. What this then means, the IMF is already given enough power to necessarily prey and trap these countries within a lot of debt, because currently you're having a country like Ethiopia which already has a devalued currency, but it already like owes $10 billion in like towards the IMF. But the one thing that needs to be understood is that using the SAPs in itself, whereby you're actually going to sacrifice and lose a lot of like your own like infrastructure in the first place, there's even going to be like less likelihood of these countries actively wanting to like rebuild back this sort of economy. There is less employment that is existing within these people, less investment within human capital. What this then transfers to is the fact that African countries are constantly going to be trapped within a sort of like debt retention that they're not necessarily going to be able to like exacerbate themselves from. What this then means from impact is that 1, we continuously have increased poverty and inequality, which necessarily affects the vulnerable population that Paul characterizes to you. Secondly, massive job losses, and it is not the way opening opposition just say we're going to waste this money through corruption and we elect governments that necessarily fail us today. It looks like you choosing to like give layoffs to a whole population of individuals that do not even have any jobs or even the capability to fend for themselves in the first place. Thirdly, increased civil unrest, because at the point where these people necessarily do not even have these jobs to begin with, they even struggle with cost of living like crisis, they're not able to like necessarily fend for themselves. And fourth, and what is most important, is the loss of like sovereignty. I feel like whatever Burkina Faso is doing is something that is very important. At the point where they chose to like send away the French troops and they decided to necessarily take on the autonomy to control their own mining results, institute new banking results, it is already a step where it already proves that African countries have the resources, they have the capability to necessarily invest within their own economies and make their own best alternative from the whole situation. What happens from opposition side when it comes to weighing is that 1, on scope, you cripple African economies in general and you constantly weaken their country's institutions, the way Paul said. And secondly, on magnitude, you constantly
trap these people within debt, and it necessarily just hinders their economic growth anyway. We feel like the entire idea of the Bretton Woods and necessarily IMF constantly preying on African economies and giving them lucrative deals that necessarily do not yield any sort of benefit. And at the point where Paul is able to prove to you that the likelihood of these African countries being able to pay back is less likely, meaning they're automatically going to default these loans, it already proves that African countries do not even have enough sovereignty to fend for themselves. We feel like we do not support the idea of having the IMF issuing SAAPs to African countries.
Thank you for that speech. We'll now be taking the Deputy Leader of Opposition as our last speech from opening. Hear, hear. Ready when you are.
Okay. So what my partner tells you is Can you hear? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so what my partner tells you is simple, right? What we care about the most in this particular circumstance is number one creditor account. Okay, so what my partner tells you is simple. What we care about the most is number one, creditor confidence. Number two, the capability to stimulate these economies, right? We think that there's a general concession that the person we care about the most is the average citizen and the vulnerable population within these countries, and we'll show you why we achieve the best world for them in our side of the world. But before I do that, let me engage with the alternative that we get from UG, right? They come and they tell us that they're going to use homegrown economic policies and invest in human capital. They say this, which sounds ideally like an excellent solution. However, they don't necessarily prove the capacity of these countries to do this, especially at the points at which they come and they tell us they already have unstable economies, right? We don't necessarily see how they are able to then access the money to be able to manage the money, right? We think that loans are necessary for economic development, and even developed countries, for them to be able to be self-sustaining, they have loans. Every single country has loans. What changes here is the capacity to repay, and we think that these countries have essentially proven that that we can't necessarily trust them and their economic policies to be able to set up a repayment scheme. And that's why these countries, like these bodies like the IMF, necessarily need to interfere using these SAPs, right? So what this debate is essentially about is what is better for these populations. Is it a world with or without SAPs, right? My partner comes and talks to you about the importance of creditor confidence, right? Understand that giving loans to these African countries that are not economically stable is in and of itself already a risk, right? So as a creditor, you need to maximize your odds of repayment. This means having some sense of control over financial policies, right? What does this mean? The likely reaction would be from these bodies that they would give less loans, or they'd be less likely to give loans to these countries. We think that's a bad thing because first and foremost, these countries would likely need loans regardless. We think that they come and they argue sovereignty, and they come and they say you lose sovereignty at the point at which these SAPs are implemented, right? The question is, at the point at which you've already established that as an economy you need loans to be able to stimulate your economy, as a country you need loans to be able to stimulate your economy, the question now becomes, who can you get them from, right? We think at the point at which you remove actors like the IMF and World Bank, you essentially restrict the number of people that they can get loans from, right? Because as we've told you, the IMF and World Bank would be now less willing to give them loans, right? We think the way you can maximize sovereignty for these nations is to increase the number of options they have, right? We think within status quo, even if they come and they argue sovereignty, you have a sort of opt-out, right? You have options. We think that these states then go into these policies knowing what they're going into, right? They come and they argue that they're undergoing a lot of pressure and that's why they have to give in to these conditions. But we think if they're already undergoing a lot of pressure and they have to give in to these conditions, then understand that the alternative is necessarily a failing economy. The alternative is the government not being able to stimulate its economy. The alternative is a government not being able to respond to a crisis. We don't necessarily see how that's a better world for the average vulnerable population that they come and they argue that they protect. We don't necessarily see how they do that, right? They also come and they tell you that somehow by using these policies, you make the economy worse, right? First and foremost, we don't think this is an argument that makes sense, right? Point. First and foremost, my partner has already told you about how these SAPs already improve these economies, these measures, right? And they come and you can't necessarily argue that because it would be self-defeating to instill these policies if they were not helping you garner more money to be able to repay these loans, because that was the whole point of the policies. The whole point of the policies was to stabilize the economy. We don't think that they would continue to instill these policies at the point at which they are causing the economy to fail, right? We don't necessarily think that can stand, right? If you look at things like, for example, liberalizing trade, right? This likely means that you open up your country to foreign investors. And what my partner tells you is that now you attract foreign investors into that nation, right? These are the kinds of things that these measures necessarily aim to attain. They don't do any legwork to necessarily show us that these policies are likely to lead to the failure of these states or to a worse economic condition for these states. They also don't show us why the states in and of themselves are at a better place to be able to economically actualize, especially at the point at which there's a general concession on what African democracies necessarily look like, right? We think that these are young democracies. We think that a lot of them are ridden by instability. And at the point at which the alternative is homegrown policies and investing in human capital, we think that is a lot of faith to have in these actors that they also concede might not necessarily be benevolent, right? We also think that at the point you as a creditor are aware of the state within those countries, you would not necessarily be willing to fund these countries knowing that it's unlikely they're going to pay you back, right? No. We also think that, okay, so I'm going to do a bit of wing, right? Okay, fine, before that I'll take the PI.
Just for clarity, OG is not defending a world without debts. It's defending a world where these debts don't come with these conditions. They're not mutually exclusive.
I'm not defending a world without debts. I am simply saying at the point at which you do not have SAPs, why would I, as a body giving you money, expecting to get that money back, give you that money? We think that the result of that is that you're restricted with regards to how much access you have to lenders, right? We think the result of that is that now you have to opt for alternatives like, for example, China, right? We think that these options are already accessible to a lot of these states, and at the point at which you're going for the IMF or World Bank, that this is an informed choice that the state is making, and we think that's the maximum way you can maximize sovereignty, which they tell us they have on their side of the world, but they don't necessarily show us how a state can manage its money at the point at which the state does not have money, right? That's why we think necessarily your alternative cannot stand. We think the alternative world is likely that they now have to opt for actors like China, and we think that essentially reduces their sovereignty, right? We think they should be able to decide what is most important and what policies they are willing to concede to, and we think that's the choice that exists in status quo, right? So at the point at which there's a general concession that the person we care about the most are the citizens, we need to ensure that these governments have capacity to be able to stimulate their economies and to be able to even liberate those vulnerable populations, right? We think that that's less likely in your world, and we think that if your harm is necessarily that... Okay, with that I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech. We are now starting with the closing half and calling the member of government. Here. Ready when you are.
Sure. Okay, starting now. Panel, the bulk of OO's case is that we think that there is necessity for us to have accessibility to funding, but the second thing is that you also lose out on the development process or the development aspect that the IMF is able to provide. Firstly, we need to understand that for states like China, they were largely able to develop, not necessarily because of depending specifically on IMF, but because of being able to navigate through the economics in terms of like capitalizing on the specific resources that they could adequately provide in terms of that specific market. That necessarily means that your uniqueness or the specific products that you provide can necessarily enable you to actually penetrate through markets. We think then that African nations by default, the mere fact that they have large accessibility to resources that are diverse necessarily means that that already gives them an upper hand within the global market. That's to say that, like, primarily, if you look at like Congo, it's one that is prominently known to have like a vast magnitude of gold mines, but also a vast magnitude of silver and all these other resources. What that ideally means is that it is already lucrative as an African nation, or it's already lucrative that Africa in and of itself has abundance of resources, and that necessarily means that they can easily have that market. But secondly, we think that the mere fact that development is largely subjective on the strategies you develop as a nation, we think it then means that as African nations, we are the ones who understand our plights much more better. That is to say that most resources within most African nations are largely state-owned. That is because government understands the vulnerability that exists and necessarily is best imposed to have such positions because it pretty much has more resources compared to anyone. That means that anything that compromises that in and of itself makes it harder for government to impose things like regulations and to those individuals, largely if those people are like foreign investors in and of itself. Let me just analyze our extension and why we think this becomes better than what you hear in the opening half. Because the chart from opening as far from our opening is largely on the basis of pragmatics in terms of like we need things we need things like the capacity for individuals to have infrastructure. That's to say in terms of like having political stability, not instability, but also things of like loss of sovereignty, and this is a bad thing. Two things then I'm going to provide in extension. First is on the idea that it necessarily compromises these nations, that is to say on a principle level. Panel, we think that it is ideally important that every specific nation has a right to self-determination. That is to say, not only applicable to in times of like genocides when it was being incepted, like around 1945 by Wilson, but rather also in terms of like their specific economics. That is to say, states like Zimbabwe, states like Congo should be able to determine what they desire to prioritize and what they ought to leave out. That is, we say that the IMF with these specific reforms necessarily provides for you predetermined conditions. That is, conditions that hinder you in two broad aspects. The first is on the capacity to make decisions of yourself, that of your own volition. That is, observing your own choice. Why? Because most of these decisions that you're taking are those that are determined on IMF. Understand, OO says here that IMF through these things, they pretty much call these specific nations or their leaders to negotiate on them. We think that those negotiations are ineffective because they are premised on compromising as a state. That is to say that you're choosing one specific sector over the other, yet as a nation you ideally always prioritize all the other sectors because you know that equally they can provide for the same substance. But the second thing is on urgency. OO tries to analyze this by saying that, oh, you undermine like the urgency that exists. But this is different. We say that the nature of African nations, and what OG says here, is that, oh, they have problems, that they do not exactly give you why those problems exist. We think that the reason why these problems exist is because of, firstly, things like cultures. That is to say, we have a vast magnitude of cultures that exist within African nations. Not only within Uganda where you have like hundreds, but you have even like Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and Burkina Faso that have a variety of cultures that exist. That means you need something that necessarily harmonizes that ideally. We think that these structural reforms hinder that by means of like predetermined like substances. But the second thing, existence of things of like corruption. That is to say, it makes it harder for you to like necessarily call out like governments because of like being corrupt, but also you make it harder for you to condemn their specific acts in that specific trade. We say that these structural reforms hinder that in and of itself, and they provide for a constant pursuit or persistency within that regard. But the third thing is on the vulnerability that exists within African nations. That is to say, that African nations in and of themselves keep changing in terms of like dynamics. Why? Because of the existence of various political parties that have different ideologies. That ideally means that you cannot have any specific consistency in terms of like developmental strategy. Why? Because the rotational factor within like politics in and of itself and the different like objectives among its political parties makes that harder for you to achieve that. That means when you ideally provide for these structural reforms, you worsen all those specific harms that exist in and of itself. The reason why our side plays beta is that you still have the capacity to still observe like the idea of self-determination of statehood, but also you still treat all the agencies with the kind of like factors that they ought to have. But the second thing to say, and why this becomes bad, is on firstly, it makes it harder for you then to hold governments accountable. Why? Because you're largely premising on the fact that, oh, there are predetermined conditions, and those predetermined conditions are the basis of holding governments accountable. The problem here is that you're ignoring other existing community issues within society. But secondly, is that you also ignore minority groups within society. Why? Because government now feels justified to let them out the ladder and not include them within vital sectors. But thirdly, you undermine things like democratic consistency of ideologies. That is, what someone pitches during political rallies should be ideally the same thing that they advocate for when they go into those leadership positions. We think these are constrained by means of existence of that. The impact of this is that you're unable to fulfill the social contract ideally as a state in and of itself. Why? Because you're pretty much trying to appeal to the IMF. But the second thing is that you become unpopular as a government in and of itself. The second thing to talk about is on how these reforms worsen the relationship for IMF and how they lose traction. Note, we think that the investors largely that come in are necessarily like predatory investors. This looks like McDonald's, who largely are premised on profiteering. But the second thing is that they already have their own expertise in terms of like employees. That ideally means that you lose out. That is to say, in terms of like employment avenues that exist. From our side, you get betterment because you still have employment opportunities existing for individuals without any form of compromise. Proud to prop.
Thank you for that. We'll now be calling the member of opposition. Here.
So, panel, let's recognize some things over here. CG comes to tell us some things which are flawed and will not allow them to ride in this debate. What do they tell us? Two things. They tell us IMF hinder what? One, capacity. Two, agency. On the idea of agency, realize a country like Nigeria where they had a protest because of high standards of living. What could they do? They could have gone for IMF interventions to stabilize the economy, because the economy was very bad, making people like suffer from like things like high standard of living, prices going high, making them like suffer for like things they could buy. Another example we give is Kenya, where Kenya too there was like high standard of living, where a financial bill was passed to like suppress these people. But what did they do? What does this mean? This means that Kenya could have also gone for this IMS SAPs to stabilize the economy, to make the standard of living better for their people and make like long-term benefits. And what does it tell you to? On the idea of accountability, it says we lack accountability in our world. Why is this flawed? Realize that accountability in our world is promoted because this IMF teams are going to be like monitoring your actions, monitoring your spendings, going to have like periodic reviews of whatever you do and like anything you do, making sure that the monies they give you and anything, the grants they give you, are going to use them properly to like facilitate or like stabilize your like bad economy and what have you. Now, what do we bring to you in today's debate? African nations struggling with sustainable debt and rampant inflation and economic intervention. The IMF SAP provides a pathway out of economic challenges and needed immediate intervention over needed immediate economic intervention. The SAP provide a pathway of economic crisis and open doors for global integration. To regret these SAPs is ignoring the dire state of many economies. That is, SAP progresses achieve in stabilizing those economies over time. While opening benches focus on short-term discomforts, while opening bench focus on long-term discomforts, we are going to tell you why the long-term benefits these policies of Africans are going to be beneficial to them and are going to help them in the long run. What do we bring to you in today's debate? Two things we bring to you in today's debate: why SAPs are better off and why you should not regret it. One, on economic stabilization. SAP address critical economic challenges like hyperinflation and balance of payment deficits. What does this mean? Hyperinflation. This is when like the rate of prices or the rate of like things in your country goes very high, making standard of living very hard for the people in the country to cope with. Like things like higher prices, higher taxes of things, making them like very vulnerable to this like economies, and they make it very hard to cope with the economy. What is the impact of this? Countries like Ghana saw a significant reduction in inflation and reduced fiscal stability, which prevented economic collapse. What does this fiscal stability look like? This fiscal stability look like a sound a sound financial health, like balanced budgets, like debt sustainability, how they're able to like sustain this debt, how they're able to correct this debt they have with other people and other things. On the second impact, stabilized economy attract foreign investment, enabling countries to reintegrate into the global market. What does this tell you? This tells that when these SAPs are being taken into consideration, it allows the country to enter something like a broader market in the world for them to cooperate with other things. If this thing is ignored, what are you going to get? You are going to get economic collapse. What does this mean? You are going to get excessive debt, hyperinflation, where there's going to be overinflation in the country. As I explained to you what inflation clearly means, there are going to be like mass unemployment. There's going to be social unrest, which is people are going to have protests, people are going to do demonstration. If this IMF SAPs are ignored in their world, these are the problems they're also going to get in their world. And an example is Ghana during the 1980s. Ghana faced an extreme inflation. What did this do? These SAPs help reduce Ghana's inflation by giving them grants and loans to revive the economy by introducing fiscal policy. Now, I already tell what fiscal stability is, which is like a sound financial health system, like which you have a balanced budget to at least accommodate most of certain things you want to do as a country, and like helping to sustain debt which you owe. Two, what is the impact of this? This impact is going to prevent economic collapse in Ghana. What is economic collapse? Like where you have a country with high standard, where you have a country with poor like infrastructure, high standard of living, and like high tax, where people have to pay unnecessarily because of some things. In Ghana, like this, where you have like things like you should pay for parts, where taxes are put on part because of some certain things which is not relevant. Another impact is this will stabilize economies and attract foreign investors. What does this mean? This means it's going to let foreign investors come and invest in your country because 1, there is low standard of living, 2, there is debt management, and 3, there's a peaceful country. No foreign investor will come and invest in your country if in your world you have like an unstabilized, like you don't have stability in your economy, you don't have stability in your country where 1, the economy is poor, 2, where there's social unrest, where people are always protesting, people are always having demonstrations because your country is poor. 2, on the idea of debt management and avoiding default. What does this mean? This means SAPs provide nations like Uganda with essential funds to service debt and avoid default. We could have catastrophic consequences. Now I will tell what this means. Now what does this mean? This means if they avoid this IMF like SAPs, they are going to face some things like economic collapse, protests and demonstration. In their world, like in a typical African settings, you have that African like countries are people that are struggling. There's corruption in the country, like there's economic unrest, there's like people and there's social unrest, which triggers a lot of like anger in the citizens for them to rant and for them to do other things which are not good. What is the impact of this? Avoiding this ensures African nations retain access to future loans and future financial support from global institutions like IMF. What is this going to do? This is going to stabilize their currency. This is going to support their budget, and this is going to also fix some problems in their country which they like do not have the capacity or like the resources to like fix. Another impact of this is that it's going to prevent inflation. I've already showed what inflation is, and inflation is like the higher prices and high cost of living and like other things. Now, what are you going to get in their world if they ignore it? They're going to get things like higher prices, high cost of living, and people are not going to like be able to save much more because of this inflation. An example is Zambia, where Zambia faced an unsustainable debt levels in 1990. Zambia implemented the SAP, avoiding a default that would have served its access to international funding. What is the impact of this? The impact of this is that it prevents severe hyperinflation, protecting the purchasing power of these people. Now, my person will come and give more extensive argumentation and take all the benches in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech, Member of Opposition. We'll now be taking the speech from the Government Whip. Ready when you are.
Right. I think this is good. This is good. Nice. If you have a POI, I think I'll take it in my 5th minute. Is this better now? All right, wonderful. If you have a POI, like I said, in my 5th minute, I'll try and take 1 or 2. Okay. Starting my speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The one thing I'm going to do from my speech is basically go in there and show you what these policies look like and how there's no any form of incentive benefit for self-determination of Africa, like the entire bit of closing opposition talks about. Let's start there. First, we think the entire bit of opening government's case was based on mainly 2 policies, which was privatization and second and foremost political intervention, because that is where you're going to find a lot of things like loss of sovereignty and everything. We commend that. But here's what I need to add on first on privatization, especially when it comes to governments and countries. We think in and of itself, privatization hinders on the fact that the elite community gets to benefit. Notice that in most of the third world developing countries, most of the communities that live there survive on less than $1 a day. So it means that when you privatize these resources, you're encouraging most of these multinationals to come into countries like Congo, come with their equipment, drill oil, get gold, and take back to their countries. Notice first, there's resource allocation and we're devaluing a country. That is one of the reasons that's why Paul tells you on our side, it is something that is immoral. Second form, and we think this is more highlight. Second form, we think in and of itself privatization doesn't necessarily look like job loss. We think in most cases it is mass job losses, right? It means individuals who are earning less than $1 a day don't necessarily get to keep their jobs. Why? Because these private engineers who come from places like Europe come with their own form of employment. We think these are social problems that closing opposition runs away from and needs to be taken into consideration. The other things we need to talk about, one is liberalization of trade and what it looks like. It looks like when you liberalize trade, you encourage African countries to go into the global market and export their problems. This is good. The problem with that is that you actually encourage a lot of import duties. So you encourage more imported crop, more imported services, more imported products coming into your country. The problem is that you forget a demography of Africa that is still trying to struggle to get into the global market. So there is high levels of competition, which is going to leave most of these countries out. So we think that is one of the problems that Africa faces. So when they come and talk about how you're stabilizing economy from closing opposition specifically, we already show you how you're actually encouraging most of these local players to be pushed out of the market, and people actually have to focus on other aspects. So you don't give room for these countries to actually grow. Why? Because you're focusing on private investment from this IMF in and of itself. Second thing that we're going to talk about is currency devaluation, and I'm going to show you why necessarily this will take out closing opposition. Here's the gist behind it. When we give you a loan as the IMF, you are supposed to pay it in your own currency. Currency devaluation means you're going to start using the American dollar to do most of your activities. The problem with that is that at the end of the day, you lose currency value as your own currency. So when you're paying back, the money that you're supposed to pay back is actually going to be higher because your currency cannot fit that bill. This is how you have most of those African states going through the same cycle of borrowing over and over again. Why? Because their currency is too weak to pay back most of these loans. But second and foremost, and this is the most specific idea that we need to give to you, notice that countries such as Democratic Republic of Congo engaged in most of these activities, even at a point in time where they actually had money. What was the problem with that? That when you encourage more privatization, most of their resources were actually stolen away from them. But second and foremost, people were actually focusing on short-term gains. Why is that very problematic? Is that you notice that globally we face issues such as climate change. You give leeway on your side for private investors to go in there and get back their profits. So they do everything to maximize the ability for them to get back their profits. Why is this very bad? Is that in most cases, you as a government have little or no access to hold them accountable. This is what opening government tells you when you lose sovereignty. But what have I showed you on our side? We have made it very practical and showed you how, one, you're encouraging some form of neo-colonialism on your side, which is something we go against totally, and we think doesn't encourage most of these African states to be more independent in the long run. Why? Because forget the fact that you're controlling policies. We think in most cases when you control resources, the hub in which most of these countries use to gain any form of structure, we think you limit that growth. Few rebuttals that we need to give them, right from DLO, and let me take advantage of her case. One, she comes out and she talks about how in most cases there's lack of capacity, so we need to go ahead and encourage. This is the problem with that capacity. When you go ahead and encourage most of these private sectors or the IMF to invest, we have showed you how you encourage more capacity to come, but it's private incentive. Why is that the problem? Is that you still leave a loophole in most of these African nations and don't give them an opportunity to grow. We think giving people an opportunity to grow is for them to focus and find ways of having better solutions. But you say, where will you get the money? We tell you that, you see, most of these markets exist on needs and returns. We tell you how Africa is one of the greatest dispositions of most of these resources. When you go ahead and say that, oh wait, we have a regulation that says that you must use the American dollar because it's much more stronger, you devalue the Kenyan shilling, which means that if you're trying to export any form of coffee from Kenya to, let's say, the European nations, you must use the euro. What does that mean? In most cases, people are going to focus on gaining the euro as opposed to using their own money. Why is this very problematic? It means that when we're paying back a loan as Kenya, we must pay in Kenyan shillings, but because we have devalued our money, our interest rates are always going to be higher. They fail to address that, and we think that kind of analysis takes them out. Second and foremost, they talk about how there's going to be restriction of people in terms of access of loans. We think in most cases, accessing loan in your side is a system that is going to always take advantage of Africa. So we have showed you how Africa doesn't have an opportunity to grow on its own. What does Paul tell you in our case? One, Paul tells you that we already have resources that are very important to us. And why are these resources very important? Let me take you.
If they already have resources and are in a position to actualize, then why do they still rely on these bodies for financial assistance?
No, okay, this is what you don't get. We are not against these individuals going out to trade. We are just against the policies that are further going to subscribe Africa into institutions where they cannot develop on their own. We think this is something very important. Why? Because Paul is able to tell you straight that, you see, the agency behind our side or the agency behind your side is one, to hinder most of these African nations from growing because they will keep on getting loans from you. Second and foremost, Paul is able to still show you how fast you're going to ensure that you ignore major groups of individuals. Why? Because at the end of the day, you are more accountable to most of these countries that give you loans, and if you do not pay to them, you have to find scenarios where you actually live out the people. This is why high taxes will actually exist in countries, and this is why people will say that, okay, wait, the cost of living in countries like Uganda is very high, so we must actually go out there and fight. Why do we still take out the entire bit of closing opposition? One, we think they are direct derivatives, but two things focus on them. One, we show you how the policies necessarily don't groom us for any form of development. This is why we necessarily think the IMF, even if it existed in Nigeria, you will still have people going out to find there. Why? Because I've showed you how there's more private incentive for people to destroy the environment, for people to tax you higher, for you not to get any form of employment. And lastly, this is our case. We tell you that the IMF loses any form of tractions because we showed you the nature of the people who come to invest. With that, support closing. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech. We'll now be taking the last speech from the opposition whip. Hear, hear.
Okay, so one thing this whole house can agree on is that one, African countries are corrupt, but two, we are poor, and then three, we are incompetent, right? This in itself is the reason why, even if we allow their alternative to run, it won't work, right? Panel, one, on the idea of encouraging nationalism, the government has control over all these resources, right? This is to say that the idea that they are already corrupt means that there is going to be an encouragement of mismanagement and then embezzlement of funds that would exist in their world, right? So panel, the idea that we should let the government run these things in themselves shouldn't hold into this debate, right? But then let's engage the government bench, right? One, they tell you that on their first argument, they tell you that one, there's going to be negative social impact, right? Where you are going to have these people that have their stable jobs to lose their jobs, right? Panel, we think that this is not necessarily important in today's debate, and I'll show you one, right? Panel, on that note, one, realize that they show to show you why we should prioritize these people that are in these stable positions over the gross majority, that's the people that are living in the country. They fail to show you why we should prioritize them, keeping them in jobs over these people, right? But two, you realize that there is going to be a higher rate of unemployment if you don't go for the loans from this IMF, right? Panel, you realize that one, the idea that the country is incompetent means that one, the country lacks resources to provide jobs for these people, right? Which means that the gross majority are actually unemployed, leaving the country handicapped into going into this IMF and getting the loans in order to provide jobs for these people, right? Panel, but I realize that secondly, it is very problematic due to the idea of social contract, right? You realize that the country has some sort of social contract with these people, right? Meaning that they are obligated to provide occupations for this contract, right? There is a need to go for the IMF, to go for these loans, right? But three, you realize that the moment they gear away from these loans, you realize that there is going to be riots, there's going to be protests, there's going to be war, because the country in itself is suffering, right? People don't get jobs, people are having low standard of living, they are suffering in the states, right? So they are going to turn their anger on their country because they feel they voted you in power, however you owe them some sort of contract, right? But then why should we prioritize the broader majority or the citizens of the country rather than those people in stable power, right? Panel one, you realize that the broader majority or the vulnerable citizens are those that voted for these people to come into power. What this means is that they have put their trust and then their power into you, right? That you are capable and you are competent enough to run this country, right? The idea that you are failing in itself means that you are the idea that you are failing in itself is a reason why you should the idea that you need to go for these IMF loans is a reason why you should prioritize these vulnerable people over the stable people, right? But secondly, we realize that the government should prioritize the satisfaction of the greater minority, right? Based on the principle of greatest happiness, right? You realize that it is very, very good and positive for it to prioritize satisfaction of a broader majority over the lesser minority, right? But three, we thought that on the idea of urgency, we realize that we are suffering in Africa. There is a need for a proper response, right? We realize that these government people are those that they lack vision, right? But secondly, they are those that they are incompetent and they are very, very corrupt, right? They mismanage the resources that come into their power, right? So we realize that the country in itself is suffering, right? The people are suffering, the people are dying of starvation and all those stuff, right? So the idea that there is an urgency to get this money is a reason why these loans are taken, right? Then the second argument is on the loss of sovereignty. They tell you that these people the country loses its sovereignty because IMF imposes their whatever on you. Panel, two reasons why we think that shouldn't hold into this debate. One, our opening already told you that these things are done based on contracts, right? Which means that there is an agreement between these two parties, right? So there is nothing like some sort of forcefulness in status quo, right? But secondly, you realize that the country in itself has already lost sovereignty in status quo, right? What is sovereignty then? Sovereignty is when the country is able, the country's ability to be independent and solely manage its affairs of the state, and solely manage the affairs of the state. The problem is that sovereignty has already been lost because you have already told you how Africa is already suffering, which they have already attested to that, right? But before that, your POI.
Okay, do you genuinely believe, even in terms of things like the UN Security Council, countries in the global north have the same sway as Sub-Saharan?
Okay, sorry, but I can't hear you. Let's take LO's case, right? LO tells you that one, there is contract. Let's mechanize it a bit more and beat them on the argument, right? We tell you that the idea that there is a contract means that the idea of sovereignty is not breached, right? We tell you that the idea that there is a contract means that these things are not imposed on the people, right? But then we tell you that the idea that there is a contract means that any other actions taken by the IMF is justified, right? So the idea of privatization and whatever is justified, and then there is a need for the IMF to do that because these two people came into consensus or into agreement, right? But then what are their major arguments? They tell you that one, it opens global market alternatives, right? We tell you that there is going to be investment on our side. How, right? Because when these people get these loans from the IMF, this is when they have the chance in order to provide for their people, in order to provide the employment, do the roads and whatnot, right? Pano, we tell you that in itself attracts investment into the country, but also allows the country to be very lucrative to the broader world, right? Pano, what do you get from the closing, their whip? Why? They tell you that one, there is a problem with privatization, right? Pano, we realize that there is a bigger problem with nationalization because these people are incompetent. I've already explained that, right? But secondly, there are two forms of privatization where you have the indigenous and the non-indigenous, people that are from the country and people that are not from the country. Our word preaches privatization for people that are from the country. So that problem they state in our word doesn't happen because our people tend, the privatization happens with our people, right? But then it's also the currency devaluation, right? The problem with this is that you receive the money in dollars. So what's wrong with paying the money back in dollars? Pano, you realize that in itself is justified, right? But then they tell you that most, but secondly on the devaluation, you tell you that most of these states have already tied their currencies with the foreign currencies, right? So they use the dollars, the euros and stuff as the reserve currency, right? So it's already justified for you to pay back in those currencies, right? That shouldn't hold into this debate. But what do you get for my partner, right? My partner. But then, what do you get from my partner? Tells that there is economic stability, right? The impact were that one, the government, a country like Ghana, the impact is that one, a country like Ghana saw the significant reduction in inflation, which prevented economic collapse, right? But on the idea of economic stability, you realize that this is going to reduce inflation and hyperinflation in our world, right? But secondly, the debt management is kept. Never been proud to oppose.
Thank you for that. I will now ask everyone to please exit the room so that we can. Oh, okay, it's fine.
job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing. You don't.
If this as challenges you, as debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds, so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. One, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate, and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principal level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principal level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use, and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing. You don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you, as debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. One, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's going to work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principle level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principle level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to prove their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you, as debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University, because the Pan-African University issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all the way not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with the trophy.
just how bad I want it. So I've been on my green light, go. I've been on the unstoppable.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
That's good. I like this.
Gets like a fundamental change in the way that this country is, because you've been collecting loans since the 1980s and corruption has not really gotten better. So if your clash there becomes that, corruption, this loans is a way of preventing corruption, then it feels risky because they excessively are like the policies in and of themselves are failing. But even when you have there's still a very corruption. The things we are hoping to achieve by implementing these policies, we don't get them, right? And then they give you a second point and they say, you can get money without austerity measures, which is a big derivative of what Oji already says when they propose an African Development Bank as an alternative to like the AIMF, right? So if you are analyzing your prayer and say, I have felt pain, and there's actually an alternative that didn't require you to do all the things that give the status, the basis for this regret, then it's the kind of point that kind of entrenches your regret more, right? You can regret something and there's no alternative, like, there's nothing I can do. And you can regret something and say there's an alternative I should have done better. It's where regret serves as a tool for them, for self-reflection, for your ability to like generate those things. And I thought it was very, very important. Now, why then so Oji comes and does a couple of things, right? Very, very strong engagement in this case. But I did not feel that there was sufficient matter to justify the basis for the rate. Or I did not feel like it was more than them right? Why? Did a couple of things. From the PM, it says that the problem is that the West, there is most like countries that genuinely cares for Africa, which is a very premise, right? And then she goes on and says the context that says African country economics are feeble and can't solve challenges independently. Shows us that the body institution, why the IMF has been an existential threat to Africa. And in a lot of ways, a lot of the analysis they brought forward kind of like feel that from the bench, we didn't feel like they did a better job than CG of fulfilling those bodies. But we feel that the case they got was closer to what the spirit of the motion was asking for than anything that came from the opposition bench. Right? Now, why was so basically, personally, I believe that everybody has said that speaker was a very good speaker. And this happens in these sometimes when you read the motion in the memory and then you come and say something that is slightly adjacent to what the motion is asking for. Right? That is what the big does to us. It allows us to like pay attention to the details. Now, I felt like a lot of the matter was important to hear. Right? You come and you tell us the nature of African economies, not the biggest in the world, suffering from a lot of things. They have good economic system, they have very little bargaining power. Right? Very, very good. Tell us the role of economic adjustment policy. But these arguments form a basis for not regretting something. We don't really answer that question. Right? The closest we get to that was in the TLA speech, where they started talking about the benefits of these things. And I can read it out. He mentioned a few things. He talked about how liberalization has enabled competition. Now competition has made businesses in Africa and surrounding environments better. Now that is a benefit from those loans that forms a basis for lack of regrets. But that was the single thing from the entire case that spoke closest to the mission. And that is why we also want to approve CICO. Because while CICO mentions a lot of important things, I think what you say is very, very consistent. I think they are very much inconsistent. Just not directly speaking to like what the individual was asking for. You made a number of important arguments. You say, you say IMF is like, and I felt that was like very, if this motion was slightly rewarded in a different way, you have right? Because what they did essentially was prove why it was in the interest of the IMF to not give back to these people. Very, very beautiful, but it doesn't speak to the nature of it. The debate was about if IMF was going bad, or if their policies are going bad, or if IMF is acting in the interest of Africans or not, then you have had like sufficient matter to like have a very, very important place, right? But proving that it's in the interest of IMF to act according to this does not give us a basis for not regretting, right? Someone can do something that is in your interest and still regret it. Right? For instance, an example that is not very, very related to the debate is take an issue of flooding, for instance. A they doubt and flog the child. They think it's in the interest of the child, he believes in the interest of the child, but over time, with one condition, he regrets that action. Right? The child may see from the perspective of, oh, he was doing this in my interest, but I still regret that he did this. Right? So when you're analyzing this of the issue is that you are looking, one thing to just note is that you are looking at the past. And you are looking at the interaction between what you are regretting and the thing you are regretting from this case as an African. You are buying the performance of IMF over the last 20 years, 40 years. Right? You are not going to justify IMF is doing good or they are doing bad. You are not going to find the justification for why they should sign up. You are not going to find the justification for why they should be respected. That is not the business, right? Even if their intentions were bad, even if their things were horrible, even if they had a justification, you can still exist in the world where the country exists. Just simply on the results, on the outcomes. Because an outcome is you're supposed to show that the outcomes was better than the one that unfortunately they don't do that. So that is the one. If you need any personal feedback, reach out to me. If you feel like this out of anything, I want to make personal feedback, reach out to me as well. And I'm happy to meet and listen. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Okay, sorry. I will submit them filling the.
He's submitting it as we're doing. Yeah. Yeah.
OG, those things in this room, where? The things that were in this room, please follow. Just follow the path I feel. Yeah, it was from 5.
Oh, it's that side. I think I can just come get it back.
And what kind of a clash was it? Maybe like maybe like they received like the call. So yeah, exactly. Checked in. What about the victim? It's not showing. Couldn't you? No, because they don't. So that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We are going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening, and secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principle level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principle level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As you debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds, so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We are going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create firstly a functional model that is left out by our opening, and secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this.
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University, host the Pan-African University Debate Championship 2024.
The reason why you're all here and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with the trophy.
UNICAF is offering $1 million worth of scholarships for you to study online at one of the leading providers of online quality higher education in Africa. Earn a British bachelor's or master's degree from one of UNICAF's partner universities, the University of East London, voted one of the best modern universities in the UK, Liverpool John Moores University, the 4th best university in the UK, according to the UniCompare Top 100 Universities rankings. The University of Suffolk, proudly boasting a 90% graduate employability rate. Apply now, join over 60,000 students from 170 countries around the world looking to improve their lives and careers. For more information, please contact us on our WhatsApp at 771 976 750.
Particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principal level this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life, but on a principal level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I found the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
UNICAF is offering $1 million worth of scholarships for you to study online at one of the leading providers of online quality higher education in Africa. Earn a British bachelor's or master's degree from one of UNICAF's partner universities, the University of East London, voted one of the best modern universities in the UK, Liverpool John Moores University, the 4th best university in the UK, according to the UniCompare Top 100 Universities rankings. The University of Suffolk, proudly boasting a 90% graduate employability rate. Apply now, join over 60,000 students from 170 countries around the world looking to improve their lives and careers. For more information, please contact us on our WhatsApp at 771 976 750.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
This as challenges to you. As debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We are going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principle level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principle level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of two things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. Two responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there are so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University to host the Pan-African University Championship 2024.
The reason why you're all here and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all the way not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with a trophy.
Kyambogo University was formed in 2001.
Standings and confirm if you have correct results. Your results, you check the feedback portal. Every team should have submitted their feedback for round 1, 2 and 3 before we go into round 4. We will be monitoring the feedback progress. Teams missing feedback, judges missing feedback, we will call you out publicly. So I'm giving you 5 minutes now for the feedback, but 2 minutes to check results. If you have a results issue, come here. Any team with a results issue, you come at the front. Alright, round 2 results are still possible check, but the feedback can now also be entered. Judges on judge feedback is also needed, so we are monitoring that as well.
To you, but I'm looking through you. I see the blood in your eyes. I see the love in disguise. I see the pain hidden in your pride. I see you're not satisfied, and I don't see nobody else. I see myself. I'm looking at the mirror on the wall. Here we are again. Rise and fall. You've been my only friend. You told me that they can understand the man I am. So where are we? Here, talking to each other again. I see the truth in your lies.
So you can submit like that.
I see nobody by your side, but I'm with you when you're all alone, and you correct me when I'm looking wrong. I see the guilt beneath the shame. I see your soul through your window pane. I see the scars that remain. I see Wayne, I'm looking at the mirror on the wall. Here we are again. Through my rise and fall, you've been my only friend. My only friend. You told me that they can understand the man I am. They so can't understand. Talking to each other again.
Again, everyone, please submit feedback. Now you have 5 minutes to do that. If you can't submit using your private URL, that's okay. Just use the public access to submit feedback. You go to the Calico tab, and you go to the section that says enter feedback. It will ask you, who are you on the list? If you're a judge, you click your name and you submit feedback. If you're a team, you do the same thing, you submit feedback. Please do that in the next 5 minutes before we release the draw for the next round.
So my bottoms day is better. No, I'm not on ride, but I'm all up on my channel. Just talked to your homie, she said we should be together. Gave me brain was so insane that I made her my header. If she ever call my phone, you know I got a data. But I like that girl too much, I wish I never met her.
Now you begging to seduce, but beggars cannot be choosy. Been a queen for 8 summers, just tell them to call me Susie. This that Nikki, this that Oopsie. This Hennessy got me woozy. Broke the internet in 5411s and some Gucci. The green ribbon eating sushi. This that real good coochie. This that where this Chattahoochee. Fuck all of y'all like a hoochie. Giving them bars since a teen. I ain't going back to juvie. I am Nicki, I'm a Gucci. Cause I skate with the ice. I don't sight, what's the price? Looking like it's a heist. I've been winning all my life. On the road, it's a dice. Since that
Are there any results issues? I'm assuming there are none. Okay, good.
Okay, the draw is coming shortly. But before then, again a reminder. Hey, at the back, quiet please. Even at the front as well. Hey, what's his name? Sorry, guys. Olwami. I don't know if it's the right person. Yeah, less noise. Okay, a reminder again, everyone. This is very important. Edwin, again, listen. This is very important. Again, a reminder to everyone. Please avoid using your laptops during debates. Don't use technology, even if it's your phone. We understand that some of you probably have your meta files in there, but please don't do that. Everything should be paper-based. If you have your meta file, sorry, but you needed to print it out before the tournament, because we don't know whether or not you're using the internet or you're just like using like your meta file. So if you want to use the meta file, really just make sure you print it out for tomorrow's rounds. For today, please don't do it. If we see you using that, trust me, we can be very wicked if we want to, and we can just disqualify you from the tournament. And obviously, you guys know this, that in university debating, like in debating in general, you can't use anything digital unless if it's approved by equity. And also, if it's approved by equity, they also need to monitor your device to see if it has access to or anything else. So if it doesn't have that access to the internet, then the equity might approve. So we might request to see the approval email or anything from equity if we see you using your device. It can be mobile phone, it can be your laptop, it can be anything. Please avoid doing that. We can't be reminding you guys. You guys are university speakers, really, dealing with high school kids, telling them the same thing, and then telling guys the same thing as well. Okay, enough said. The draw for round 4 is public. Judges' allocation is not final. We're gonna move around, but obviously for the teams is final. Motion in 2 minutes.
Check your draws. Judges are not final. One more announcement. This thing of prepping in a building and your debate building, can we avoid that, guys? Go prep to your rooms. I will tell judges that, actually let me tell them now, if a team is not in your room 2 minutes after the start time, I need you to start that round. Just that. Let them find you. Speakers, do not prep anywhere that is not next to your room. If you continue with this trend, we will now tell everyone to prep inside the room. And I know you don't want that. Prep. If you start, call for a swing. And if the swing gets there before the team that's supposed to get there, the swing will speak. I'm ready to swing personally. I'm ready to swing personally. And judges as well. Judges, when your room is room 15, don't go to room 15 when the prep time is over. Go to room 15 like 5-10 minutes before your round. Guys, we are running a very tight schedule today, so let's move. Let's be proactive. Okay. Has everyone checked their draw? Everyone has checked their draw? Has everyone checked their draw? I'm assuming results, there's no issue for round 2 and 3. Draw. Have you all checked your draw? There's such great Wi-Fi at the Great Chapel. Are you ready? All right, motion. I can read. All right, round 4 motion. This motion has no info slide. No info slide. We missed the motion song. It's fine. Next one. This house believes that secession movements should be allowed to vote for independence without central government approval. This house believes that secession movements should be allowed to vote for independence without central government approval. This house believes that secession movements should be allowed to vote for independence without central government approval. It's public on Tabicat, and it's also in the WhatsApp group. Please check it out before you leave. The time is 55 past. The debate will start at 10 past 1. Debate starts at 10 past 1. Judges note the start time, 10 past 1. Judges, the thing is not ready. Judges, your draws are not ready. Guys, we talked about prep time. Just go to your rooms, eh? Can see a lot of speakers are still here. Go to your rooms. Ayafa, go to your room. When I was talking about prepping in a different place, I was talking. All right, I'm assuming only judges are left here. Okay. One announcement for judges. One time. Like, these deliberations should take 15 minutes max. If you push it, 20. Let's move the deliberations as quickly as possible so that we get through as many rounds as possible today. The second thing I want to tell judges is, I hope so far so good you haven't had any altercations with participants. I came this morning, so I don't know. I would like to advise you to avoid any form of conflict, shouting match, altercation, verbal exchange with participants. If they come for feedback, explain feedback as respectfully as possible. Once you realize that this situation is becoming untenable, I advise you to apply wisdom in that situation. And wisdom can mean a lot of things. All I'm saying is de-escalate the situation. Do not be the one fighting them. Judges, are we clear about that? Time and no fights, please. Not even a cage match, Briga. But if they want to fight you, you can see them during socials. Yeah. No, I'm joking. Don't fight. All right. Judges, you should be able to submit feedback now. So let's do that. Judge on judge feedback. Do that now. And follow the scale. Submit feedback, judges. There are no announcements. Once you're done submitting feedback, go to your rooms. Judge allocations are final, so you should be able to go to your rooms now. What? Go to the public portal. There's on the public display page where you see the draw. Okay, Bill will help you.
Judges, please join your rooms. Prep time is over. Prep time is over. Yeah, it's not 8 minutes past. No, it's 10 minutes. Oh, 10 minutes. Okay, okay. No, prep time isn't over, but you should be going to your rooms regardless. Amos. There are seats in your room as well. Thank you.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. We all a part of God's great big family. And the truth, you know, love is all we need. Beyond the world, beyond the children, beyond the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day, just you and me.
Sorry, guys at the back. Sorry, guys at the back. We're about to start. Yes, thank you. Okay, I think that's better now. That's good. Okay. Okay, easy. Welcome to round 4 of PADC 2024. My name is Mace. I'll be your chair. With me are two very amazing panelists. I'll ask them to introduce themselves before we start. You can use it if you want.
My name is... My name is Joy. I'll be your panelist for this round.
And I'm Shalom. I will be your panelist too.
Okay, before we start, I will get the teams as well, just to let me know who is speaking first and who is speaking second. And also, if you have any preferred pronouns, you can just indicate, starting first with opening government. Thank you, close opening government. Opening opposition. Second speaker, opening opposition. Thank you, closing government. Thank you, closing government. Closing opposition. Amazing. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. I think you are ready to start now. All rules still apply, similar to the previous rounds. Again, keep your POIs short, 15 to 20 seconds if you're asking your POI, and please do respect the speaker's preferred ways in terms of like POIs, in case they want you just like to raise your hand or to verbally say POIs in that regard. Please do respect that, because other speakers like they get distracted very easy. So I would really encourage that we do listen to like those preferred ways. Secondly, also respect people's pronouns. Rather, if you didn't get the pronouns of the speaker, you can just like indicate and say like speaker, or like refer them using like their speaker role, like the prime minister in that regard, without necessarily misgendering anyone. Yeah, just to be very, very clear on that. With that in mind then, opening government, prime minister, when you're ready. Yeah.
Okay. Can I use my phone for timing?
You can use your phone to time, yes.
Okay. From opening, we say that because the state exists to function for the people themselves, we say it's important for that state then to be born out of those individuals themselves. We say that's the best way to achieve legitimacy, because the state exists for the people, and for that essentially makes sense, it must be like through the creation of the people themselves. They determine what state they need to exist. I think one of the things, this debate is quite straightforward, but I think we need to understand how like state approval looks like when it comes to like the secession engagement and debate. Much more likely, it means there's a goodwill that exists on the state itself, the government within which these social movements exist, for them to be able to proceed. Much more likely, it means they exercise that goodwill through like offering them protection or like mechanisms within those particular states to be able to exercise their voting rights and all that.
Just, can you maybe speak back to the mic?
Okay.
If you can. Do you want to restart?
I start, yeah.
Yeah. Just give me a second. Yeah, you can restart the whole speech.
Okay. We say that the state exists essentially to be able in exercising of like the functions and aspirations of the people that exist within it. It's therefore important that that state is a function or is a product of the people within it for it to be able to exist. We say the problem is that the historical formation of states as is illegitimate by its very existence and of how it was formed. But I think there are things that we need to be able to discuss within this motion. What does state approval look like, especially in an engagement between secessionist movement? That debate assumes that the argument from up would be that the state needs to demonstrate some level of approval for these movements to have their voting, right? Means it has to create an atmosphere for them to be able to vote. It has to put in place infrastructure for them to be able to vote. What that essentially looks like is that without that kind of approval, it's very difficult for these secessionist movements to be able to vote, because they cannot exercise that freely within that particular state unless they're able to be violent and challenge that kind of system for them to be able to have leverage to force these states to be able to give them that voting right. Yes. Exactly. So this is what we are going to argue, and we think because it's a beliefs motion, it's important for us to be able to exercise, to argue why it's inherent. It's essentially true that states need to be born out of that level of self-determinism as the most legitimate way for individuals to be able to form states. Maybe this debate may be less likely about the practical possibilities of forming a state itself. But we say it's important to understand how the modern state, especially countries, were formed within status quo. Most of the countries, especially those with some sort of a history, like Prussia, Germany, like Turkey and all these sorts of these states, were formed through having leverage over violence and conquest. They fought and forced different parts and territories to be able to join them. It means that the states as they exist currently, even within that kind of society, do not have structures without the legitimacy to exercise. They're just a reminder or a residue of violence itself. The vast majority of other states within the world, we say, were as a product of colonialism. These were external forces which came to those countries and forced different nations, ethnicities to exist within a particular territory with a boundary that was forced onto them. What that essentially looks like, you have a vast majority population of Rwandese that are stuck within Congo itself because the Belgians and the other colonialists forced them to exist within that kind of nations. It means they left different nations, different ethnicities which exist within particular territories which they did not opt into. It means that there exists a crack within that particular state for individuals who don't think that they ought to belong within those particular states. We say that means two things: that the state as they are do not have, of how they were formed, do not have utmost legitimacy to dictate what another state should be, because they themselves, especially in African countries, were forced to become what they are. They are not a product of the people themselves. They don't have higher legitimacy than secessionist movements to be the ones to sort of grant them oh, we have allowed you because you have this legitimacy to grant you the right to determine or not. But what that essentially means is that it creates a legitimate reason for entities which were forced within these guys who are forced to exist within a colonial legacy to opt out and form the kind of country they rather would get. We say this is consistent with the spirit of decolonialism. The problem with the fight for independence was that when people took over the residue of the colonial legacy, they did not reverse the construction that was made by colonialists. This gives an opportunity for individuals to undo that, sort of restore to the kind of the world and nations they needed to have. This is another argument we are going to talk about. We say it's counterintuitive for you to expect individuals to have to seek approval from an individual who has no incentive to give it to you. But we're also going to be able to engage on a world where even if they give you that kind of approval. We say the problem within status quo, the approval never exists. The people of secessionist movements who want two things: first, to have autonomy, to have freedom, to have their own country, and to have sustenance of that new country, cannot have that. Within status quo, the only way they do that is pick up arms and are able to challenge the state itself and gain some level of leverage. The problem with that process is essentially means that you have to have all these casualties. You also have to get it through an idea of coercion. It's not self-determined. It's a fight which is commensurate with the already existing problem within status quo. But secondly, we say, especially on the idea of sustenance, because the state is the one which gives you that approval. Even if you have that leverage, there's a sense of patronizing that exists even when you become a country of your own. This is quintessential with what is happening within Russia. Even when Lithuania, Ukraine, and all these countries were able to push them to weaken the Soviet Union as it was under Gorbachev. I don't know if that's the right pronunciation. It meant that because you forced them, you had to hold them at ransom and have some level of leverage. Even when they give you that approval, they feel a sense that they were wounded, they made a loss, they constantly want to reclaim because you said, because for you to be able to get said, they had to give you that level of approval, but also because you like held them at gunpoint, but also because they gave you that approval, they constantly look at you as their child who is out to be patronized to the extent that you don't agree to their whims. Much more likely they were to gain that some level of capacity and come back for you on that level, on that idea. But we say this notion again from a government, it sets an important precedent for state formation within the world as is. We ask the room to imagine a world outside the state structures on how states become, the fact that they have to be approved by other states or the state itself. It means that we redefine on how states are formed. People are able to exist within confines that they themselves have bought into. We say then, because as a human being, the state exists for you, it's unclear why you should be coerced into citizenship and things that come within a state that you didn't opt in yourself. We say that itself is a violation on self-determination. It means that even if you have other subsequent like aspirations, they are subject to a state which you do not conform to. That state controls everything within your life. There's the economics, the structure within. It means constantly you cannot exercise some sort of free will because you can't self-determine and choose what you want to belong to. But secondly, we say they violate, like the state as it is currently violates identities, because what happened within colonialism was that you had different ethnicities being forced together. It means people could not self-identify. You have different identities that are forced to like have the same constitution, some laws, because that territory you don't have some level of privilege. We say social movements have some level of niche. People have some level of commonalities to be able to get to what they want. But because these are constantly diametrically opposed to what the state's interest, it means they are constantly being held at ransom. They cannot get that approval. Even if they get it, they can't sustain. We say a state formed by the idea of free will itself is a very much important thing to do. But it's important also to understand what votes look like. With the state approval, it means that the state is what is allowing you to have these sorts of things. There's some level of influence, there's some level of concessions that you have to be able to make. When we set a precedent that states should be able to choose what they want, it means that even the elections they have are entirely about their own priorities and aspirations. Much more likely you have better quality votes. We said those things are important. If not any other thing, we say at least government sets a precedent where state formations are a product. This is a belief motion. At a principle level, we say the state and where an individual lives has to be a function of their own exercise of choice. We say it's very consistent with the democratic principle of voting, which is like votes are a product of. Thank you so much.
The House thanks the Prime Minister for that great speech. I recognize the leader of the opposition to open the case of the opposition bench as a whole. Hear, hear. So, are you judging this? What's your name? You are late. Okay. Did you judge the Prime Minister when it already started? Just for transparency purposes, it will allow you to sit on the panel, but you won't vote. Great. Again, transparency purposes to all the teams. She was supposed to be judging with us as well, but she was late, so we'll allow you to sit on the panel. We're gonna have a chat, but she won't vote. She won't have like a say when it comes to like the decision. If all the teams are happy to have her sit on the panel without her voting. All good? Yes. Okay.
Sorry, let me set my timer. Alright. Can I start?
When you're ready.
Yeah, starting in 3, 2, 1. There's a simple way to winning the debate from opening opposition. If OG claims that the approval from states does not exist, I'm not quite sure that if you think you vote and the state does not approve of you voting, the state won't attack you when you want to succeed. Because if the idea is that the state would not allow you to succeed or will not give you that approval, even if you vote and you succeed, that particular state wouldn't allow you to move to that particular place. So all your benefits and all your impact is particularly gone. But more importantly, they say that the formation of states must be based on the free will of people, and the people must be the ones to form that state. If that's the case, then we're breaking down all the 54 states within the African continent to splinter cells to become independent states of their own, We recognize that the borders drawn from the African state were arbitrary borders, but we've come years after that to form a united ground and to say that this is Nigeria, despite the fact that we have ethnicities like Biafra and the northern people within that particular state. There's a reason why we don't just approve and say all of you go and form your state, even if you want to do that, because we agree that the consequences of that particular action would mean a lot of economic impacts, a lot of destabilization in terms of security, and a lot of crises that we cannot bear. The reason why this is particularly important is that it affects both sides, both the states that want to succeed and the mother state that is granting the succession in that particular regard. But more importantly, they say it is principally unjustified to be in states that you don't want to be. The problem with that case is that even if we concede to that argument, after elections, you are still in states that you do not want to be in because you do not vote those people in power. But do you know what? We don't stay, if you don't vote for Buhari during the 2019 elections, go and form your own state. You freaking remain within Nigeria because there's a concession that even if you don't like the people in power, you can remain within that place and form your state. There are 4 particular conditions for granting statehood, and that's why OG is out, because their argument is based on the principal legitimacy of state formation. However, if that's the case and we grant every successionist movement to vote on their own, yes, we concede. They would likely to vote to move to their state, but they do not meet certain conditions of number 1, the ability for them to conduct trade. Number 2, the ability for them to own a land of their own. Number 3, the ability for them to self-sustain, i.e. having a currency or particularly carrying out trade with other people. But more importantly, you need to be recognized by legitimate organizations internationally. The entirety of the case we get from OG ignores all those conditions that needs to be satisfied and say, if you want to form your own state, freaking vote and form that particular state. We don't think that's important. A bit of context as we begin the debate from opening opposition. Firstly, the formation of states were formed by a number of things. 1, colonial legacies, ethnic division, and economic disparities. We'll be clear on that, and we'll tell you why this fits into our case. We agree that these borders have been artificially drawn, and we also agree that the formation of successionist movement were based on things like exclusion, marginalization, like the Biafra from 1976 to 1970, also fight on things like resources dispute, and the idea that colonial divide mostly fuel successionist movement within particular states like the Tigray War that happens. Why do we think that allowing states to vote independently without government approval is particularly bad? The first is that you risk political instability on every front. If you allow for a unilateral independent decision where you have states that are successionist movement to vote, you cascade demand for successionist movement across all the regions within that particular country. The reason why that is particularly bad is that there's a fragmentation of that particular nation. That means that even successionist movement that do not have a legitimate claim to succeed would start moving for the ability for them to vote because they want to succeed. Why is this bad? Number 1, the impact is even if they don't succeed or even if they don't vote in favor of succession, the threat of a succession alone has great enough impacts that impacts both sides. Number 1, most of the time when successionist movement want to succeed, they disturb the stability of the region by protest, by violence in that regard. So even if they don't succeed, the negative impact on both sides is particularly worse off. But more importantly, there's no mechanism from OG to prove that every successionist movement is legitimate and deemed by the people, because that's the bulk of assumption that comes from their case. The reason why this is particularly important, in places like Somaliland, most of the idea of successionists that came about was based on the hegemony in those particular places that want to succeed from Somalia. If that's the case, then in most instances, you have them fueling this crisis simply because they want to succeed. It means that on both sides, it impacts the states that is being or should grant succession, but more importantly, it impacts negatively the people that want to succeed within that particular place. So if we care more for the people that want to form their own state, it must be legitimate, it must follow the approval of the state, because states have the capacity and resources to do those things. Second extension. We think that the reason why this is particularly bad is that most successionist movements as they exist within the African continent are being felt by external interference. For example, the successionist movement that happened in Katankaga in Togo, in Congo rather, the reason why it is particularly bad and problematic is that you have the Belgians fueling that particular succession because of the resources that are within that place. Do you know what happens when you now give them the ability to independently and unilaterally vote? It means that they are going to be sponsored to fuel crisis so that they should be allowed to vote. And yes, we can concede. They might have the majority vote because of rigging and things like that. But do you know what happens? At a point in time where the mother state is not willing to let them go, it perpetuates a cycle of crisis and narrative that impacts both sides negatively. The reason why that is particularly evil is because even if you want to win this debate on principle, we don't think that there's a principal legitimacy to allow external forces influence the idea in which we want to grant state succession movement. But more importantly, we think that things like proxy wars are things that would cause a lot more harm on your side that you cannot provide cushion for. But again, as a matter of last extension, we think that most successionist movement in most instances have been given the opportunity from the mother state to discuss their grievances. For example, the Biafra War. They claim that their succession was about economics and the fact that they've been sidelined in terms of natural resources. But when the states gave them the opportunity to solve these grievances, they did not solve the grievances. That was why the Biafra War escalated greatly. The reason why this is particularly bad is that you legitimize successionist movement capitalizing on local grievances without the capacity for them to want to address broader national issues that would form the state. We concede that states were drawn by arbitrary borders, but it does not legitimize all the harms and crises and economic impact that you're likely to get on this front, opening opposition.
The House thanks the leader of the opposition for that great speech. Before the DPM, before the DPM, I would like to remind the people at the back that we can hear you. If you want to talk, please go outside. You're disturbing not only the speaker, but us from listening to the speaker as well. I think it's very wise that we respect each other and respect the speaker speaking in front of us. Thank you so much for that, and I hope we won't have the same issue again. DPM, when you're ready.
Panel, I think that there are a couple of things that need to be proven for any team to win this particular debate. And I think Lowell is pretty clear when he tells you why the debate is largely principled. But I think we will engage opening opposition on the idea of the pragmatics that they bring to the debate, and we will show them why the heavy dependence on state approval is the reason for the exacerbation of any sort of violence or political instability. We think the most important thing in terms of extension from Lowell's speech is the idea on why secessions largely exist. We think then secessions within themselves are not just like any uprising against government. We think there is need to understand secessions heavily look like the Biafran secession within Nigeria, they heavily look like the secession in Somaliland, they heavily look like the Sudan People's Movement and the like. Notice there is a uniqueness within all these particular secessions. It is not to say anyone that is disgruntled with the government wakes up tomorrow and says, shit the government, we do not want you anymore. Notice that there is a systematic level of oppression that has existed for these individuals. Smart wants to tell you that Biafran people were given a chance to to say, have a conversation or a chat with the government. He ignores the existence of the false flag operation that the Nigerian government actively took to delegitimize the Igbo people within Biafra. He ignores the killings, the massacres that happened within eastern Nigeria that prompted the heavy uprising of the Igbo people against the central government. We say then that reason as to why the debate becomes heavily principled is that the burden lies in proving why self-determination becomes a prior to any pragmatic impact within this debate. Notice the only reason individuals are willing to constantly go to the streets and fight is for the ideal on self-determination. The only existence and legitimacy of states within themselves is the idea that people are able to self-determine to a certain extent. We think we need to impact this principle and show you why it is heavily important within this debate. Notice the existence of states where things like secessions are likely to accrue are heavily democratic within nature. Principles of democracy within themselves are formed on the fundament of self-determination. That means then to that extent, self-determination as a principle guarantees value to human life, guarantees value to the existence and premise of every other principle that human beings value, things like life. This is why we say on principle, self-determination becomes a prior to any other thing. But I think engagement to OG. OO's biggest problem in the chat within this debate is to say the extent to which you don't have central government approval, you have things like political instability that happen. Notice, in extension of framing, I tell you, the sole, part of the reason as to why secessionist movements exist within themselves is because of systematic oppression by the very same central government. Also, the extent to which violence exists within itself is failure of government to grant these individuals independence. Notice, the burden in the debate shows to benchers to prove why, in the extent that a secession is something you want, why should you seek approval for it, or why should you not seek approval? I don't think the debate heavily burdens us to delegitimize the existence of secessionist movements with themselves. We say in a situation where you actually seek for government approval or central government approval, and you're able to get it, it does not translate to stability. It translates to delegitimization of the secessionist movements within themselves. Lowell tells you you're heavily reliant and dependent on these very same governments because there is now a tie to them, the extent to which they give you permission. That means for Somaliland, even the extent to which you're able to secede from Somalia with Somalia's permission, it doesn't essentially translate to the ideal that you get the ability to trade on that level. They don't mechanize why that is true within its sense. We say that is not true. Again, we say then, from OG, what we are able to prove to you within this particular debate is on the ideal of self-determination and why it's largely important. We say you can't vote for a side that delegitimizes the extent to which individuals have suffered and feel like state is no longer a prior to anything that they need within this particular debate. What we are able to say then is the ideal on constant suffering of individuals cannot be legitimized by government giving you permission to secede or get away from these particular governments. They say then, within the debate, the extent to which you much more likely accrue things like government approval translates to the idea that you now have the capability to trade and the like. We say they actively need to mechanize that because at the end of the day, you don't prove why these states are valid or why that translates into the ideal on legitimacy for these states. For countries like South Sudan that have actively been able to secede, within that particular regard, they are still recognized as legitimate governments. What you do is to oppress the very freedoms and existence of these individuals. CO. Panel, we think from the extension of framing, I show you why the central government within itself is responsible for the secessionist sentiments that these people have. With the process itself, the extent to which you say you need approval from government, that is where the creation of violence against the state within itself begins, and this is why it's bad within itself. Individuals actively say, we think there is need for us to secede. You as government, because you are a benefactor to the oppression that these people experience, you say, hell no, you're not seceding from us. In the case that they're able to say, fine, you can secede, the problem with that is that there is no legitimacy to the idea on self-determination. Notice the extensive characterization from Lowell's speech about how statehood within itself exists. We think this is largely a prior to any pragmatic impact. We think then the pragmatic impacts from upbench largely need to translate into why things like self-determination are not important. We think we are able to impact why that largely translates into individuals' freedoms and why these things are important. We show you why self-determination within its very essence is the premise for every other principle because it attaches value to people's lives. It attaches value to people's choices and the incentives. But also, we show you why secession within itself is not waking up to disgruntlement by government, but there is like a systematic sort of oppression that exists, the extent to which government within itself is a very benefactor to the oppression. We think then there is a heavier burden to show why we as secessionist movements ought to have a certain level of obligation and responsibility to a government that is responsible for your suffering, for the positions that you've been placed in, or why they should limit your ability to self-determine to that extent. Proud OG.
The House thanks the DPM for that great speech. To conclude the case of opening opposition, we invite the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. Yahya.
me set up my timer. Shout out to my partner Smart. Shout out to Nika. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1, go. Cynthia and Lau tell you one important thing. They say, these people are being oppressed by state. So it's counterintuitive for you to say the same state that's oppressing them needs to grant them permission. What they fail to define for you is what oppression looks like generally in society. How do you get to oppress people? For you to oppress an individual, it means you hate that individual. You want to see them suffer. But specifically in government, you want to use them as a means to an end. So if these individuals tell you that, oh, we no longer want to be a part of your society, we say that, number one, if you hate them that much, you don't even want to be associated with them. We don't think they fear that, oh, these states don't grant you succession if you say they hate you. If they hate you, they'll allow you to go to begin with. But number two, we think there's a problem-solution mismatch in their speech because they say, oh, the states will not approve you. That's why we are so against it. Fine, bite them at their best. If the state does not approve you, then that's not the debate. The debate now becomes, this House believes that states should approve succession movements. The debate right now is whether this whole thing is supposed to be validated. Like, is there mechanisms that are needed in place? And we are going to give you such. First extension that we give you. What does this approval look like to begin with? We say that for a new state to be established, what does a new state look like? It means that state is not a state. Number one, it doesn't have a police, it doesn't have an electoral commission, it doesn't have a judicial system. They have no transparency mechanism whatsoever or any assets, intelligence office, etc. So that means in themselves, if you say this is so important because you want to uplift minority groups and people who are being oppressed, that election is so vital. It needs to be very transparent, it needs to be very fair. So that means you need someone with those assets to make sure that that election is particularly fair. And we say the person with those assets is that state. That's why you need their approval, because that approval comes with them insisting that the police is there, and them insisting an electoral commission, because they need to make sure that this transition actually happens. If you claim that is particularly fair, we see that their whole thing does not succeed. But what does SMART then tell you? It says, at your best, you have succession happen. So that means SMART gives you an above the actor analysis. That means in Nigeria in itself, people start succeeding, and this in itself causes regional instability and makes sure that Nigeria is not a safe country and all these other things. But fine, assume you don't buy SMART's analysis. Listen to this. Because these people were born from succession, they will believe that succession is a thing. So within that succeeded state, they would want to succeed themselves, because it's not like minority groups don't exist anymore. So that means that state in itself cannot even sustain. You claim self-determination. There's a minority group in that new state that also want to self-determine, and they believe succession is a thing. So you inherently have a succession counter, and there's no metric or anything to grade systematically that succession is there. We give you the metric. Give government. SMART tells you 4 things on why succession becomes valid. 4 principal layers. No one engages with them. We don't think OG are particularly into the debate. Then, what then becomes our second extension? First thing, we want to argue the idea that, number one, just for clarity, we cannot debate on the case that, oh, this government will not allow you to succeed. Like, there has to be a fiat of feasibility to some degree. Like, the debate has to exist when government can allow you to go. But assuming that they hate you that much and they have no incentive to make you succeed, this is where I will engage it. First thing, we say that there is no regional stability at all. They claim value of life. We're going to show you why life is particularly worse out there. Number one, when you succeed, you become a neighboring country with this oppressing country. So that means there's already a border war because they want more land. They will start attacking you, and especially if it's in Africa, oh, they will bomb you. That in itself, that means you, the new country with no military, with no police, you are the weaker country. So you are most likely going to get defeated. That means quality of life for those new people is particularly bad. We say that number two, oppression is likely to get worse. If you say that they are oppressed right now, it's not like we have to prove that you have to get solvency. Oppression gets worse on your side. So that means our side is marginally better. We think that in itself is something that you ought to value. Second extension, the idea of state sustainability. Assuming you want these states to succeed. So that means they themselves, they need to live, they need to exist. So we say the best way to exist is if you have the blessing from your parent country. We think state sustainability is something that's particularly important. How so? Number one, what does this transition look like? We think transition is not just, oh, your people like Lao chose. No. It involves roads, it involves buildings, it involves hospitals. All those things don't belong to you. They belong to that state. And if that state is going to give it to you, they are going to give you harsh loan repayment terms and all these other things. things. So for you to get better favorable conditions for you to sustain, you need that blessing from that state. That's why you need their approval, because their approval is a sort of blessing. We say if you don't have their approval, even if you do it on your own, they will not give you their hospitals. That means your people don't have access to health, your people don't have access to education, and all these things, or quality of life. You don't have it on your side. The third thing that you get is international recognition. Why is this particularly important? Because Laos says choice is important. People should choose where they live, etc. Notice, no exclusivity at all. Right now, Mace lives in Australia. Right now, Smart lives in Rwanda. People can relocate right now on status quo to go live with people who they are associated with. Lawa, in his examples, tells you that, there are Rwandans in Congo. So, get them to Rwanda. Like, that thing is particularly there. People can claim indigenous roots and get citizenships. We don't think that's something that you can say, people can't move. People can move in status quo. Then, when you create your new state and your parent state doesn't recognize you, same thing happened in like Middle East when people were not recognizing Israel. People in Israel themselves could not have access to passports. Shout out to Ali. This means that you are no longer able to live anymore your country. So that means you don't have the choice to travel. You claim choice. It's not there. You have restricted yourself on all autonomy benefits whatsoever. But number two, Cynthia, because you asked about this most importantly, the ability to trade. No country will trade with you if a parent country says you are not a country. You are just an illegitimate movement. So that means people start putting sanctions over you. So that means if you had access to water before, maybe it was dirty water. Maybe that's why you are complaining, because you had access to dirty water. Now you don't have access to water. Understand, panel, that things could actually be worse in status quo. You cannot just argue that we don't provide sovereignty. No, you make a worse world for them. There's no trade because they block channels. There's no trade because there's no sharing of resources whatsoever, etc. I think that in itself is particularly a good case. But just to engage OG to make sure that they're out completely. What do they give you? The idea of decolonialism. We need to redraw borders and all these other things. Colonialism ended. People met in Berlin. They discussed, what are we going to do about this? They realized that there is no optimal way to redraw borders. That's why they kept the current existing borders. Keeping the current existing borders is a form of decolonialism, because it wasn't a matter of borders being drawn. It was a matter of we didn't consent to these borders being drawn. To the extent that which countries went to Berlin and they said, we are okay with Zimbabwe being Zimbabwe, then they were good. Your argument now is that there are 16 Shona versions of there are 16 Shona versions, so there should be 16 Zimbabwe's. We think that's particularly illogical. We don't think that's something that you get, because there is no metric, you don't draw the limit anymore. Major impact is that you lead to rise of detectors. How so? Because now anyone believes they can start their own state. They just mobilize people and be like, we are a state now. Then they start oppressing them correctly. AU and all these other bodies can no longer hold them accountable. If you meet the metric, these guys can.
The House thanks the DLO for that great speech. This marks the end of the opening half debate. To open the closing half, we'll invite the member of government here. The panel is ready. Member of government, you can start.
Okay, perfect. I think that's it. Right, priority to opening, because I think closing has like 2 speeches to engage with me. So yeah. Okay, starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Chair, I think just generally, if the idea is one, as a state, you should likely never exist if you don't have the resources to form states, then if that's the concession opening opposition make, then African countries should never have gone away from colonialism from that idea. becomes unclear to me why that's so important in this debate for this to happen. But anyway, first of all, why then do we think secessionist movements exist in the first place? We think our opening tried to analyze this. We're going to maybe explain this better. First things first, we think other than the idea of like the failure of the same state they exist in and all these things, we think two, they've been left out of cycles of like policy making and inclusion and all these things. But then three, they already implicitly exist outside of that state anyway, because if you're not being prioritized, if you're not being like just generally being included in what exactly forms that state, then it becomes unclear to me why exactly you already you already implicitly like exist inside that state. It becomes unclear to me why suddenly when you want to move out of that state, now the state is actually concerned about you. But then secondly, who do they represent? We think one, they're just a representation of political failure. But then two, they're a representation of manipulation of a narrative against you. But then three, they're a representation of a negative stereotype against like these people. It becomes unclear to me why suddenly when they want to leave a state, that's when the state is actually concerned about the lives of these people. But then secondly, why then has the state failed you? If the idea is you delegitimize secessionist movements, then what you implicitly do is you perpetuate them through the same levels of systemic oppression that has likely happened within this debate. But then firstly, why then do we think we still prove this on principle? Let's talk to you about like the idea of choice away from what OG do. We think independent of any outcome, we think the chance to vote is the most important thing in this debate. Why then is this true? You likely have never had any choice at all regarding your social standing. The very idea that you've been streamed into a very precise path where your next action is predetermined by the previous one, and remember, at the point where you try to challenge this, you're actively called out, you're actively killed, and all these things. We think even if that's the worst impact in this debate, the very idea that for once in your life you have this choice, we think that's the most valuable thing that should ever come from in this debate. If the idea is you're going to die, then die with having that choice than dying without never having any choice at all with regarding to your social standing. It's unclear to me why that's something you guys win on if the idea is death. But then the second idea is one, you likely want to do this as a method of like reparation towards these guys. You've likely put these people through like the idea of like systemic oppression. But secondly, you've constantly manipulated a narrative against these people. Three, you've painted these people in a negative stereotype for years and years on end. If the idea is like one, now suddenly you want to be concerned about them, then we think principally giving this to them as reparation is something that we likely value. On principle, we think it's principally justified for the state to do that. But anyway, further extensions on the idea of like the state power principle and all these things. Two principal justifications away from opening government. One, the very idea of the egalitarian principle. One, you likely all contribute to the existence and formation of a state. Secondly, the state actively exercises its monopoly of violence even if you actively like contribute to the existence of that state. If that's the idea, then the state needs to actively give something back to equality. We think it's principally justified for the state to be able to do that on egalitarianism. The very idea that one, you probably all contribute to how that state is formed, to how that state even actively kills you. You contributed to the state just generally having those weapons to exercise that violence on you. We think we'll actually prove that better than our opening. But then secondly, the very idea of like lottery of birth. You have no choice at all to where you're likely born. That means you have no choice at all being born in like a system that has constantly been manipulated and constantly oppressed and all these things. If that's the idea, then if you've never had any choice on where you're implicitly born, then the state should actively reparate you on the very idea of you have never had any choice on where you're essentially born. It becomes unclear to me why suddenly that's principally unjustified. But then thirdly, the very idea of altruism. You are the person who should have control over your own future. If that's the idea, then it's principally justified for the state to be able to do this at the point where you've likely never had any choice at all. We think if that's the idea, then this one chance that you never likely have if you continue living under that state is something that we likely care about. We think that's important for the state to be able to do this.
Yes, Randy. So in the event that you now succeed and you're now in your new state and it starts oppressing you, do you succeed again?
Chair, now let's engage on best case scenario way up and why we likely win that clash from closing government. One, why you likely succeed as a state. The very reason that the 5 or like 7 countries that broke away from the Soviet Union likely still are countries to date is the very idea that they are probably not alone within that struggle. Why is that true? There's a growing trend of like liberalization within the world, even way before the 90s, with the idea of like African countries moving away from colonialism. Second idea, that you likely have things like people like the West actively intervening into such situations. If that's the case, then it likely proves to you that the people who value democracy implicitly within the world will likely still actively take a step within that scenario. If the idea is like Western intervention is bad, we think that's a bullet we are more than happy to bite. At the very point where we prove to you, they likely give you something which you will never ever have if you exist within that state. It becomes unclear to me why Western intervention is suddenly a bad thing. It gives you a chance where that state will never give you that chance. But finally, why then do we think this is good for the state itself? The virtue signaling effect that exists within status quo. The very idea that the state is likely doing something about the systemic oppression that they've actively put you through. We think that's also a good message to send for the citizens that even remain within the state at the point where like this state, at the point where you likely have like a secessionist state moving away. We think that's also beneficial for the narrative that the state has actually actively built against you. 2 levels to justify this. 1, they've put you through oppression. We think they're likely reparating that harm through this. But then 2, they grow support even within their own like population that likely supports them. We think that's good for them at the point where their biggest incentive is to maintain power within that existence of the state they remain in.
Thank you, Member of Government, for that great speech. To open the case of closing opposition, Member of the Opposition, when you're ready.
Am I audible? Okay, so I begin my speech now. Panel, our stance in today's debate is that it is principally and practically detrimental for any group to take any action that doesn't achieve the impact they are looking for, and secondly, that aggravates the state of living from bad to worse. Government gives you a principle of free will and choice as the most important thing that matters. The counter principle here is that at the point in time where a justified free will has the potential of harming every single actor within the debate, it is principally bad to allow the harms that you foresee and do not prevent it. If your belief is that these people who secede deserve a better life, you don't achieve it in a world where they are likely to still suffer at the end of the day. But then, our world is not here to talk about if secession is good or bad, but why exactly is the process of approval very important to achieving it, right? Because the motion allows us to assume that it is possible for these people to secede without the approval of the central government. We now then show you why that is very bad. Our burden from CO is to show you the relevance of this approval, and we defend that even if they are denied this approval as is the concern of OG, we still prefer that world simply because the impact, the comparative impact that happens is something that they don't want to even face at the end of the day. So our stance is this: whether the approval happens or not, if you decide to secede without this approval, we think that it is still bad at the end of the day, regardless of what you're facing within that country. Another mistake they make is that they are not nuanced enough. They assume that every single secessionist group have a justified reason for seceding. But the reason why across East and West Africa there are a lot of wars and division is because a lot of people come up with terrorist desire. They are power hungry, not because they deserve that power, but they are just hungry for some sort of power within that circuit. And at the end of the reason why this is bad is because of the people that suffer the most. The people that suffer the most are people that were not even part of the things that they claim they are suffering. And so innocent people die within these countries because of the conflicts that happen at the end of the day. At the point in time where we prioritize the livelihood of every other citizen apart from this secessionist group, we then win today's debate. But also we think, give me a second, sorry. But then we think, right, that when OG tells you about historical stories and all of those kind of things, you think that that cannot fly in today's debate, because at the point in time where these people have lived there for long, demanded for fiscal policies to be changed in their favor, voted and all of these things, it means a certain form of legitimacy has been formed for that state at the end of the day. But we also say that they are better off when they, we also say that they are better off when they stay in case this approval doesn't happen, because we think that it then means that there is a likelihood for every other ethnicity to want to secede, and this harms the political stability which our opening already gives you at the end of the day. So remember what our counter principle is. Even if CG says choice is important, if you know that that choice would affect the most important actor, we do not buy that word at the end of the day. What then is our extension? Firstly, the aftermath that happens to the members of the seceded state. In a world where these people in a world where sorry, give me a second. Okay, this is it. In a world where these people get approval, there is more tendency for safer and fair negotiation. So it means that if the central government approves, they have more obligation to give this secessionist group what they are actually requiring for. At the point in time where the central government does not meet it, it then means that they can then have the legitimacy to ask other actors to back them up in getting what the central government has approved to give to them. But even if you don't buy the case that approval is possible because this central government is unfair to people, we think that this is bad, because when they don't, we think that this is bad, firstly, because when these people then secede without approval, these people largely suffer. This is true because apart from the negotiating power that they lose, the citizens suffer very gross conditions within the place that they secede to. Because these secessionist leaders will persuade members to believe that being an isolationist, I'll take you when I'm ready, we will make members believe that this isolationist agenda is justified and preferred. And so it means that even when things get worse within that secessionist group when they've left, people do not have an opt-out mechanism, because most of these secessionist groups end up being autocratic. Most of them are not democratic. So even when people are suffering gross conditions, they do not have an option to go back to other countries, because they are persuaded to believe that instead of living a life that is bearable there, we prefer to suffer as far as we are detached from the country we've been fighting to be separate from at the end of the day. We think that this is very detrimental. An example is Somaliland. For over 30 years, Somaliland has been separate. But notice how the only achievement they've ever had is that they're able to have strong borders because they are afraid of attacks. But there is a high level of illiteracy. Most people are hungry. Most people are dying. But there is no opt-out mechanism for those people. Because they are power hungry, they're not willing to check for other options by which these people can survive. It means that survival is not something that is then important to them at the end of the day. We think that this is really bad, because when people secede and you tell them, oh, you've won a victory, but their lives are still worse off than even the place where they were living in, we then think that it is principally bad to allow this decision to happen without approval. But imagine a world where there was approval. It then means that Somaliland will have the legitimacy to ask the UN for aid. It then means that countries that have the economic capacity to help them will be able to ally with them. But the mechanism here is this. The reason why they will not get these alliances at the end of the day is because no country wants to associate with a country that has not been recognized as legitimate at the end of the day. But we also think... Give me a second. Please, can you pause my time? So what that means is that the greatest impact that this secessionist group gets is this. The only people that will want to be their friends are other terrorist groups that agree with their ideologies, that like what they do, but these particular countries that are likely to ally with them do not have the economic capacity for them to grow at the end of the day. Tell me why it is justified for the citizens of Somaliland to suffer gross poverty simply because certain leaders were power hungry and seceded from a land that they would have rather stayed in at the end of the day. We think that at the end of the day, when these people cannot ally with certain regional blocs, they lose out economically, they lose out on security at the end of the day. But another extension we give you is the international perception of the host countries. The central government will lose its power. It will become weak. The reason why this is important is because the central government has an obligation to protect the entire nation, not just the needs of these people. The problem is that when you lose international perception because the central government is weak, it then means that other innocent citizens that are still loyal to your country will then lose, because in investors do not want to connect with a country that has a weak central government. Other countries do not want to politically ally with a country that has a central government that is weak. But notice that we are not prioritizing the central government just looking powerful for the sake of perception. But this then has a ripple effect on the livelihood and negotiations that citizens within that country can have with other countries at the end of the day. So when you say you're from Somalia, for instance, the amount of respect that is given to you is different because they believe you're coming from a country that doesn't have enough potential to preserve economic good and political stability at the end of the day. Our extensions are two things. We need to protect the international perceptions of this host country, not just these people. And secondly, we need to ensure that people do not suffer after seceding. In a world where they get approval, they are able to be protected. And even if they don't get approval, they are better off in their country than in a country where they suffer. I am very proud to oppose.
The House thanks the member of opposition for that great speech. To conclude the government bench, government whip, when you're ready.
As I set my timer, going to prioritize opening opposition for the sake of diagonal engagement, but if I don't, member took you, so it's still fine. Please do that in the 5th minute, don't badger, and if I'll take you, I'll just take you. Yeah, just a moment. Okay, so I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. The first engagement with opening opposition is they claim these states that want to secede or these secessionist movements need to have some level of legitimacy. Their own case becomes inconsistent at that point. At the point in time they tell you, in their case, that they can have external backing from countries with probably money and things like that. They tell us for them to have that legitimacy, they need to have the ability to self-sustain, ability to engage in trade, and things like that. That concession on their case directly proves why these areas likely have that capacity, because if they have that kind of backing, as we tell you in terms of Western interventionism, they probably have the capacity to self-sustain, they probably have people who want to trade with them. We think that is inconsequential. The second argument from them is to claim that we have a risk of political instability. The first thing, the very existence of secessionist movements precludes that political instability already exists. Why is this the case? These are people who have been actively oppressed by the systems of governance that looks like they don't have access to their prerequisite choices and things they want in most instances. They're probably revolting against these kinds of government. That means on a more basis level, that likely still happens. But even if that's the pushback from them, we say in principle, it's still justified. Firstly, we tell you why this is important for reclaiming their choice in that instance. Even if instability happens, the people within those areas have suffered constantly and able to exercise their autonomy and able to live good life because the systems around them, geared by this very, very government, have consistently done this harm to them. And the problem here is because these individuals have always also been participating in the continuity of these states. These are people who have paid taxes to these states and the state has still harmed them. We think that's a bad thing on their side of the world. That argumentation cannot likely stand in most instances. The third thing we get from OO is to say that these individuals are being fueled by external actors and that becomes a bad thing. We don't think this necessarily becomes a bad thing because the people who likely fund these individuals don't have bad interest for these kinds of people. That's why the extension from CG on how this Western interventionism looks like becomes important, because what this tells you is the likely people who are going to be supporting these individuals are people who vouch for democracy. The characterization of most of these states are people who want to maintain that perception in the global space. They want these other societies to buy into democracy because most of these states believe that democracy is the epitome of good governance. So it's unlikely true they'll help these people and still harm them. The reason why they'll probably run that argument is they assume the people who support them are probably bad actors who will do bad things. We prove why that's unlikely the case. The third thing we get from them is the idea that they have been given the ability to engage in dialogue and those things have failed. We tell you the reason why those things have failed is because the system that those governments have created against them actively make them fail. That act of giving them that thing is actually like a tokenistic incentive, because they give them a chance to talk about their economic problems, but the policies around them are inherently against these kinds of individuals. The narratives these governments push against these
these individuals are inherently harmful to them. These people don't have political positions in power. That means the bureaucratic red tape affects these people significantly, and that's why we claim probably they don't get that kind of change, even if they're given those spaces in their side of the world. The other thing we get from them is the idea of sustainability and why this is reduced. When minorities come there, they likely want to secede again. This is unlikely true, especially because the people who are likely going to get into governance in these places are people who have actively existed within those areas that have been oppressed. They have seen the implications of oppressing a group of people and why that would lead to them moving actively away from your state. It's unclear why they would want to do this. Firstly, because they're also human beings who have selfish interests probably. They want to maintain that kind of power, and they know the only way they can maintain that kind of power is if they are good to those people, because probably if they are not, democratic states will back those minorities. That's why that unlikely happens. The other thing there is that the quality of life of these individuals becomes bad. At the point in time they concede they likely get support from external actors, this becomes untrue. At best, these people will not start destroying those roads, removing the hospitals. They'll probably give them at loan. Even if that's the case, we posit then they likely get help from these external actors to help them survive in a vast majority of instances. The final thing from OO is the idea of opt-out that likely exists on their side of the world. They say people can get citizenship. For individuals who have been oppressed, the ability to get citizenship in another area is significantly hindered. Why? For you to move out of a country, you need a lot of money. Those people have been suppressed. They did not prove why people get capacity to get passports, to get visas, and all those things. It's unlikely that happens. Moving on to closing opposition within this debate, two things they talk about. At the point in time you know of a principal harm that will happen, it's important not to enact on that choice. I think that's not the thesis of this debate. We tell you, for these individuals, in either world, if that's their claim, they don't have an opt-out. So they have a right to choose which demon they want to go to, which struggle do they want, grant them that right insofar as they've suffered under the lottery of birth. They did not choose to be born within those states, but secondly, the very existence of those state structures have actively harmed them. We don't think that's an argument that can win above us. The other thing they say is the idea that these individuals will unlikely get alliances. This ignores the argument on our side of the world on Western interventionism, considering the intuition pump of the Soviet Union. We think we prove to you why. At the point in time we have a state actively wanting to move from people who are oppressing them, states that want to posit and further the idea of democracy are likely going to stand with you. In most instances, we think we take out that argument and we beat them. So weighing above our opening and why we think we probably beat our opening within this debate, before that I'll take OO.
Yes. So the idea that you're going to get Western intervention is a lie, because the only reason you get it in the Soviet Union is because Russia agreed to separate the Soviet Union. If it was true, then the US would invade Taiwan, invade China.
Understand, Chair. These are states that are actively trying to move out of a state that is actively oppressing them. The states in question are states that want to further the idea of democracy because they believe in the supremacy of democracy. In most instances, we think they likely back you. Way up above our opening and why we think we beat opening government within this debate. Firstly, the idea of scope and magnitude. I think largely from opening government, we get the question on self-determination and why that's important. From closing government, to extend on this, firstly in terms of the idea of choice, but secondly we add 3 additional principles. We explain to you the state power principle and justify the egalitarian principle and why that's important. We also explain to you why the lottery of birth justifies these kinds of things, and thirdly we prove to you altruism. Beyond that, we give you pragmatic consequences and why they are likely going to be good, which is something opening government crucially ignores within this debate. We explain to you firstly why at the point in time these states why they are likely going to be able to succeed at the point in time they take this action, but then secondly we prove to you why even the state internally is going to become crucially better because of the virtue signaling to the members within that state, why the stability inherently becomes better because the virtue signaling to the people of that state is that the state actively cares about you and the state is going to stand with you. I think this improves their participation within their governance system. We prove maximum utility to the people who want to secede and to the state that is left behind at the point of seceding. Proud to win from CG. Vote CG.
The House thanks the Gov Whip for that great speech. To conclude the case of closing up and the debate as a whole, Opposition Whip, when you're ready. Yeah.
Now, so from closing opposition,
We win because we show you that we do not necessarily think that secession is bad in all instances, but we show you that this approval is what is necessary, because if seceding states don't get this approval, they become worse off. What government benches want us to believe is that what government benches want us to believe is that when you secede, like, oh, you're getting choice, you're getting all these things, you're getting liberation and freedom and free will. We think that all those things are good, like independently, right? But at the point where your freedom and your free will is going to lead you into worse instances and much worse consequences, we think that it then becomes legitimate for a state or a mother state, whatever it is, to then protect you from these things, or for you to seek approval from these people so that you can get better benefits at the end of the day. What then does my partner show you? Two exclusive reasons why we are different from our opening. She first tells you about how you're going to get worse outcomes when these people achieve secession through means that are not like constitutional. So the idea here is that if you were to go for secession like Biafra from Nigeria, right, the only way to get it without central government approval is through violent means. So it means conflict. It means you must arm yourselves and fight against the government. Knowing that the government most likely has stronger forces and a monopoly of violence, it then means that you're most likely going to lose. But in instances where you're going to win, we're going to engage that. So then what happens when you lose against the government in this fight for secession? It then means you're most likely not even going to have like enough resources as a group of people to even continuously exist in that state. So already that is a bad thing for you when you do not succeed. But let's assume you succeed, you fight against the government and you break away from that state. What then happens is that a lot of things, right? First of all, you're already low on resources because fighting to break away doesn't exactly come cheap. But then secondly, you've lost a couple of things, lives, properties. You're not able to take a lot of things from that state. And you've, for years, invested in that state. You have businesses, you have properties, you have a whole bunch of things that belong to you and your family members and your friends. You're not able to go away with those things. But then thirdly, a lot of states do not want to interact with you. Why? Because these people are already aligned to these original states. For example, states in ECOWAS would cooperate with each other. They're not going to come and give you aid when you don't have money, when you don't have anything to support yourself. They're not going to trade with you because it feels like they are being they are going against like their principles and all of that because of the states that they are already aligned with. So first of all, we are showing you here that if these people eventually succeed because of the conflict and not through going through like the proper means of getting approval from their central government, they are already going to be worse off in that first instance. The second thing that my partner tells you is on what global perception looks like and the obligation the central government has to the other people that actually exist in that state. This is not a priority, but listen to this argument. The idea here is that the central government doesn't only owe you as a minority group that obligation to allow you to secede. And the problem here is that when you secede, it then means that other people would want to secede. But then not just that, right? Not just other people wanting to secede. It means that if your secession is negative and it negatively affects other people, it then means that the central government has failed in its obligation to those other people to protect them and to keep them like stable and alive. But then the second thing my partner tells you is on how it's going to affect like the international appearance of these states. It then means that the central government is not strong enough to handle these types of conflicts to the point where people die, lives are lost, and like property is lost. It then means that these states, like the seceding states and the mother states, have gone into like serious amount of conflicts. It then means that this state itself is not able to protect itself and protect the people within it. So what does this look like? What's the impact of this? It then means that a lot of things like economic cooperation or like investments are not going to be able to come to this country because it's a whole lot of conflicts, it's a whole lot of issues that are happening within that country. We don't think that that exactly attracts people to invest in these countries. Our principle here is simple. We agree that choice is a good thing, right? It's important for people to have the choice to do what they want. But once that choice is something that's going to lead you into worse outcomes, we think that you cannot now prioritize choice as an argument or as a principle, because at the end of the day, if these people do not go through the means of getting approval from their central government, it means that they are not going to have all the resources they need to even set up a good state so that they can live. So you claim that, oh, they are being oppressed in their current state, they are not allowed to vote or whatever it is that these secessionists do not have in their current state. It gets worse when you allow them to secede, because at the end of the day, these people do not have the resources to cater to their population. And note, a lot of the times, the people who even want to secede are maybe a top number of people. So when those people get into government, the people that are going to suffer the most are the poorest of the poor that didn't necessarily have a vote into whether or not we should secede or not. We think that that's principally bad, because a number of things, right? A lot of the time, when these people secede, they do not go the democratic way. The government that breaks them away and allows them to secede ends up being the ruling party, so it's very much autocratic or a military state. And a lot of the time, these people are then not able to change power, have things like democratic rights. We think that that's very bad for a new state. Opening.
That's a lie. Somaliland is more democratic than Somalia. There's no, that analysis to be true.
Yeah, so that's one example, right? There are a whole ton of other examples of when, these people do not exactly get the rights. And even if they transition later, for the first initial couple of years, and for a long time, these people constantly are under this military government that do not care about them, but just are power-hungry people. Why then do we win over our opening? We show you exactly why it is not just about statehood and the requirements to become a state. Even if these people meet all these obligations, we still think it is bad. When they secede and they succeed, it is bad for them. When they fail, it is still bad. We think then that the best way to go is by getting this government approval, because only then will you now be able to take away all your investment. You negotiate with the government because the government has allowed you leave. So of course there's going to be some form of negotiation with that government into how you can leave that state peacefully, so that all those conflicts, all those backlash doesn't exist for the central government. We now show you exactly why secessions will be more likely to exist. Right, one last thing. The nature of African states is that these people are mostly heterogeneous, right? If this debate was happening in the context of maybe European states where it's a more homogeneous society and these people are one, we wouldn't be having all these conversations. But then what happens when a heterogeneous minority breaks away? You still have a whole lot of other minorities within them. We think that that's necessarily bad, because you've basically shown these people that, oh, you're allowed to secede. That's one minority that has seceded. Other minorities within that minority can still secede. You still leave the other minorities in that state with the ability and the impression that, oh, secession is a good thing. We can all do it. There's a whole lot of consequences that this leads to. We've told you about global perception. We've told you about how you get worse outcomes for these states when they secede, whether they succeed or they don't. We win for closing up.
Thank you, Opwi, for that great speech, and thanks to everyone for a very, very, very good debate. Okay, please step outside. We'll call you shortly. Give us 10 minutes. Oh, internet. Oh, it makes sense. It makes sense. Teams in room 10, come back in, please. Okay, just checking who's missing. How far are they? Okay, so after this, we are going for lunch, straight up. And I hope you guys eat and finish soon. This is supposed to be dinner. Lunch at 3. How far is... Oh. No. Are you recording my OI? No, please, thank you. I have patience to record that. How far is... There's 3 speakers for each. Guys, I've been waiting for you guys and you are struggling. Okay, can you guys hear me clearly? Okay, amazing. So in terms of how we saw the debate, general feedback, and then the decision, and then the reason how or why we came to that conclusion as a panel. And the first part is on engagement. I think teams were not highly engaging. Not necessarily saying you're not responding. I think the responses were done, but I don't think they were quality enough to respond to the ideas. I think like there was like a reduction of the nuance that the other teams were trying to portray. I think teams just like engaged the assertion of the argument, not necessarily all the 5 layers that we get in the argument itself. And then this made it very, very difficult for us to credit like the responses that we receive from other teams. Second thing was the analysis. We thought some teams were very good in terms of analysis. We thought like, yes, we did get some like good analysis, but we thought like some teams were not really clear in terms of like how they achieve whatever they wanted to achieve in that regard. So the analysis might have one thing, but missing the other thing. Third thing was examples. We thought in this debate that teams were wishy-washy when it came to like the kind of example that were being used. We really encourage that you try to have like a widespread and like level of differences when it comes like the example that you use. That way it becomes like meaningful as well when you're engaging, and also like not responding to an example itself, but also responding to like the analysis that the team has given to push for that example. Lastly, we thought a lot of impacts were highly ambiguous. It was very unclear how you achieve that impact or what that impact matters. So it was very, very difficult again for us to like believe some of the ideas or some of the impacts. In that regard, we highly recommend that teams be very clear on their impact. How do you achieve that impact? Why is that impact important? Why should I believe your impact? Not all the 4 teams are very, very good. So it's like when you just like respond and say we have this impact, I'm like, okay, but the other team has an impact as well. Why is your impact more important? Why should I believe that? And why should I value that? And I think most teams lacked on that. We came to a consensus decision, that is, all the judges on the panel agreed to the decision with no split. We thought this was an opening half debate, with first going to opening government, second going to opening opposition, third going to closing up, and fourth going to closing government. We're going to like explain how the decision went that way. So in the opening half, a lot of key issues that happened. So I'm just gonna like identify the clashes and move from OG and down to closing opposition. In the opening half, we thought there were three key important issues that happened. Firstly, the principle, or not this is the right thing to do. Opening government is very clear from the PM speech down even in the DPM about why this is the right thing to do when you look at things like self-determination, and why it's very, very crucial for you to do this. The pushback from opening opposition, and it was on two things on the principle, to say, hey, we don't think it is a right thing to do based on two things. Firstly, to say, in most instances, you exist in a state that probably conduct elections. Even if you're not happy with the government itself, you probably have to stay because of the democratic process that happen. We don't think this was the new one that we get from the PM speech. The PM speech was probably explaining why self-determination is important, especially when it comes historical harms that have harmed. They give an example of the Biafra people in Nigeria and how those harms get accrued over the years and something like that. If it's true, I don't think if it's true that people are actually unhappy in those instances, they can just want to stay in those cases. But even if the mechanism was true, the DPM's response here was critical on why do people want to secede? Because people do not want to secede just because they are not happy with the state. There are other mechanisms, for example, obviously oppression that has been overgoing for years. Not necessarily because they're not happy, just because certain people have been in political powers and something like that. We don't think that response was really we thought that the response was not really targeting the exact analysis that we get from opening government. The second push on the principle that we hear from opening opposition was just to say, look, we think it's a bad thing anyways to just want to have this kind of secession without approval for two reasons. I think the first part was to say you might have external influences that influence the kind of decision that people make, and especially when you don't necessarily have that ability to apply for approval, it becomes very easy for Western countries to want to penetrate into that system. Sure, we thought okay, that's a very good push in terms of the principle. The question then that we asked ourselves why is that a bad thing? So why is it a bad thing that maybe the Igbo people in Nigeria are influenced by the USA to secede from Nigeria if the Nigerian government is highly oppressive to those individuals? We didn't really think there was enough pushback then on that principle. We did celebrate though that I think opening opposition is able to identify other things, to say, you might have things increased proxy wars that probably might be harmful to those individuals. We thought that impact was very clear. But when we were then to say, sure, you might have increased proxy wars, but right now these people are actually at war anyways. So what's the actual difference when it comes the extent of harm? Is it the magnitude of harm that probably happens, or is it the scope of harm? It's really unclear at the end of the first two speeches in the opening half. Second thing then in the opening half was the likelihood to succeed. This is where we thought opening opposition was able to shine over opening government. I think opening opposition does a good job to say, hey, in most instances, sure, the parent state might, you might want to secede, but the parent state might not want you to secede in those instances. This looks like, for example, you wanting to secede and them attacking you. It can be anyway, it can be any form of attack. It can be through violence. From the DLO, we get things they might not even give you the resource that you need, things like infrastructural resources, which probably are extremely harmful and something like that. So at the end of that clash, we're very happy with opening opposition. I think OO is clear that the likelihood for you to succeed meaningfully is unlikely going to happen. The question that we have is, even if you don't succeed the same way in which OO wanted you to do, are you happy right now? Do you have that infrastructure accessible to you in those kind of instances? Do you have, I think because OG is able to prove that when you want to self-determine, it means even if there's an extended harm, because you don't have clear access to certain things like infrastructure, good food, and so something like that. The response that we hear from OO, we did like the response to say, hey, so you might complain about dirty water because obviously it's not that good, but obviously dirty water is better than no water at all. We didn't really think this was usually responding to the claims that opening opposition was saying. I don't think the push from opening opposition was just to say, hey, people don't have access to this kind of minute resources. I think they talk more about the extended harm, to say these people constantly die under the oppressive nature of this state. So if it's true, sure, I think people might die on either side of the house, but I think it's kind of better to say, at least right now we are sacrificing the people that might die in that same process with the long-term benefit that we are able to self-identify. They give an example of South Sudan to say these were able to just secede and being able to do that. I think the harm then that we had with opening opposition was just to say your case became extremely limited to those states that probably would attack you if you succeed. This then leaves the slugs impact of the opening half to say the impact if you succeed and if you fail. I think OO is able to prove that if you fail because the state attacks you, the harm is going to be massive. But what happens then when you succeed meaningfully? I think all the benefits from OG matter. Things you're able to self-determine, you're able to make those policies because the state itself has allowed you to do that in those situations. Let's weigh then on why the panel then valued OG over OO in that regard, even if both teams were quite closely on those impacts. The first thing is we probably didn't believe a lot of mechanisms of why the likelihood of success is unlikely going to happen, because OG has some good mechanisms which are not concluded. For example, things for you to be identified as a statehood, you probably need to have international recognition. I'm sure that is true, but obviously when you succeed successfully, what's the likelihood that you are not going to be identified? South Sudan was not identified as a statehood before their actual secession. So what's the difference in that regard when the Biafra people want to secede, and then when they secede, they're unlikely? Sure, you do give a good example about Somaliland. The reason why Somaliland is not really approved as a state is because they need approval from the parent state. Is it going to be the same when those kind of things? So there's a lot of loophole mechanisms that are missing to say, sure, if this is happening without this parent approval or the application or whatever it is, are we going to apply the same mechanisms of how we identify those kind of processes? Both teams are unclear on that. So we use our own intuition to just believe that probably it's unlikely going to happen the same way because the structure itself is changing. Then the panel was largely convinced by the team in opening government over opening opposition in that regard. Closing government comes into the chart under this then. So it's more of closing government versus opening half, while the panel thought closing government fell short over the opening half. The panel thought the extension from closing government was smart, but not really significant in the round. That's the principle. The principle that we hear from closing was the idea of choice. I think they mechanize this on different levels. The first to say things you want to reclaim the choice, the lottery of birth probably displaces you, while the state is a duty to actively provide that choice, especially because you were born in a state that you didn't want to be born in those kind of that kind of chart. The panel then was okay, if we believe those mechanisms, what's the unique difference from the principle that we get from opening government? Let's break the opening government principle down. Prime Minister runs two things under this on self-determination, to say you need to be able to self-determine and self-identify. And that self-identification is very important for you to accrue. The DPM extends on that principle to say self-determination itself doesn't exist on a vacuum. It means it extends to things like democracy, and then that extends to things like individual freedoms and all those kind of things, social security, the value of life. All those things come from opening government. We hear that. So if you want to run choice is an individual freedom. Why is that unique, and why should we believe all those mechanisms? We do value the idea of the lottery of birth, that you are born in a different state, but we don't think that's significant enough to outrank the principle that is well analyzed from opening government in that regard. Even if we do believe, I think it's the same mechanism to say, hey, these people were born in the states and they've been harmed by the states in the long term. I think opening government does that sufficiently overall. So we don't think a principle superseded the idea that we got from opening government. Same principle then in relation to opening opposition. I think because opening opposition, on the principle, they were very, very close with opening government on their responses. What we expected then was your response was supposed to be at least in terms of value and the scope, was supposed to address the key concerns of opening opposition. I think opening opposition talks about things like increased proxy wars, for example, that probably harm those kind of choices. Your own response was, hey, we don't care if people are going to die. I don't think that's the extent in which opening opposition talks about. Opening opposition doesn't really talk about the people that want to secede themselves, but it's about the individuals that happen. It can be the innocent people from the parent state. These are people that probably are not ready to die for that. So you guys want to die for that, but you're not addressing the concerns of the people that don't want to die. Because during the proxy wars, it's not to say, hey, you want to secede, I'm going to shoot you. It's a war between two states. It's in Biafra government against the Nigerian government itself. So it means they are under the other individuals that are at risk from that happening. So your principle, even though we value that, we don't think to say it's okay for us to trade off the harm was significant. I think OO does a very good job in terms of extending why those harms accrue much like marginally. Second thing then that we get from closing government, I think we have a lot of like good responses. I think you guys try a lot, particularly when it comes like the external actors and why like those external actors are good for like the for like these days. We did believe that sure. I think from that response, it was good that we have like the influence of the external factors. We did credit you guys on this. Why then did we still make you guys like probably lose over the opening half debate, even though we did value like some certain like level of responses? We thought in terms of like marginal contribution to the debate, we didn't really have like massive like new ideas that would contribute. Even like let's look at the responses about like external actors. We thought like already we have like sufficient responses, but that from the opening government in general. But two, when it comes to things like political instability, I think already opening government from the DPM speech, like there's enough analysis of like why political instability is like currently not happening when they explain about like the system that already happened within like those states itself. So we thought then from closing, if you want to run a rebuttal exchange in the same way you guys did, we thought like your responses could have been like marginally better overall than the teams in opening. We did celebrate a lot of things, like when you guys talk about like why the likelihood of succeed is very, very high in those instances and why the parent state is unlikely to attack you. The reason why the panel didn't believe those things is because the panel thought the analysis was not complete. To say, yeah, sure, but your mechanism is like, if Western powers intervene, then the parent state is unlikely going to attack you in those instances. I'm like, okay, why is that true? Why do you believe those mechanisms are true if, like, let's say the US, that is like a body of democracy, intervenes and then you're unlikely to be attacked? There's a POI as well that you hear from like from OO about like Taiwan, China conversation, those kind of things. We didn't really think the response was addressing the key issues that OO raises in that POI. That's the reason why we thought we are falling off in opening, or like over opening half overall. Closing opposition then comes into the chart. Very difficult. So we started closing up versus closing government, while the panel thought closing up was ahead of closing gov. Three things that happened in the closing half debate. Firstly, the principle. I think that was the principle in the closing half was whether or not we should regard like the outcomes, or the outcomes shouldn't matter. Closing gov says outcomes don't matter, we value the principle. Closing up says, hey, look, if your principle hears some outcomes that are harmful, we need to reconsider valuing that principle. We thought closing opposition was able to have like a significant push on why that is something that is accurate. And I think we hear this particularly from the whip speech when they talk about like those external individuals that are innocent. These are people from the parent body itself, and like why they become like victims of
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours.
wear designer. So I am looking for a sister. You're my lover, oh. She got the dollar. She dey wear designer. So give me assurance, yeah. Assurance. I give my baby assurance. I give my baby lifetime insurance, yeah. Assurance, oh no. Assurance. I give my baby assurance. I give my baby life. Heavy, heavy. Bang, bang. Heavy, heavy. Baby, do you want me? Biggie, biggie. Heavy, heavy. Oh. Biggie, biggie. Heavy, heavy. Love is sweet, oh. When money enter, love is sweet. Pepe resto. So brother man go gas deliver. Call Anita, oh. Tell her make she come, they go far away. Far away. Me I know they do again. And I am looking for a sister. You're my lover, oh. She enter Atlantic. She go cause disaster, oh. And I am looking for a sister. You're my lover, oh. She go follow go Atlantic. Then cause disaster, oh. So give me assurance, yeah. Assurance. For the dough, tell her one, make she wine for the dough. Ghana girl say she want marry me yo. I hope so she sabi kuku wache. Hope your love go sweet past the shit up. Baby girl, I say your body na killer oh. Oh, yeah, I need to diet of your body. Oh, yeah, only on your body. That girl for the corner, tell somebody make the call I'm see the wine, I see fire for her body. And if she follow me, go now, enjoyment go kill 'em. Baby girl, you bad, oh. Girl, the way you whine, I demand.
schooling, for example, here in Uganda, we have about 3% of the children who have gone through 7 years not able to actually read a simple text that is at primary 2 level. And so on top of that, what happens now is to actually look at the outcomes of learning as well, because we know the gist of getting an education is for us to learn, acquire knowledge, and then apply that knowledge. And so with the assessments and the results that come from that, we've been able to see that actually even the outcomes of learning also require a lot of work that needs to be done. And that's now where we've focused to actually also assess outcomes of learning through assessments of life skills and values, but then also on the world of living. Do we have the skills that require us to thrive in everyday life, and then also have the numeracy and literacy skills that are required in the workplace? So basically, that is where we draw a lot of our work on.
Right. Wow. Thank you so much for that. Maybe just a quick follow-up. So is Wezo's work necessarily concerned with especially the outcomes of children? Because a lot of the people in this audience are probably wondering how might they be able to participate in some of the activities that you undertake? Is it through advocacy, or how do you think they might be engaged in some of the work that you do?
So the core role that we do is to generate data and evidence, and then use that evidence or the data that we generate to inspire action and practice and policy change towards improving the quality of learning. But then also how we benefit as the audience here, the young people we have here, is that how does the policy work for you to be able to acquire these skills that at the end of the day, when you leave the university and are prepared for the world of work, you actually have the skills, you have the values, you have what it takes to fit within in the employable world. We know there's been changes, a lot of shifts have happened. We've seen curricula now moving towards competences. So does the knowledge we acquire at the university or in secondary school help us to actually use those skills to then work better, to enable us have jobs created by ourselves, to be innovative, to be creative, to persevere in the tough world of work? So basically, where we draw on our work is to actually show that young people actually still have a lot that needs to be done. And we do that by not only using the evidence, but also engaging with the policymakers, like the ministries that actually are in charge of the education that you receive. We engage with them and are able to share and influence them so that they actually put at table policies that matter and will help us improve.
Am I audible? So herein, we are talking about probably the cream of Africa. So the question of whether the children are learning should concern us who have had the privilege of even flying to Uganda or acquiring education or engaging in a discourse. So we are talking about building a movement. So wherever you come from, if you're from Kenya, from Tanzania, from Uganda, from wherever, how can you champion that change that can help, those that are vulnerable, those that don't have the advantage to get the level of education that you have to acquire it? Because the last 4 days and, the final 2-3 days will be about debate. I mean, you being knowledgeable about a lot of issues, and how can this knowledge and excellence make sense to the children of Africa? Because clearly, like Farida says, they are not learning. If a P7 chap anywhere, maybe from Cameroon, from Ghana, from Uganda, cannot read a primary 2 or grade 2 text, then the challenge is not just on Wezo, the challenge is about challenging us as young leaders who have this intellectual capability to take it a notch higher and challenge our government, challenge our policymakers to do better.
And changes coming through. So we take it that Uwezo is really aligned in that, especially in terms of the work you do. So we just wanted to have an understanding. What have you seen? What has the impact of the work of Uwezo been like so far in Uganda? What are you seeing on ground from the data that you're collecting from your various activities? How is it looking like in Uganda and throughout the African continents that you operate from, given a lot of these people are coming from the various countries and they will be able to take back that message to where they will be going back to?
I will speak to that from two angles. Number one, from the work that I have shared about, especially the assessment of foundational literacy and numeracy, through a bigger network that we have and call the PAL network, which is a south-to-south network of over 15 organizations, some from the countries where we are from. There's Nigeria, others are in Asia, but then Cameroon we attempted as well. And so with that, we have a network that is influencing at the global level, especially to see that the sustainable development goals actually speak to the work that we do, to see that we push for the agenda of foundational learning to be prioritized, and to see that even when the commitments, the global commitments are almost coming to an end in 2030, we are actually still speaking the same voice and ensuring that children on the African continent are actually gaining from an education that will actually help us as Africans to shift, to make global changes and transformations. Secondly, from the work that we do under the assessment or action for life skills and values, and using the evidence that we have generated, I can share something, for example, here. One of the skills we assess, which is very, very crucial, and also the fact that our governments actually tilting to see that we are not only acquiring knowledge, but gaining competences, problem solving, which is extremely crucial in the region. We found out that only 5% of the children in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, and Zanzibar, as part of course, Tanzania, only 5% demonstrated. And these are children who are your siblings, and some of them are even your age mates. Between the age of 13 to 17, could only 5% demonstrated problem-solving abilities, whereby they could be able to recognize the existence of a problem, look at it from different angles and find solutions to it from multiple perspectives, and then also know that out of those solutions, varied solutions, I would really need to analyze and sieve out and know that actually this is the best. Only 5% of that. So we've continued to push the agenda. We've shared with ministries. At the East Africa level, we've had an East African community conference on issues around education, where we've interfaced and talked to government ministries from the region. And top of the agenda is the issue of trying to improve the competencies that young people have. Another critical skill that we looked at was the skill of self-awareness. I listened in to many of you debating. You really have the confidence. You really know your facts, what it takes to speak to an audience. You have public speaking skills. But self-awareness actually has roots in whatever we have seen here. I know that I can talk like this. I know I am confident here. Maybe actually all of the young people we had in the region demonstrated good and to perceive knowledge of how others might perceive and react to situations. Of course, we have the winning and losing team, but how do we react? That is a very critical self-awareness skill. So we have tried as much as we can to actually also open source our data, and for those who are interested in research, we have an open source platform where you can use our data to actually advance, to write articles, to publish them, to write blogs, to even do your own research papers, both from the side of the learning assessments, but also from the work under the action for life skills and values. And so policy has actually engaged a lot with that in that angle. There's a book actually we've also written about that. And if you will look at this, scan the QR codes, you'll be able to actually get a lot of the information that we have worked on.
All right, thank you so much. Because for us, one of the key things we want to do is move debating away from simply discussing matters in various rooms and really see how do we actually make policies and how do we bring change to communities out of the various engagements we have. Because seated in front of you are some of the most brilliant minds on the African continent, especially in terms of debating and in terms of intellectual capacity. So I think it will really be important so that we hear from them. Maybe we can have a question or two so that they tell us maybe a couple of questions that they may have for you to maybe to share. I'll let maybe one or two panelists, rather one or two people to ask a question so that we can see how we can move on. In case you have one, just kindly put up your hand and we see from there. Yeah, we have some 2 hands down here. One of the toughest things about speaking to debaters is they're some of the most highly educated people there is. So usually when you talk to them, they are really aware of many of these issues. But we have some 2 questions here. I think maybe you can, since we don't have another microphone, you could maybe just kindly come, ask your questions, just make it very brief, and we have one of the panelists give an answer to that.
Okay, check with you what your finding is in terms of what the cause of low literacy and
so much for that question. I don't know who wants to take it on. Emmanuel, Farida, we can kindly chip in at will.
I'll start with Jonathan, especially where our money comes from. Definitely we fundraise, just like any NGO, we do fundraise. Most of the money that comes from philanthropic organizations. And quite often we, in the past, were getting from multilateral bodies as well, like the FCDO, which is the, it initially was DFID, the Department for International Development in UK, then it rebranded to FCDO. And mostly that was because we were working with them on projects that hold government accountable to deliver better quality education. And most of that was in light of mitigating, based on the data we provided, mitigating situations in areas that were most affected by COVID, but also that had low learning outcomes. So those multilateral sort of organizations come in, especially when we're doing joint programs to improve the learning. But a lot of the work that funds the research comes from philanthropic organizations like Echidna Giving, like Wellsprings Foundation, and Lego Foundation, because most of them work towards improving education. Then the question that was raised on how successful we have been in informing policy is especially with the program that I could share here in Uganda, that is called the Strengthening Education Systems for Improved Learning, that we did together with FCDO. Given the low learning outcomes, FCDO, using our data together with the Ministry of Education, earmarked regions that were least performing. And in that, there was what we call the community-led learning approach that was designed to ensure that communities identify teachers that can be able to sort of support continuous learning. So that is one area. Then another was informing the USAID government program that was focused on early grade reading assessment, and also looking at the project that was aimed at improving literacy. So shifts were seen in approaches to teaching, especially language, where based on the data we produced, programs came about, and then government had shifts in seeing that actually there is tailor-made development of literacy skills using different approaches. The findings on the last one, was it? I will, and then Emma will come on that. Definitely, I want to agree with you that yes, in the region we still suffer from low levels of literacy and numeracy, and which also spills again into the life skills and values. Based on number one, the resourcing that our schools, and I agree with where you say the funding, the resourcing in our schools is quite pretty low. For example, in Uganda, a child throughout the year is paid for, I think about less than that, $4 an entire year for the support that government gives a child who attends a public school. So with those resources, you wouldn't expect a teacher to be well remunerated. You wouldn't expect the school to be well facilitated with teaching and instructional materials. But then also on top of that, there's the issue that many of the children do not acquire preschool education. So they just go into school starting from a clean slate when they are 6 years old, and yet they have not gotten even the bare minimum of what will help them acquire the foundational literacy and numeracy skills. Then there's also the issue of school feeding. The policy here is that the parent is supposed to feed the child at school, and when the children reach the school, they are also told, no, go back, your parent will feed you. But no child can learn on an empty stomach. I saw us going for lunch. At least we took a break. But imagine from morning until 5 p.m., a child goes on an empty stomach, will have one meal a day. So school feeding is also one of those aspects that contribute to low learning levels. And maybe Emmanuel can come in.
Yeah, well put, Farida. I think the challenge to us as the team of is to challenge governments to live up to their commitments. So imagine spending $4 on a child for a whole year. This is happening in Uganda. It might be the same in some other countries. And for us who are privileged enough to speak, who have the debating skills, who can articulate policy, we've got to just challenge them. I think they have already signed up to a commitment that the minimum level of investment in education should be about 15%. But you'll find out that in most of the African countries, that's not the case. So the challenge is back to us. After this, rise up, talk to them.
All right. Thank you so much, Emmanuel and Farida. And as the debaters in this room prepare to go for their next round, what are those parting shots you want to leave them with? What is that last key message that you want to give them as they prepare to go for their various debates?
Am I audible? Yeah, the aspect of how we should look at the journey we have taken. Look and reflect on your education journey and see what is it that actually has helped you stand out, has helped you have, that status where you're not compared to other colleagues. And I'm sure you have so many of them in the countries who have not had the privilege to actually reach the point you are at. So reflect on that, and within your means as young people, we know now the voices of the young people matter a lot. Use your voice to ensure that actually you do right, you do speak out for the cause of seeing that when actually you access an education, it should be a quality education that privies everyone to an equitable situation where we are all at a point where we can demonstrate vividly what you guys have been able to demonstrate. We encourage you to use a lot of research because, of course, you will not make a case even in debates if you do not have data. Encourage you to use research, seek information that it will help you influence more because your voice matters. And when you look at our pull-up banner, we have quite a number of issues that you can speak to and use your voice to amplify. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Farida. Mr. Emmanuel, just in 1 minute, what are your parting shots for this?
Actually, in 30 seconds, just hold your duty bearers accountable. Like Farida mentioned, you're the best in the continent, and you can't just be the best alone. Otherwise, you will struggle. So you need to pull up all the other children out there that cannot access a quality education. Hold your governments accountable. Speak and speak and speak.
All right. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Thank you so much, Farida from Wezo. This has been such a wonderful discussion, and I'm sure the and we really don't take this for granted. Rounds.
example, the university, most of the Pan-African universities issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here, and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all the way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with a trophy.
Won't see this judge or this team if you fill out the form. I don't think it's going to happen when you fill out the feedback form on the judge. It'll only happen if you have a real complaint going through equity, because equity will whether or not this is approved, and then we'll take the clashes or the conflicts and will escalate it on part of CAP. But it needs to go through equity. Right now, complaint have been registered because people have not been filling out the form, and we want to take this as seriously as possible. It needs to be a process that needs to go through. Okay, thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Please, equity complaints going to CAP is not really useful. You don't get any solution there. If you don't fill the complaint form, you can meet us. Had some people meeting us. So if you feel if equity complain in your feedback form, that is just it. But if you come to equity, it will be properly addressed. So you will not feel a feedback saying, this an equity violation, this, that. Like, you need to reach out to us, because not everything that amounts to an equity violation. So guys, please, like, don't bother CAP a lot about equity issues. Just reach out to us so you get proper solutions. And right now I'm going to be sending, Pressure is going to be sending the clash and the complaints form. So you don't clash somebody by telling CAP, oh, we don't want this person. You will not have that work. The way you fill out a clash, either you reach equity or you fill the forms for you to, like, really be addressed. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, so we are releasing the motion shortly. But before that, just a reminder for feedback. I know obviously there was an issue with private URLs, and we had put that you can submit the feedback using the public form. We have also put back on the URLs as well. So if you are missing feedback, please do submit the feedback as soon as possible. Again, please don't just put a number and say 10 and just leave it blank. Give us reasons why the judge is a 10. If it's a 2, also give us reasons why the judge is a 2. The draw is public. Judge's draw is not final. Judge's draw is not final. As for the teams, the draw is final. The motion is coming in 1 minute. So yeah, just be ready.
Am I audible? Okay, so the motion song for this round is Dangerously in Love by Destiny Child.
Baby, I love you. You are my life.
I'd just like to emphasize kindly for us to help you. Mention the exact person by name, round, room number, and what is the complaint. You can't tell me, I would like not to be adjudicated by this judge. I cannot think out of my head and know who that was. Please be clear in who you're filing the clash against. If you don't know the name, kindly check on the draw or ask what their name is. Or give us the room number, we will investigate.
Still on the same chat, before we release the motion, again, on judges' clashes, I know sometimes you just want to clash judges, but we don't allow you to clash a judge just because they gave you a fourth. If you are not comfortable and because they gave you a fourth, you can sit out of the round. As long as it's not an equity violation, we won't approve the clash. So if you think they'll give you a fourth again, it's fine, just sit out.
Okay, the motion for round 5. Okay, the theme for this motion, this round rather, is relationship. The info slide. Ethan is deeply in love with Mia, and their connection feels genuine and profound. They have shared countless moments, dreams, and experiences together, building a relationship based on trust and affection. However, Ethan's world is shaken when he discovers that Mia is not a naturally born person, but a genetically engineered clone. Despite Mia's assurances that her love for him is real and she has developed her own identity, Ethan must grapple with whether the bond they have formed is strong enough to overcome the fact that she was created, not born, and whether it changes the authenticity of their love. Motion. Yeah, it's good with it. Motion for round 5. This house, as Ethan, would continue the romantic relationship with Mia. Good luck. The time currently is 6 minutes past the hour. The round will start at exactly 11 minutes past 21 past the hour. Forgive my math. Good luck, guys.
Excuse me, debaters. A moment. This is majorly for those that need to exchange their money. You come and register with me, and you'll be registering the amount of money because they are bringing a Forex Bureau person. They need to bring in that. Thank you.
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University, host the Pan-African University Debate Issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here, and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with the trophy.
this as challenges to you. As you debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principle level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principle level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As you debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principle level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principle level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that The less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principle level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principle level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principle level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principle level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create firstly a functional model that is left out by our opening, and secondly we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principal level this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life, but on a principal level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create firstly a functional model that is left out by our opening, and secondly we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principal level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principal level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of two things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use, and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. Two responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport.
Hi, pronounce he, him.
Thank you very much, everyone. The motion that we're going to be debating today is this house, as Ethan would continue the romantic relationship with Mia. Can I put this off? Why? Pardon? Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks. I'd like to welcome the opening government. Here.
I'll prioritize the extension from closing opposition, if you'd let me. I'll start on my next word. Chair, in status quo, many individuals are giving up on love and are giving up on the pursuit of love for a couple of reasons. Maybe because it's hard to find and it requires some level of investing of your time, your resources and energy, or people are just too busy because of capitalism. They have to make money because for most instances, your value is highly attached to how much money you eventually end up having, or that people are fake, or the prevalence of social media narratives that seek to demonize relationships and to incentivize individuals to not go into relationships because there's a risk that they could eventually get hurt. And that's the setup we want to give from Prime Minister. The second part is that relationships are investments in time, effort and vulnerability, which we think is going to form a crucial part of this debate. We say in this instance, all three things and probably many more are required to form strong bonds. For Ethan to declare himself that he's deeply in love with Mia, this means that it's taken a considerable amount of time, a considerable amount of energy in sharing and being vulnerable with her so that they can get to that point. Sure, this debate has a number of things under it. The first question to probably ask ourselves is, did Mia lie to him by withholding said information of, say, of her origin? We say that in this instance they can get over this as seen as a test of genuineness. Adika will weigh up to you why in many instances the test that individuals go through in their relationships seek to either strengthen the bonds that they essentially share, or that it actually means it adds to the genuineness that we have as individuals. The first other thing that you need to note before we go into argumentation is Mia being genetically engineered in a lab was against her consent. Chair, Mia is no different from us human beings who are created without our consent anyway, so it's unclear why the genesis of her being is something that has to fall into a large question, because if it's consent of existence, she didn't give any at all. We say in this instance, like many humans, she did not. If she knew that she is genetically modified or just a clone at that point in time, she probably felt too ashamed to admit it because it's hard to be different. But in this instance, the only person who accepted her, who loved her, who gave her time and validation is Ethan. And we think in this instance, Ethan has to consider the amount of energy, love and affection he's poured into her to just decide to capitulate this relationship and not consider. What are the interests of Ethan? Probably a grocery list of things. 4 things here. 1, to be loved by the person he loves, which happens in this motion. Mia also loves him and they have a very deep connection. The second thing is to protect the person he loves, because love is an action and he will consistently try to protect her. Thirdly, to have stability in his life and to have a level of certainty with regards to what happens or what doesn't. But most importantly, to be valued and to be chosen, which is being sufficiently done by Mia in this debate. We say connections are forged best in hardships, and this could be the very test that actually strengthens the relationship between them. Go.
How do you feel about young men falling in love with AI chatbots to the point that they kill themselves when they find out that these chatbots are not real?
Okay, if you're going to run the fact that the teenager killed himself because he didn't know that the AI chatbot was real, 1, there is no certainty that if he hadn't used the AI, he would have found love anyway. He would have probably equally been miserable. But 2, that connection, however short-lived it was, he found happiness. And we think happiness is something that's very important in this debate, because human beings at all time, everything you do, from your academics to debating to the relationship that you choose to have, are all for purposes of happiness. So we're willing to bite that bullet if it means that there is a level of happiness that he's had, and that this level of happiness is something that he could continue to extrapolate into his life. First argument then, we think moving past this together strengthens the connections that they have. We think Ethan has an incentive to maintain the relationship he has, because that relationship has given him happiness. It's given him certainty of someone wanting him and actually wanting to be with him. We think at that point that that's something worth considering. 3 things under this. First is the idea of vulnerability. Vulnerability, when met with contempt and disregard, creates more pain. Mia chose to love him. It's not as if genetically opposition can fiat in this debate that he was created to actually love him. In this instance, we say Ethan leaving will hurt Mia significantly more, which violate the very interest of the actor, which is protecting the very person that you actually love. We think the disregard or choosing to leave her at this particular point when her most vulnerable secret has been made public out there would hurt her significantly more. And we think in the long run, Ethan is also going to be hurt. It's someone he has a connection with. He won't see her smile or laugh or just be normal. This means that he's going to hurt her and in turn hurt himself, and we think the interest is just not to hurt himself. B, they can learn how to work on this using established connection. Leaving without trying is probably going to lead to a grocery list of regrets. He'll probably be asking himself things like, what if I had tried? What if I'd given her one more chance? What if we had actually thought of it as she's someone that's normal? Because human beings are only as real as they make you feel or as real as you actually love them. And we think that that has to be the metric within which this debate is judged. The realness of human beings cannot be, were you in a petri dish or a womb? Because genuinely we think that that's discriminative from opening government. C, the clone nature can be likened to existential secrets that we find out in, quote, normal relationships, as opposition is going to argue in this debate. Things such as life-changing traumas that you learn happened to your partner, finding out that they were probably assaulted, or finding out that they're in a family of cartels and whatnot. In this instance, human beings consistently interact with such traumatic revelations about their partners. We think to that extent then, this makes this revelation not all that unique, because the implications of her choosing to be in his life have been largely positive to this point in time. I think the larger conversation has to be, can he cope with this, and what becomes the relationship between them afterwards. That's the second idea. Authenticity is a choice. Three things under this. We think Mia chose to love you, and you chose to love her, knowing fully well that there is a risk you're taking. Human relationships are also within that spectrum. Me making friends with someone like Kiragu, I probably don't think that they're a burglar or a criminal in that instance. This means then, whenever you choose to make connections, that there's a considerable risk you've essentially taken. They need to prove why individuals at that point in time shouldn't be taking decisions that are that risky. We think in this instance, the risk that he took has paid off because he's deeply in love with someone who loves him, something that is rare. Opposition might want to show how there's a certainty he gets love on their side. B, the choice made should consider the happiness shared over the time that they've been together. But C, love evolves with time. The honeymoon phase love that you have is not going to be the same as 10, 15 years down the line. This means the evolution of love takes into consideration such paramount changes. From opening government, we think Ethan should maintain this relationship. It guarantees happiness, stability, and security, and love evolves. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Prime Minister. I'd like to welcome the next speaker, Leader of Opposition. Here.
Could I? Alright, give me just a second and I'll be beginning. I just need to set my timer and then we are good to go. All right, I'm beginning then in 3, 2, 1. Let's deconstruct and reconstruct, at least for the framing for this debate to make any sense. The first context you get from the Prime Minister tries to paint a picture where love is uniquely expensive and most people are giving up on love, and so it only makes sense that he stays there and probably makes it better. Why can this have no bearing in this debate and affect your rankings? 3 things. 1, because the conversation about people giving up on love is a conversation about human beings in specific relationships. That's a conversation about a human being and a clone. That's a totally different conversation. 2, the idea that people are giving up on love, to be fair, in societies, is a general propaganda perpetuated by people who are unlucky at love. It cannot be a reflection of the romantic nature of human societies. That's not true. But 3, even if people are, we agree that when you fall out of love, in fact, there's pain, you bounce back. This does not prove on any way that people do not return back to love, and so it's doomsday and they have to stay there and try to make it work. We don't think that context is good. But the second frame they also give, which sets every single impact they give, and if I'm able to deconstruct that, then we win over them on any day, regardless of the way up that the DPM does, is this, that Mia is not different from us. Here's the understanding, that Mia and then the guy, Ethan, are literally people we should see within the same moral and ethical framework. We don't think that is true. Mia is uniquely different from us as human beings. Let me give you why that is true. 1, Mia lacks a natural origin of autonomy, because you understand that human beings arise from natural reproduction, where there are no direct intervention that determines our genetic makeup. Mia, who is a clone, on the other hand, is a result of a deliberate human intervention and is created with a specific purpose in mind. This is true because you literally see how these people who create clones have a specific idea and have reasons for doing this. But the second reason why it's not true is because humans generally have a unique identity, but that's different, and there's a challenge with that of Mia. Here's why that is true. Because humans are biologically and experientially unique. Clones, on the other hand, what they do, because they are clones, they share a genetic code with the people they are built off of. What that means is that we create an overlap in identity and we disrupt the concept of her being seen as a single individual. We don't think we can take that as a debate that we should run in today's debate. But more importantly, clones and humans are within different ethical frameworks. I don't think Closing would attempt the venue of going to say they are the same, and so let's run this debate. That's a different frame. They cannot argue any other impacts in this debate. Now let's go to what this debate really is about. We say simply that from our side, there's a conversation about the authenticity and how Ethan begins to perceive Mia. And so the debate is about 2 things. 1, we say that Ethan cannot reconcile his love for Mia with knowledge now of her origins. But 2, we also say that the emotional bond that he initially had is diminished to the extent that we don't think we can have a foundation for their connection for it to be able to endure in any way. These guys say, well, it can be a genuine issue of trust, and so it's a test of trust. We say that authenticity and trust in a relationship are deeply tied to identity, and Mia's origins now create a barrier that cannot be broken. We'll show you why that is true. Let's argue the issues that we see in this debate are argumentation from opening opposition. The first is that authenticity in love requires transparency and mutual understanding. Why is this true? Because you need to understand that romantic love, not agape love, not the kind of love you see with your friends, is built on trust and the perception of shared vulnerability. That argumentation comes from them. We flipped it on our side. We say Mia's existence as a clone now introduces that significant imbalance, because while Ethan has been living a very natural unfolding life, it's not the same for her. For her, it was pre-designed. Her identity too was not fully disclosed until later into the relationship. It creates a huge barrier of trust. But secondly, what it also means on that same narrative is that all of Mia's actions in relation to her origin and all of this, her personality, her emotions, could have been influenced by her creator's intention. Ethan can no longer be certain of her love, whether it's purely organic or it is programmed or manipulated. The reason why this argument is very, very necessary is because 1, trust is non-negotiable part of relationships. When he continues, here's the risk. He would compromise the integrity of that trust and his ability to view Mia as an equal partner in the relationship. So even though it's an actor debate, we extend it to say Mia would equally suffer because the conversation about being an equal partner within that relationship is also compromised. Shoot.
Where do his emotions suddenly go when he finds out she's a clone? After breakup, people take years to actually stop loving their partners. The emotions remain. What does he do with them in the meantime?
I think that situation now, I broke up and I was okay after a day. I broke up, I was okay after 2 days. I think the point of the matter is, if people feel the reason for breakup is insurmountable enough to the extent that it's reasonable to go away, then it makes sense. That's what we are proving. As to whether it will take him 2 years, 10 years, we say it's that insurmountable that it's no longer practically reasonable for him to do so. Now, the second argumentation from our side is the psychological toll of beginning to rewrite the perceptions of Mia. And here's where it makes sense. Because you need to understand that every single memory, every single love that was built, as OG claims, was in fact built on the assumption that she was naturally born. And that means that he assumed that she was living a life of his own. The difference here is that in the very moment where he learns he's a clone, Ethan definitely releases every moment of their relationship, and he begins to reassess the value of that relationship. What that does simply is to erode the genuine connection that he felt. So just to add up to that POI, it's simple. Even if the value or that particular emotion is still there, we say it diminishes because there's now a complete reassessment of where that value and love comes from. It means that it becomes something that's very important to analyze in this debate. Here is the impact of this argumentation, because you need to understand practically that Ethan would begin to struggle with guilt, doubt, if he suppresses his true feelings about Mia's origins. But secondly, the relationship risks becoming toxic. We don't think that helps him. And the reason is that Ethan has an unresolved feeling about Mia's identity, which in fact could begin to express itself in very destructive ways. We don't think that helps Ethan, who is the actor, and even the other stakeholders within this conversation. But three, it also means that Ethan as a person could begin to lose faith in his own capacity to love freely and authentically, because their relationship now would demand constant mental compromise. Now, here's the third thing you need to understand, and we think probably it might come from closing, and so we need to also argue those frames within this conversation. It's very simple. This debate around romantic relationships is pretty practical, and so it means that it really has societal implications. And the societal implications of this simply mean that we are beginning to normalize relationships with clones. But you need to also understand that Ethan obviously lives within a particular perspective where he relates with the general society around him. What that happens is that there begins to be ethical questions around the commodification of love and whether or not human emotions can coexist with engineered beings who lack true autonomy. The reason why this is very necessary is because his decision impacts the general society's validation around these things. We say, Ethan, it's time to go. Let's go and move on. Proudly, what are we? Opposition.
Okay. Just raise your hand if you have any POIs. Yeah. I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. I think the info slide is clear that the discussion we are having here is about the authenticity of love. And Becky is very clear in her speech. Love is making difficult decisions. Love is self-sacrifice. Love is doing things at the moment where things are probably difficult to do. You won't always be giving 50-50. There's instances where you'll have to sacrifice more than your partner. And this is an example of an instance where Ethan needs to do that for Mia because of the connection that they have. How they recover from this situation will be a direct test of the authenticity of that love.
Ethan is in love. I don't think opening opposition understands the gravity of that. You've given up a part of yourself. You've created an identity with someone, built a future. This person had the capacity to feel these things. So we can't be questioning whether the feelings are fake or whatnot. They had the capacity to develop a genuine connection despite like the genesis of this individual. So it means that this is something you have invested a lot of time into, a lot of emotion into, and it's something that very deeply defines who you are as a person. They say that the fact that society is falling out of love shouldn't be considered an important conversation in this debate. But it is. The fact that Ethan is willing to be in love with someone, willing to develop such a deep like connection as we can see in the info slide, is evidence that this person cares about love. They care about developing connections with people. So if we're able to prove that this is something that will be difficult outside of what exists with Mia, then this becomes important. And they concede that people are heartbroken and people probably don't care about love. We think there's things like hookup culture. We think there's like a focus on social media of moving away from very deep connections because you can be opportunistic with people and get like benefits from those sorts of relationships. So the deep connection that Ethan wants to have is not guaranteed outside of his interactions with Mia. So if this is the only guarantee he has, we say he should go for it. The second thing is that Mia has been specifically created, so this should be a conversation about whether we should be having relationships with something that has been created as such. I don't think it affects the genuine nature of love. So you need to prove how it affects things like want, things like happiness, things like building connections, things like sharing dreams, building a future and an identity together. These are things that are evident in the info slide, and it's evident that Mia has the capacity like any other human being to do these things. But secondly, no human being is real. You are your parents and what your parents make you become. You are the schools you're taken to. You are the things you consume on social media. You are also programmed by society. So it's not true that anyone is real within society. So this probably doesn't affect Mia at the end of the day. Why we think this is something that's going to like affect love and like stuff like that, and how they say this is going to affect the love that Ethan is going to have for Mia. I think human beings fuck up all the time. And this is because you're people coming from different backgrounds, interacting for the first time. You have different wants and stuff like that. So the fact that trust has been broken here doesn't mean that trust will not be broken in other human interactions. The fact that it's been broken even means that this is something very good to move past, because it means you can now have conversations around like vulnerability. You can have conversations around the lines you need to draw within a relationship, which are important because conflict is unavoidable. Breaking of trust is unavoidable because people mess up all the time. So the fact that you're able to build a very strong foundation from moving on from this is something that I think is significant, especially considering this is unavoidable in any interaction Ethan has with someone else. The idea that like she's going to get hurt because her value is now going to diminish within this relationship. Note, we assume things about people all the time. The longer you exist in a relationship, the more sense of safety you feel, the more you start to progressively express yourself to an individual. This is something very key to Mia. It's her identity, it's who she is, it's her genesis, something she's grappled with for years. So it's probably something she took time to express. I don't think punishing her for taking time to express this is necessarily as bad as they make it seem. But now she has shared a part of herself. You know her dream, like you can understand who she is, to better understand her dreams, better understand the decisions she makes, why she wants things the way she wants. So you're better able to have interactions with this individual, and we think this is something that's valuable at the end of the day. Closing. I think it depends on what that specific thing is. Insofar as we're able to prove that this pain is avoidable, that this is something you can recover from and use to build an even stronger connection, we don't think you just leave because things are difficult. I think love is love during the toughest times. First thing extension you get from like the ideas you get from Becky. I think the fact that she has been created doesn't necessarily have any impact on the authenticity of her love. Love is giving up a part of yourself. Love is feeling wanted and seen very deeply that Ethan cares about because he was willing to take this risk with an individual. Love is weakness, which is evident from what Mia is going through right now. She was so weak and so clouded by insecurity and fear. It's how you allow her to move through this fear, make her feel loved, chosen and wanted. That is what will prove the authenticity of the connection that they have. How they move from this is evidence of the love that they have. Love is not the butterfly feelings and like things going like rosy all the time. Love is how you move from the toughest times, and that is what will prove the authenticity of the connection they want, which the info slide pushes us to do at the end of this day. Why we think the bond they are going to build is something that's going to be stronger. They can have discussions on things like vulnerability. He now has the ability to learn even deeper parts of Mia. He learns how to handle relationship problems, things like weakness weaknesses? When trust is broken, how do we move from such things? I'm sure Ethan has probably made mistakes in the relationship as well, and it's how they moved from that defined them as a partnership. I think that's something that's valuable. But I also said earlier that like everyone is fake. The prevalence of information online on what real love looks like means people just copy what they see online. I probably recycle pickup lines anyway. Your identity is not your own. It's formed by society, family, religion, heavy consumption of what you see every day. People are opportunistic, so they just care about how quickly they can get to connect with you and stuff like that. Them knowing what you want and pretending to be that person for a given period of time. People are fake all the time. The only thing that's guaranteed is you've gotten to find out a very key part of Mia's identity. You'll never be guaranteed that you'll know when other people are being fake with you. So the fact that you've been able to discover this with Mia is significant. We think that's something that's important. Ethan has also given up a part of himself. We need to recognize how violent heartbreak is. You've developed an identity and connection with an individual, something that's irreversible. They know parts of you that other people probably don't. Moving from this is likely something that's painful. And insofar as human beings we want to move away from pain, then if this is something that's avoidable, then don't do it. If this is something that can allow you to build the relationship and make it stronger, do that. Ethan wants answers. He wants solace. The only person that can give him those answers and solace that opening opposition talks about is Mia. She's the only one who knows why she kept this. She's the only one who knows what her identity means. He can only get these answers from her. So even the comfort they are saying he requires, he can only get from Mia himself. They are the only ones that can comfort each other. He can move her through the fact that she's grappling with this identity crisis, and she can heal him from the fact that trust was broken. They need to find comfort in each other. That's the true test of authentic love.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. I'd like to welcome the next speaker, Deputy Leader of Opposition. Here.
Hi. Am I audible enough? Or should I tone this up a little bit? You can hear me, right? Yeah. Great. Okay. I'm going to start soon. Okay. Starting on my next word. It's okay to forgive a lot of things in a relationship, but one thing that oftentimes make people leave a relationship and not forgive their partner is when the cost of forgiving that partner is too high, i.e. you're going to lose yourself if you forgive that partner. Here is why we think from opening opposition that the decision to forgive Mia for this and continue the relationship is going to make Ethan lose himself. As such, this is different from any other scenario that DAF teams can think of and say, oh, what if you cheated? What if ABCD? Forgive the person. We think this is uniquely different. Here is why. This is going to be explained with one extension. I think that looking carefully at the info slide, Ethan is likely to be a conservative actor. And here's why this is true. If Ethan was somebody that already had relationships with sex toys, maybe went to a lot of orgies, maybe had a very expanded sexual life, maybe messed around with one or two trans people, for example, this revelation of knowing that my girlfriend for so long is a clone would not shake him out of his senses to the point that he's going to have an existential crisis. He'd probably be surprised and be like, oh, okay, this is something new. Girl, you are my new freak. I could roll with you. He would just take a week and get back to the relationship. But the fact that InfoSlide tells you the guy is breaking down and thinking about his whole life, whether it's been a lie or not, means he's probably used to things like, I'm always faithful, single partner every single time. Probably hasn't had an orgy before. His sexual life is so grounded to what he's been oriented to believe in, i.e. man, woman, natural man, that kind of thing, that you can make that level of inference. What this then means then is that two things. One, the fact that he's caring about Mia's origin to that level that it affects him means that it's simply contrasting with what his whole identity has been all his life. I'll take you later. But second thing then is that he's likely also going to be surrounded with a conservative social circle. For example, his immediate family or his friends. What this then means then is that it would get to a point where the friends and the family would have to know about this. It's either he tells them or he lies to them about this, and this would mean then that the Mia's initial lie would have caused Ethan to also continue to lie to his immediate friends and his immediate family. This is a gradual process of me making out how Ethan is going to gradually be losing himself if he decides to forgive Mia for this particular thing. What this then means then is that if OG was asking a question, why not forgive? Because actual human beings also fuck up and you forgive them. The idea is if an actual human being also lied about something as fundamental and the actor can simply not forgive because he would lose himself, then that actor is justified to break up that particular relationship. OG is losing. What is my several integrated responses to OG? The first thing that they give you are metrics of what true happiness means. And I'm going to flip this to show you why we beat them. OG tells you that happiness oftentimes make a lot of sense when you are with someone that you relate with so much, you've shared a lot of your times with. What this then means then is that in a world where love is scarce, right, you need to cherish all the love that people can give you. And that's when I asked the POI about what should happiness really be? Should it be something that can last for you, or something that you can deceive yourself into thinking that you can cherish because you only got a little bit of it at one particular point in time? We think the happiness on OG's side, at the very best, is a very short-termistic happiness. That happiness is literally in its ending stages. The fact that Ethan is now having an existential crisis means he's not coming back out of this revelation the same man. If he decides to stay with Mia, every single morning he wakes up, looks into the mirror or rolls over, and it's just gonna pang into his mind like, how did I end up here, bro? I'm just making more sacrifices just to keep this relationship going because of sunk costs. This then means that happiness he would be getting would be as a result of him consequently overlooking, and we don't think that is genuine happiness where you have to lie to yourself to think that I'm actually happy because I'm in a relationship because Prime Minister said love is scarce. That is artificial happiness. We do not want that. Closing. Yeah, when you come, you can prove what a conservative person can choose to be okay with or not. What I'm saying is, to the very point that this situation rocks him to his very core, means it's not something he can forgive. And I maxed out how he's going to lose himself and lose his immediate family and his immediate social circle if this is a lie that he ropes himself into. You have a whole job to do. The other thing that OG then told you about how they can make this situation better for Ethan is the fact that well, actual human beings are also programmed into giving you reactions and building a relationship with you. So Mia being a clone and being programmed is nothing different, right? Two responses. The first is that the social programming that human beings go through is uniquely necessary to complement another human being. So for example, when you go through puberty and you have friends that are rowdy, you're likely to end up being an extroverted person. If you have parents that are a lot of times absent and you're always in your room, you're likely going to be an introverted person. And this identity that you would create as a normal human being would then influence how you relate with your sexual partner at a later point in your life. Why this is crucial then is that when your partner knows where to take you out to date, for example, what to get you on Vows Day, for example, he thinks about all of these kind of things like, are you an extrovert, are you an introvert? These actively informs your partner's choices. Your partner actively becomes aware of who he is with because his attitude also changes. This is not the same with Mia. Mia might be an extrovert, but this is not because she went through any puberty, life-changing circumstances that made her that way. That shit was probably hard-coded on a hard drive in a 30-minute software update, and she is who she is, and is forcing Ethan to change his very perspectives of who he is to treat Mia. That programming is not the same. It's legitimate. Shoot.
Mia also undergoes social programming. It's not like she was created in a lab and stayed in a lab and up to the point of falling in love. Stop lying to the house.
You weren't listening to Jonathan's speech. That's sorry for you. Jonathan told you how clones are built of something. Like, search up what a clone means. You'll be fine. Why do we win again from opening the position then? We say that if happiness is what like the entire government pushes by creating a frame of scarcity of love and then saying then choose artificial love that would make you happy, we say that the decision to stay would make him more and more miserable. That then means the counterfactual is slightly even marginally better. So let's talk about the counterfactual. It's two things. Number one, he breaks up with Mia, right? And then he probably goes into a spiral of like begrudging himself over his sunk cost. I invested so much time and attention into her. What have I done? What have I become, right? He's going to be fine. He has friends, he has family, they're going to talk about these kind of things, and they are going to reinforce him. He's going to meet other new people. Love doesn't end because you lost your first love. Like, if what OG says is true, that everybody would have ended up marrying their first love anyways. People break up. You will be shaken for like a month or like, worst, a year. You'll still meet somebody new, somebody better. But the second thing is, the fact that he saves himself from an existential crisis means he will recover and you'll find somebody else. We vote for not continuing. Here.
Thank you very much, Deputy Leader of Opposition. That ends the opening half of the debate. I'd like to welcome the first speaker from the closing half, the Member of Government. Here.
I hope you can hear me properly. 3, 2, 1. I think that society has positions love in such a way that it's almost the guarantor of success. There's this whole belief within society that for someone to find love is to find happiness, and because of that, people are continuously pursuing it. Much more likely, even in the midst of things like capitalism and all sorts of things, even when we have heartbreaks, people are constantly putting their hearts in circulation in the love market. But secondly, we think that for this debate, the actor, Ethan himself, I think he really wants to be in love, and that's why he is and is like constantly weighing his choices. I think the other thing to talk about is that it's important to understand the nature of like an everyday guy, right? It could be essentially true that most of us are not organically made, or like our birth is a lottery and all those sorts of things. The problem is that that's not what Ethan thinks. Ethan has existed in a society which tells him that to be born by a woman or through like a vagina is what makes you a human being, and he's constantly facing this kind of conundrum because he's looking at this lady as one who is not human. It's independent of what the truth of biology is, it's about what he is facing. And so there are two things that are happening. Like, Ethan really wants love, he wants to be in love, but he has a problem, and that's why he has a chat in his mind. I think the problems are two. The first problem is society has told him that it's bad to be with someone who is not organically made or like through like normal human process. And so he has that problem. I think the second thing is the nature of consent that has been built up between these two individuals. Are these feelings genuine? When she said she loved me, is it indeed true, or is it just a plastic individual who is guided by something external, and I can't I'm not unclear to me if these indeed are organic feelings, because the society has told me that they're only organic to the extent that the source of those feelings also ought to be like organically produced, etc. And I think it's important for us to be able to solve the challenges and the conundrum that Ethan is facing because he wants to be in love. We are going to say two things. The first one, I think that opening opposition is very uncharitable when they say that this character is extremely conservative. These are two reasons why that is not essentially true. If you're conservative, much more likely you don't want to constantly engage. You have a male friend and you're homophobic, constantly you cut that relationship. You don't want to even discuss with him whether you should keep being bros or not. A thing with this debate much more likely happens within a moderate individual who is willing to have a chat within his mind on whether he should continue with this thing or not. But secondly, we think this debate envisions a world where there's some sort of technological growth and some sort of a civilized nation where cloning is a possibility. Maybe intuition pump, where things like surrogacy are much more likely happening. It means there's a constant chat within that kind of world on whether these things can be accepted by these individuals or not. What that essentially means is that you exist within a world where individuals have had some level of engagement with the idea of artificiality. That means essentially that tech and cloning are things approximate to the things they interact with. It could be true that they have not like bought into these things, and there's need to have a chat on whether individuals that are not organic should be dated or not. We said two things. On the idea of identity, the wrong thing from opening opposition is assume that like identity is just a creation of sperms and product and like vagina like being produced. I don't think that's essentially the truth. We think identity is much more likely about who you become. It means your values, it means your socialization, it means your beliefs, the extent to which like your behavior is approximate to the society in which you live in. Much more likely, we have societies that have adopted individuals from different countries and different tribes. These are individuals that like ab initio do not want to integrate with, but because they have been able to take on their identity and values, etc., they are much more likely accepting to them. One, these individuals don't like guys who are not genetically born, but because Mia has existed within that society, there's always a debate within this individual on whether she belongs to us or not. We think on a probability of things, it gets the extent to which Ethan looks at this lady as a stranger who he cannot have any sort of things. We say because Mia also exists within that society, there exists some sort of like a societal support to this chick because he has had friends, like it's most probably knows like Ethan's friends or family, all these sorts of things. There's a chat that can exist. It's not clear that the backlash is going to be automatic from family and society. We think because she shares their values, they're much more likely understanding of her and want to deal with her. Because there's some sort of buying into like a thought of why we should buy into her. It means that it reduces the quagmire in which he has to value the love or like to value the love or not. But the second thing is on the idea of conscience. This is a chick that is fully like functioning. She has her own agency. She can think on herself. It means that the idea of distrust on why this is a breaking point does not exist, because at least because she has all these things that are important and enough for her to have her own conscience and agency, you're much more likely to understand that she believes in these things, that she indeed loves you. It's not a chat GPT thing. It's not an AI thing that is externally controlled by algorithm and these systems. It's grown. You're made. Like you exist on your own. Much more likely, you're much more likely to like to engage your cognitive dissonance as an individual who has not dated an individual like this before. But because you understand that this individual has a conscience, has an agency of her own, she can explain those things, you're much more likely to buy into her because her feelings are organic. We think those things are much more important and they should be engaged. But also, like, let's talk about the argument on OO. We think that the argument from OO is largely uncharitable, because the only way you can buy her, you can buy their discussion is whether you believe this guy is extremely conservative. Where they gave you two reasons why this guy is not extremely conservative, because he's willing to have this chat within his mind and be able to decide. But secondly, the debate envisions that there's a possibility that things like cloning exist, means you have a lot of chat on these things that are happening. Again, closing cannot just argue that there are reasons why people should break up. We say the reasons why people should break up are things that are quintessential and ingredients of a relationship itself. Things like sexual chemistry and those sorts of things, things like love, things like trust and those sorts of things. We say there are constantly arbitrary and external factors which affect relationships, but they're not the most important. Like where you are born, like who gave birth to you. These things indeed matter in a relationship, but they're much more likely to be the reason why you break up. They're much less likely to be the breaking point, because they're not like real ingredients that affect the connection. We think those are things that matter most. But because this chick has a conscience, has feelings, we say those things still exist. And on a probability of things, we say because the love itself is intact and these individuals are genuinely in love with you, they love and care about you, we say much more likely those should be the things that you care about, because this has to be a debate on like what should matter more for you to be able to stay in this relationship. Like why should you buy out? Like why should this be the breaking point? We said to the extent that the things that define a relationship that exist within that kind of relationship still exist. If you're able to make a trade-off, we say you should be like much more likely to forgo external things such as those. And again, we are not like going to be uncharitable to suppose that these individuals are not sort of don't know that love exists. We think Ethan knows that love exists. He appreciates it. He wants to be in it. He wants to be in like the heartbreaks market and the cycle, etc. But the idea is that because the problem he has is like the cognitive dissonance of how society perhaps tells him to do and how to behave. We say the nature of Mia is not like irreconcilable. We think he should pursue his love. He should set a precedent that love always wins, and that sometimes we are crazy and stupid, but love should be the best thing we should pursue. It's the hardest source of happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member of Government. I'd like to welcome the next speaker, Member of Opposition. You're here.
All right, I hope I am audible. Yeah, I shall engage opening, but you can just raise your hand. Yeah, and I shall take you. If I don't, my partner shall. So panel, the very ridiculous frame which OG has is the idea that, since, this clone doesn't consent just like you, then you are two individuals who don't consent, and so that's great. We think this is particularly different, especially because this is a scientific experiment, computed and programmed to have certain outcomes. We think these are two different individuals. There is nothing similar about these things we are talking about. But secondly, we think the incentives that this actor would have in this instance would be to seek a genuine connection. If we're able to prove to you on our side that we're able to get a genuine connection in this instance, we think the pursuit of that genuine connection, regardless of whether you get it as opening government say, is something which is justified on our end. It doesn't just mean that, just simply because you think you cannot be able to find something which you cherish, that you shouldn't be able to pursue that. We think that's particularly bad coming from opening government. But two things then we are going to extend on. Firstly, on the level of utility in terms of the happiness you get on our side. But secondly, on what really does society say about this. But I'm going to start with utility in that regard. So OG's case is hinged on the idea that, well, you're happy because of love. We say from closing that small things change your perception of what you want as an individual. For example, to the extent where you're in a relationship with someone, you love them, but you get to realize that this individual is necessarily a robber. We think it necessarily changes how you perceive this person, and it's okay for you to opt out of a relationship simply because of that small instance which necessarily exists. The info slide says that there's a conflict in this instance. It doesn't just say that you love this person absolute. It must prove to you that this is something which necessarily, just tilted the scale in this instance. You consented based on the idea that there was some information which was present to you to the extent where you got into this relationship, and we think that in and of itself is fundamentally illegitimate to the extent where this is something which is different, and they claim to be different from who you thought they were initially. Why won't Ethan be happy in this instance? 4 reasons. Firstly, we say he's likely to feel inadequate about himself. Why is this true? We think society has normalized the idea of human-to-human relationships being normal and that sort of thing. They've been able to demonize other forms of relationships. So, for example, Kiragu can't just wake up and, have sex with a dog, have sex with a robot and that sort of thing. You begin to feel like you're someone who's weird within the society, and you cannot be able to pull normal human beings in and of themselves. We think Ethan is likely to feel very, very inferior about himself. But secondly, we say that he's likely to keep questioning whether she has her own autonomy or can be controlled in this instance. Why do we say this to be true? Independent of whether she does have her own autonomy, just the fact that she's a creature of science means that there's going to be so much doubt as to how Ethan is likely to perceive her in this instance. The intuition pump I'm going to drop here is like Elon Musk's, Neuralink. Just the fact that he says that he cannot be able to control you just by, putting Neuralink in your brain doesn't necessarily change the fact that we as individuals have a scientific bias that necessarily think that this is something which can be used as a tool of brainwashing and manipulation. The perception in itself is what is particularly bad in this instance. What it then means is that you're always going to be restricted about having things which are intimate with this individual, sharing things which you find to be particularly intimate, even things like sex in the very instance, because you don't know whether there is a camera inside her which is looking at you and that sort of thing. Just the perception is bad. The third thing we say is that it's more likely that it's going to be difficult to understand yourselves within the relationship, especially in instances where you guys are at conflict with yourselves, because the idea here is you begin to question whether she as an individual necessarily feels as much pain as you do, to the extent where you have all these arguments. You begin to question whether all those moments of happiness you've had as an individual together with her are things which are probably manufactured, or they are things which genuinely occurred within the realm of the relationship. What it then means is that you're likely to find it much more difficult to perceive that she understands you as an individual in this instance. What this then does is that she's likely to hold back into bad things. So, for example, if you get into a scenario where you guys argue and that sort of thing, she's likely to bring back majority of these things because she doesn't feel like you value okay, you don't feel like she values your emotions, and she acted just because she could be able to act the same way and that sort of thing. You're likely to hold back on things, and you don't know if she's able to understand you. But also you're likely to question whether she can be able to forgive you. Like in the very vast majority of instances, you just don't find people who forgive you, robots that forgive you and that sort of thing. But the fourth thing we say is that you're unlikely to share good moments that you value, which are very, very close to you. Things like religion, things like what you believe about afterlife, think about things about death and yoga and all those different different things, especially because she doesn't have a freaking soul. What this then means is that she doesn't ascribe similar value to the things you necessarily value within your life, things like religion and that sort of thing. We think she's likely to question all the love she has for majority of these things, and we think that that's actively worse. But the next thing we say from closing opposition is, what does society say about this? And I think this was very, very interesting for our opening to try and, just preempt, but there's a different mechanism here. So we say that there's a bias on science and AI in general for two reasons. Firstly, we say that people fear what science can do, i.e. just the fact that it could be dangerous, and just a question of whether the creators have perverse incentives and what are they really trying to figure out as a result of the same thing. But secondly, people question the ability of incomplete projects to be able to just revolutionize humanity and that sort of thing. For example, no one has ever seen a complete project within humanity. People are afraid of how majority of these things necessarily just affect your brain, affect your perception, affect your identity, and majority of these things. Like, this is very, very crucial, because how OO gets to their impact with regards to this, they say that society might be conservative in that instance, which means that you're going to get much more backlash. We say that regardless of whether society is conservative or not, we say that there is a scientific bias which exists within society as with regards to things which are created and which come as a result of science in that regard. So we think that people are likely to be skeptical of this clone in and of itself, a different mechanism from what opening proved, regardless of whether it's conservative. Shoot. Okay, so it might be true that she didn't have any suspicion, but we clearly know that this guy does not know all these things I'm telling you about, whether she's autonomous, all these different things, just the perception. Like Elon Musk freaking tells us that he can't be able to control us, but just the perception in and of itself is what drives the action from Ethan in this instance. What's the impact if society necessarily deems you as a bad person? We think that there's going to be so much pressure and isolation from your family and friends. People are likely to either see you as a witch or as a weirdo in the vast majority of instances. Why do we say this to be true? Firstly, we say regardless of whether the society is liberal, as CG would want to say, or not, people demonize relationships with, just superficial beings. Like, why would you have sex with an animal? Why would you have sex with a robot and that sort of thing? But secondly, especially because it's soulless and it could be manipulatable and controllable in the vast majority of instances. What you then find is that CG's case is going to be isolated, especially because the backlash which you're likely to get from the majority of the societies is going to be much, much difficult. Regardless of whether the society is so liberal as CG would want to claim, majority of the societies still do not accept for you to just have these relationships with an animal and that sort of thing. We think you're likely to have so much backlash as Ethan, you'd better go with a human relationship. Here.
Panel, I think there is need for us to have a little bit of clarity, and this is where OG's speech becomes fundamentally important compared to what benchers tell you within this debate. Becky's speech says, notice the only difference between this genetically modified clone and a human being is the fact that you are made in a lab. Everything else is the same. You can't say a genetically modified clone equates to AI. You're not programmed. You're not a freaking robot. You are genetically cloned from humans. The difference is that you're made in a lab. We think with that establishment, the chart can't then be from CO that individuals are constantly afraid of what AI can do. They are afraid of the reverence of what technology in and out of itself is. Notice, without that premise of argumentation, CO has no case within this debate. Let's get to what our extension is. I think the bulk of the chart in terms of impacts from OG is to say, 1, the ideal on stability, 2, the ideal on happiness, 3, the ideal on certainty, but also proving authenticity in terms of trust. We think then the extent to which OG explains these things does not show why individuals attach value to these particular things within relationships. But we think also Michelle tries to flag the idea on how society impedes on individuals. There is no mechanization to show why these things occur or why they are fundamentally important. Extension. We would tell you from CG, it is very important to understand that society through things like indoctrination impedes on individuals' judgments, and how they relate with society in the vast majority of instances. I think this is the bulk of Lowell's chart in terms of identity. But we think then, intuitively, this actively means that in a society like Uganda, where things like LGBTQ relationships are heavily banned or are heavily considered something bad, regardless of how moderate or liberal you are as a Ugandan, you're constantly actively scared to make the choice, regardless how much value and happiness your lesbian relationship gives you. You're skeptical, and this is the situation we are debating within this particular motion. Why is this largely important? Why is this true? We say this is true because individuals actively crave for things like societal acceptance that ties to their identity. Why is this bad within essence? We say then you condition individuals to ignore what is important to them, what benefits and gives them happiness and value, and you push them to constantly value what society considers important. We don't think then societal construct should be a prior to what individuals value or what they feel gives them joy and happiness. Notice the premise of argumentation from CO is to show you why this individual needs things like utility. We don't think there can be existence of utility, the extent to which you constantly succumb to what societal pressure is, to what society wants within that regard. Why is this still bad? We tell you then, within itself, you devalue the principle of preservation of human life that prioritizes value through things like utility and happiness. Why? You're constantly ceding your joy, you're constantly ceding your happiness to circumvent to what society considers right, to what society wants. We say this is bad within itself. We say then, love within that particular regard cannot exist the extent to which there is no value attached to life, there is no value attached to joy, there is no value attached to happiness. But then, on extension, we want to show you what the components of love are and why this is important. We think this chart largely exists within OG, but there is no mechanization on why this is largely important and why this ought to sort of to say impede on the decision that Ethan ought to make within that regard. We would tell you again from closing government, like OG says, love in itself is sacrifice, it's compromise. This is why Supanana may probably be extremely excited within his long distance debationship to come for pans, because he's most likely going to see his partner. We say individuals attach value to that. Notice, premise of argumentation from OG engages the idea that individuals are actively buying out of love and they now need a reason to self-sustain. Extension needs to engage the idea that individuals attach value to love, but what should the definition on your choice of who to love be? What should your definition on how you actively engage within relationships be? We think that is a prior to the chart on people buying out of love. There needs to be value to people who are actively believing in love. We say then, within that particular regard, why is this analysis important within this debate? This actively shows you why individuals attach value to genuine connections and why that within itself shows why Ethan as an individual is experiencing an existential crisis to determine the decision on whether to stick with Mia or not. We say then he attaches value to these particular components because of the utility and happiness he gets out of them. Notice, the most important thing to Ethan as an actor is the active utility out of relationships. That looks like joy, that looks like happiness. We say that is important within itself. The extent to which benchers want to argue why societal construct is important, we say then, notice and engage a fact and a premise that there is constant evolvement within society to attach and accrue values to what individuals determine as important. Notice the evolvement of society in and out of itself has created value to individuals setting their own moral compass within relationships. That is why there's a normal conversation within itself about gay marriages. There's a normal conversation about transgender relationships. We say then the frame of this debate from Lowell largely becomes important. Lowell tells you you need to take a wild dive in a world that constantly values things like evolvement of AI, the evolvement of things like surrogacy and why they are important. For you to buy the premise of argumentation from benchers, you actively need to assume like a surrogate is bad within their sense. We say that is wrong within this debate. We think then what becomes much more important from benchers is, from Gov bench, especially CG, is to tell you why
taking a leap of faith is actively important. Notice, this individual has formed a relationship genuine enough to share experiences, to share dreams. You've been able to relate with this individual up until the point that you discovered that they are genetically modified. It doesn't assume that this individual knew that is who they are. That means then you need to evaluate what the level of trust being violated within that regard is. In relationships, why individuals actively value trust and what a violation of trust on a big magnitude to draw the line is knowing something, knowing it is bad, and actively not having that conversation with someone. We don't think there's an existence of that. We don't think in any way there is sort of, to say, engagement on why the inventor or the creator suddenly sort of, to say, messes with this relationship. We think from OO, the biggest chart that they tell you within the debate is the idea that AI exists, this individual is conservative. We are able to show you why that debate can't exist, why it can't fly. We weigh up against OG because we show you and we engage a world where love is actively valued and why that becomes important to Ethan as an individual. Proud CG. Here.
Thank you very much. From the government whip, I'd like to welcome the last speaker, the opposition whip. Here.
Yeah. Okay, hopefully I'll take a POI for engagement. Okay. All right, starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panel, unlike CG, our extension is very clear, and it begins with the active utility that this individual can get and why there is something that is actively going to trade off if this happens. We say that it is okay to pursue genuine connection, but once again, we think you're not pursuing genuine connection with an individual. The intuition pump here is, if you are constantly having a chat with a chatbot online, just because you fall in love with it, doesn't mean you've made a genuine connection. Your emotions have been manipulated because it is possible for you to measure up what does an individual love. What kind of things, if you tell this person after a long day, are more likely to make them feel happy and more excited. And that is why, even if you are, despite CG's responses, what we say is still true. She's just an individual who is capable of mimicking human emotion, because you actually clone an individual by coming up with genetic code. You literally weigh up how much genetic code leads to this person being constantly irritable, what causes a person to be happier than other individuals. You literally change their physical makeup. It is a trial and error process before you arrive at what is the average way of trying to code a human being, because you are literally going for their DNA, which is literally what controls their behavior. Already in status quo, it has been possible to clone animals, but this only comes from literally targeting their genetic code and literally going after their DNA. That is why you are not engaging with a human being, you are engaging with a computer. And even further, our response also tells you that it is based on your perception of that individual being a computer. Anyway, second thing, so you're not actually having a genuine connection. You've literally just bought into an advertisement that was really good. Second, we think, if anything, for you to engage on a perfect relationship, at least you needed that information in the first place. You did not consent to have a relationship with someone who is not a human being. This was information that was actively denied to you. For you to pour your soul into something that you do not consider human is something that still makes you feel really bad, which means you are necessarily you lose utility on our side. The thing is, The second thing we then tell you is based on societal perception and how it makes you feel about yourself. Like, you are unlikely to be the one who champions the change about having sex with random animals or machines or genetic code. It is unnecessary and you feel betrayed, and we give mechanization for this. But the thing is, this societal narrative actively makes you feel inferior because it is based on society's perception of what it means to be in a relationship. There is a fundamental burden within humans to be like, who are you talking to? Are you talking to a person, or you successfully chatted up a robot and now the robot loves you, or you love the robot? You have not been able to achieve a genuine connection. You are literally just prey to a system of codes and directives and some level of programming that ends up with this particular person. We literally value trying to bring people home. Your parent will ask you, have you found a girlfriend? Not, are you busy having sex with, like that sex doll called Amanda. Just because now it has blood and because it has been able to be programmed to act and talk does not mean you have a woman with you. We still value your capacity to generate actual consent with this individual. We impact you societal exclusion, and your reply is, change these narratives. Even if you're right, you're going to be dissatisfied and punished first because of your choices, and that is really not necessary. Anyway, second thing, we talked to you about your capacity to question your existence and the fact that you interact with, please don't PY, your capacity to interact with this individual on a longer term basis. What happens whenever we get into conflict with this person? I am unclear about her capacity to weigh up emotional responses and my capacity for emotion and appreciate myself as a human being. To the extent I am constantly questioning this, I am unlikely to be happy within this relationship. I cannot tell whether she's faking forgiving me or actually forgiving me. To the time where you are angry, are you sure she's angry because of that, or it's because of the kind of the genetic coding you kind of have? We tell you about the fear of science, which is different from conservatism. Like, even in our worst case scenario, like even today, even after having cloning for several decades, we still think that machines are soulless and lifeless things that individuals should not actively prioritize. It's okay to have a sex toy, but it is better to have a wife. That is why there are levels to this thing. Like, you will still think of the creator. You will fear failure. Like, the question is she malfunctioning as a robot, or is this an actual thing that is being told to me as a person? I'll take opening.
Dehumanization of biological beings is the reason why Mia probably didn't say. But you've been in a relationship with her. She has the capacity to feel and weigh up emotions. The fact that you're deeply in love with her refutes most of what closing opposition tells you with regards to lack of capacity for emotions.
Panel, it is possible to mimic human behavior. A chatbot is actively making you comfortable about how you feel. This does not mean you are actually talking to a human being. You are talking to lines of code. It is not valuable that that connection was experienced because it is meant to manipulate your own human understanding of what happiness feels like. It is like having access to someone's dopamine levels. Just because you can click on it and make somebody happy does not mean that person is accessing genuine happiness that we then think is valuable. Anyway, panel, like, you literally, your first beginning of the relationship was a lie. We don't think this individual actively bought in a valuable manner. We tell you it is important for you to share. Important and long-term things, such as the question of love, such as the question of death, the question of whether you have a soul. Investing in religion, these are things that are actively important to somebody who is not just looking to date, but set up a long-term family with somebody. And to the extent that these are questions that I can no longer answer because my perception is that you are less human than you are literally human because you appear to be, not you are human because you are. Individuals constantly have an internal nagging feeling about what it means for other individuals to also be the same. We think that you are unlikely to answer these existential questions which fundamentally ruins these relationships. We think even if you regret it, like, it doesn't mean that you should have gone through with it. Like, a lot of times you go back to your ex after you broke up. This does not mean it was a good decision. Why was our analysis on people fearing science important? Because it literally pushes this individual. Like, even if you want to rebel against society, you still need their approval. You interact with this individual, you need validation. It is unclear to me why you simply like over tilt that and say you just simply don't care what other individuals feel. They are still heavily contributing to your own version of self-worth, which we think is important for you to be able to feel that what you are doing is actually great. You still need this approval, and we think it is still likely to exist. You still need this approval, and it's still likely to exist. Panel, on a long-term level of weighing, like OO analyze to you like what kind of conflict you have, but we tell you why the relationship is still likely to break down if you stay. Like nothing on their side proves that you have been able to overcome this. Adika tells you that you need to go above this, you need to form like some sort of, like you get to a position where you have survived great things. But for you to do this, actually explain to me why I give up on the fact that I don't think you are human.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much for that wonderful debate. This is an open round, so that means that we're going to take about 15 minutes to deliberate and come back and give the OA. Thank you. I hope not. I guess it doesn't really matter. I ask all teams to please exit the room as soon as possible. Teams, please exit.
ever rode west of the Arizona border, you can turn the other way, boy, but you never get far. You'll be living a lie. If you want to see the wonders of the age, you must follow the evening star. Evening star, shine a little heaven on a stranger with no dream where you are. You can see the loneliness I mean, and if I gotta fight, I can never play somebody else's game. I can follow the evening star. You never need somebody else's name if you follow the evening star. Have you ever known a sunset when the sky's on fire?
On trains, and you're homeless, and your mom's kicked you out and all them thing there. People would have loved to show them. So now that you're doing your thing and you're going in, stay.
Done a graveyard shift last night, woke up today and got straight back to it. Done a graveyard shift last night, woke up today and got straight back to it. So took me an L, no problem, I got on my grind, got straight back to it. Had to handle a coup in the middle of G and I put down my phone, got straight back to it. They free my bro, got straight back. Got shift last night, woke up today and got straight back.
of this actor to make this particular decision. Okay, I think this generally was something good overall, but I think you still need to. There's sometimes when people slip into going back into the value of something and not linking that to the actor. Okay, onto the rankings. There was a unanimous decision with closing opposition in first, opening opposition in second, opening government in third, and closing government in fourth. Here is the justification. What does opening government bring into this debate? They talk about the authenticity within a relationship and how love and some kind of vulnerability happens in progression to a relationship. They say why Ethan should necessarily move on and particularly choose happiness and stability within this relationship. They talk about the incentive of this act and why they're most likely to choose this. Here, when we bring in OO talks about the cost for failure of trust, or rather what happens when there's a breakdown of trust when Maya brings out something that Ethan is shocked about. Because in the info slide, they talk about how his world is shaken. They talk about the authenticity that they feel or he feels of this particular love. So why do we think OO ranks above OG? The questions that they tell us that Ethan questions the authenticity of love. They tell us like how this questions what Ethan values in the relationship and whether or not what Maya is saying is something true and valuable. I think here when they talk about the capacity they're willing to have in the relationship, they talk about the short-term impact of them just getting over the relationship, because the long-term impact of this is that they're going to constantly go back to, or they're constantly going to question the relationship. They talk about how the short-term happiness is not necessarily going to outweigh the long-term wariness of Ethan. They say that Ethan questions the unsure origin of this particular of this relationship. They talk about how this can become an unequal actor later in the relationship and how this is going to erode the current relationship, because they talk about how his world is already shaken. This means then that when we just try to get over it, we don't resolve the how Ethan feels, and this is not necessarily something that he can just get over, because he does feel something. He does feel that his world has been shaken. I think just on talking about the value of the authenticity and what Ethan has put into this relationship and how they feel, this doesn't necessarily override what open opposition talks about, how his world has been shaken and how he feels, and how they can't just move forward because of this and because of what Ethan really wants. Because right now Ethan feels shaken already. So I think what open opposition here, the reason why they rank over OG is they're talking about the cost of this, the cost of this authenticity of love, and the failure of this trust means that Ethan does not necessarily have the same type of emotions or same type of value towards Maya at this point. He questions it. So therefore, the whole or the arguments that's pushed forward by OG about how there's a vulnerability to be able to move on and how it's unavoidable in terms of broken trust doesn't quite way above the idea that there's going to be a long-term impact of how Ethan feels in this debate. I think just to go in quickly, they also talk about how there's a social programming within how society looks like. They talk about how Ethan, they talk about how the idea of creation of identity and how people perceive it is something that they're willing to do. But they also talk about how sunken cost is something that people are still willing to opt out into relationships. So not all the time do people only blindly follow love, but there's some kind of time when people feel that they're wanting to opt out of a relationship because they don't feel very, very valuable. So in this case, this means then that people do opt out of a relationship if they don't feel that they're being, or their trust is being broken, or they don't. There are times where people opt out of relationships, even if they have some kind of vulnerability or they have some kind of love, they're willing to opt out of it. Let's move on to CG. CG's main arguments here is that love is something that we should cherish anyway. They talk about how it's recoverable, and they talk about belief systems. I think that one of the biggest arguments that CG brings up is about the agency and how the actor, who is Mia, is able to or have some kind of agency within this debate. They talk about the value of love and how people will need to or should love despite what society tells them. I think the problem here, when what CG talks about, is that they're talking about how love should be seen in general and not necessarily to the incentives of the actor and Ethan. The reason why this is important is because CG or OO really talks about how the cost of failure of trust and how Ethan feels in this relationship while they're not necessarily wanting to move forward with this relationship. I think what we needed here, or the reason why CG doesn't rank above OO, is the explanation on what gives Maya the agency or have the ability to, or Ethan to think that Maya is a conscious and independent thinking person. I think this is really important in order for Ethan to give Maya some kind of reassurance that this person or this clone is someone that lives outside of this relationship. I think that analysis was missing because I think the biggest push from OO is the question of like, what do Maya look like, or what do Maya do they have the capacity to love? How does capacity look like? I think the biggest pushback from CG is that yes, she does have capacity to love because she has agency, she's able to have relationships and have something that to make Ethan feel really good. But in OO's case, they still question value, even if they, when OG pushes, they even if they value love and authenticity within this relationship, the very fact they question it and they have been programmed in society to question things that is outside of the normal way of how love is perceived. They talk about, i.e., when having a relationship with an animal or having trans relationships. I mean, these things are somewhat questioned, right? But I think here, they're able to explain why outside of this relationship, they not necessarily would want this, because this means that they need to talk about, they would probably want a long-term relationship, and this is not necessarily what only love and authenticity within this relationship would want, and vulnerability. Okay, then let's talk about CO versus OG. I think over here, very simply, the fact that they're able to explain to us why there is incentive, or very little incentive, for Ethan to continue this relationship because of their own belief systems that exists and what is the best interest of Ethan. I don't think CG does enough to explain to us what is the best interest of Ethan. They're able to explain to us what is love, why we should go beyond belief systems, and people should love for the sake of love, but unable to explain to us what gives this person agency and independent thinking of thought to convince Ethan in order that he's given this authenticity and love and therefore vulnerability in the relationship to continue. I think CO is able to explain to us what is the long-term impact and why he's not necessarily going to be wanting to continue this relationship. Yeah, so I think I'm going to quickly stop there. Overall, I'm just going to repeat the rankings. We gave CO, OO, OG, and CG. That is in order from first to last. If you have any questions, please come and ask me.
Guys, we encourage you to go and play, utilize the games outside. As we wait for other results to come in, you can be doing that before we go for our next round. Yeah, so please utilize the various activities we have outside. They're pretty much funny and entertaining, so please take advantage of it.
We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. One, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principal level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principal level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. One, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principal level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principal level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principal level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principal level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As a debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular.
The reason why you're all here and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with a trophy.
Kyambogo University was formed in 2001
great honor for Kyambogo University to host the Pan-African University Debates issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with a trophy.
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University to host the Pan-African University Debates issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with a trophy.
But also, the one who proves that on a principle level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principle level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use, and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds such that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this party.
Between the bus from Northview Hotel to this campus. Please, if you have any information, we'll be grateful if you reach out to us. Thank you.
Missing home, only know you love her when you let her go. You let her go, and you let her go. And you let her go. And you let her go. Why did you? You let her go. You let her go. You let her go. Oh, you only need the lights when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to slow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Oh, yeah. Oh, you only need the light when it's burning low. And you only miss the sun when it starts to slow. And you only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. And only know you love her, you love her, you love her, you love her, and you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low.
But on a principal level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use, and that sort of thing. We think you can...
Hello. How are you? Huh? Huh? No, it's just a simple announcement.
What do you want to say?
I just want to announce about the exchange.
Okay.
The exchange.
The first 5 from the Judicial put no balance. But we're going.
Good evening, debaters. Good evening. This is again for those that want to exchange their money. So I've talked to the person that is supposed to come here tomorrow in the morning and in the afternoon. He says he only exchanged for the West African countries. He's going to be exchanging only dollars, and those for the southern countries, he's going to be exchanging for the rands. And also East African countries, Tanzania, Kenya, Burundi, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Kenya. You already know the exchange rates, and they're going to be handling
getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job, and that's a bad thing. You don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there's so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
challenges to you. As you debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. One, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate.
We have 2 more rounds of public speech and a panel discussion at 10:30 tomorrow. So today, unfortunately, we have to do the 2 debate rounds remaining. Yeah, that said, but guys, I prepared you mentally before. So okay, that said, for public speech, we shall do our first round tomorrow from 8:30 to 9:30, and the second round from 9:30 to 10:30. Then we shall have a panel discussion at 10:30. Okay. I know it's draining, but we need to make sure that tomorrow we have enough time for our break night. We wouldn't want to train it because we are late on rounds. Okay. Thank you so much, but we promise you the base of a break night tomorrow.
Can you announce the motion then? Motion time. If we were paying, can you announce the motion?
Hi everyone. Motion song for round 6. Motion song 1 for round 6. If you are outside, please come inside. We're releasing the motion. Motion song 1 for round 6. Heal the World by Michael Jackson. Motion song 2 for round 6. Do They Know It's Christmas by Bob Geldof and Midge Ure. Do They Know It's Christmas? Motion release in 1 minute. Can you copy the motion and be ready to release it?
Send to me.
Please note, all judges, round 6 is a silent round. Round 6 is a silent round. Please do not release the results. Do not have any communication with the teams about the rankings. And come straight here because as convener has announced, we have 2 more rounds to do. So we're trying to get that done as soon as possible. Sorry, we have 1 more.
Think about the generations and to set a better world for them and think if they can make it a better place.
For the next round. This is a motion that is sponsored by our platinum sponsor. So enjoy the round sponsored motion. Can you pay to sponsor a round? What will the motion be on IAFA? All right. Just give me a second. Hey, is there someone? Has everyone checked their drawers?
It's Christmas time. There's no need to be afraid. At Christmas time, we let in light and we banish shade.
All right, let's turn off the music. The info slide for this motion is quite long, so I'll just read it out slowly. A small NGO in a developing country has two funding options. A large foreign donor offering substantial financial support with strict conditions, or a local foundation providing smaller and restricted aid. The foreign aid comes with the promise of scaling operations, but requires the NGO to implement programs that may not fully align with the local community's cultural needs, as the donor has set specific goals and oversight protocols. While the funding would allow the NGO to reach a broader audience, it would compromise the ability to independently design programs suited to the local context. On the other hand, the local aid comes with no conditions, giving the NGO complete freedom to tailor the programs to the community's needs. However, the local funding is limited, which means the NGO can't expand its reach significantly. Motion. This House would prioritize smaller, local and conditional aid over larger, foreign, conditional aid for NGOs in developing countries. The motion will be released on Tabicat, so you can check the motion on the motions section of the tab. The time is 30, okay, let me say 40 past. The time is 40 past. 40 past 8. Eh? 20, okay, 20 to 9, either way. 48 past, 22, potato. Oh no, okay, 20 to 9. The time, I'll assume it's 20 to 9. The debate will start at 5 to 9. Clap for me. Yay. Yes. Clarifications can be asked now. Usually yes. Usually yes.
Throw your arms around the world at Christmas time. But say a prayer and pray for like a sunrise, like a rainfall down my soul. And I wonder why you look at me like that. What you thinking? What's behind? Don't tell me, but it feels like love. I'm gonna take this moment and make it last forever. I'm gonna give my heart away the way we stay together. 'Cause you're the one good reason. You're the only girl that I need. 'Cause you're more beautiful than I have ever seen. I'm gonna take this night and make it evergreen. Touch like an angel, like velvet to my skin. And I wonder why you wanna stay the night. What you dreaming? What's behind? Don't tell me, but it feels like love. I'm gonna take this moment and make it last forever. I'm gonna give my heart away the way we stay together. 'Cause you're the one good reason. You're the only girl that I need. 'Cause you're more beautiful than I have ever seen. I'm gonna take this night and make it evergreen. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't tell me that it feels like that. I'm gonna take this moment and make it last forever. I'm gonna give my heart away the way we stay together. 'Cause you're the one good reason. You're the only girl that I need. 'Cause you're more beautiful than I have ever seen. I'm gonna take this moment
like this is okay. Thank you. Sure.
Everyone, welcome to round 6 of PANS 2024. My name is Temi and I'll be chairing today's debates. I'll allow my panelists to introduce themselves. All right, introductions aside, we're calling the Prime Minister to begin today's debate. Here.
Okay,
very quickly, let me just confirm that this is audible.
No, that's audible.
Definitely not this.
Good.
Okay, that's audible. Yeah, whenever you're ready.
The state of African countries is one where governments are inept, people lack access to the basic things that they need. We think this motion further exacerbates the problem, and that's what we're going to explain in opening government. 2 arguments I'm going to further in the speech. 1, why in the best case when they do actual good, this is not meaningful. Secondly, I'm going to be fatal and explain why they are unable to do any good. 1, I think in framing, the nature of African states or developing countries in general is that they are inept governments that leave people, in local areas out of alternatives. So people don't have access to roads, for example, drought survival techniques, the specific needs that people need, or the specific conditions that people suffer from as well. Secondly, as well, we think that these governments are unable to adapt to the changing needs of people in as much as democratic systems are inefficient. Why does this money change the incentive of NGOs in a bad way? The motion presumes that it changes their incentives, which means that optimists have to really agree with this. But its argument is going to prove that it changes their incentive in a bad way. What do these foreign donors care about? I think the fact that they get their money on tax breaks, from their own government means that the reasons or the way in which they wanted to use this money is likely to be tilted towards the specific needs within their own country. So, for example, selling technological products or, advancing STEM education. So, like, scholarship for individuals in African countries to institutions like Yale or Harvard. We don't think that this is comparative in itself, or this is, any unique good. In as much as, you have things like the Rhodes Foundation doing all of these things in itself anyways. So we think that given that the measurement of efficacy for most of these charities is to do good that it tilts towards their own communities, it's unlikely that the form of concessions that you make benefit the local people in any meaningful way. Secondly as well, they have limited information about developing countries comparative to charities. What this means is that on their side, what charities spend their most amount of time doing is not researching the needs of local people. That's a time trade-off that they have to make, researching what foreign donors expect of charities in itself. So this means that local charities do not actually do any good that is meaningful. How does this affect NGOs in itself? They have to do the most popular projects that are easily advertisable as well. So you have to do fancy and generic projects that foreign donors care about in itself. Secondly, they need a wider reach. So this means that they have to expand and build multiple branches in multiple places within Africa. This is important within developing countries. This is important for you to weigh as well, because this means that there's a lot of running costs that goes into getting these charities to that point where they have some sort of wider reach. It's important for them because that's the only way in which they're able to secure or get funded continuously or consistently from these foreign donors. This means they probably have more money, but they don't use it well, as we explained under this particular argument. Secondly as well, given that you need the wider reach, it means also you need running costs in terms of accountability, like who is running these charities, whether or not they're doing well within the specific places that you've set up. So this is more running costs that you need in order for you to get to that point where you have a wider reach in itself. The comparative here on our side is maybe there's some bit of corruption, easier to track because local people and there's some sort of local engagement here, limited branches that you have of these charities, so it's sort of much more easier for you to engage with comparatively. Thirdly as well, the process of this oftentimes comes with the change in the leadership structure, because this is the only way in which these foreign donors are able to guarantee that their money is being used well. There are three impacts to this argument. One is that you don't invest in the needs of the local people, which is important because this is the only alternative that they have, given that most of their governments are inept and not able to respond to them. But secondly as well, and this impact is extremely important in this round, it worsens the perception of these charities, which means the local people feel like you don't care about them. Secondly, they feel like you use them as a means to an end. So you use them as establish these charities off the back of these local communities or from these communities as a way for you to be able to get more funding or for a wider reach. This means that there's more angst and hate towards these NGOs. The sub impact under this is that you're not able to get the feedback mechanism that you need locally in order for you to be able to understand what these people need. So maybe you have good incentive, but the local people, you're not able to respond to them, or you're not able to respond to you, which means that you're not able to do any amount of good. Information is very crucial within this round. The third impact is that in terms of electoral incentive, doing things that are much more proximate within the community empowers individuals from these communities as well. So helping individuals that suffer from drought, so being able to have drought resilience techniques, like giving them sponsoring irrigation projects, for example, it's kind of crucial for individuals for them to be able to have any sort of meaningful capital, short-term financial capital short-term financial capital. This is crucial because that empowers individuals to the ability for them to be able to vote in the future, and then for them to be able to hold government accountable. The problem with things like sponsoring tech advancement, or pushing technology and ensuring that people have access to maybe things like phones, for example, is that you don't have the structural ways in which people are able to engage with this in as much as it's network or electricity in places like Africa. These are structural problems. That means that even if you do good for the local people, it's not actually good that you're able to conceptualize on. It doesn't take them any step further. But the comparative here is that when you're able to empower them in ways that are meaningful, which is in ways that are proximate to the local people, this means that significantly this ups the ability for them to be able to hold their government accountable and fix those structural problems. Before I continue, closing up. Yeah, you don't need so much capacity on our side. That's what the argument already proves. Secondly then, why is control important in terms of why do people form charities? The two things. One, based on expertise, so what you're good at. So if you form a charity based on helping people who are wounded, if you're a medical expert. But what this means is that on their side, based on the first argument, you change the area of expertise of the individuals who form this charity. So even if they do some amount of good in the area that they move into, they don't feel fulfilled. And this argument is important for the actor. In as much as they don't feel fulfilled, it also impairs their ability for them to be able to continue doing something that's very good. Increases the ability for them to be more corrupt in as much as they don't find fulfillment in the job that they're doing. Secondly, people
People form NGOs on the basis of perception, and that's also why people do volunteers to be part of these NGOs as well. On the comparative, when the NGO switches on, the needs of the local people because of it takes money from foreign donors, what happens is that it diminishes the ability for people to want to volunteer to be part of these charities. This means that you need people you need to hire in order for you to be able to achieve your goals. This also increases the cost of running these charities. What this proves is that you don't do any actual good, or even if you do some amount of good, people don't feel any sort of meaning as well from what you do anyways. But additionally, on our side and on the comparative, you do need limited amount of funding, but also you don't have to deal with the cost of getting information from people, because there's a feedback mechanism that exists. All of these are kind of important in how charities function and the functionality of charities. It's not just get money, use money. We already analyze why information is crucial, but also why on their side what they use the money for doesn't actually benefit people, because they actually have to pay more people, they have to advertise, they also have to establish or build more branches, etc. So this is comparatively more running costs, and it means that on their side you don't do any actual good. Incredibly happy to be PM.
We thank the Prime Minister. Would now like to call on the Leader of Opposition to begin opening opposition's case. And just as an announcement, there's a few issues with audibility. I think when you're too close to the mic, there is an echo. So if you speak away from it a bit, that might help with the echo. But yeah, go ahead, Leader of Opposition. Here.
Yes, so I'll take closing. Shout out to my partner. Yes. So panel, we think opening government is that good guy that we all like but never helps us in any way. We think people are likely to find you to be very, very useless in the vast majority of instances because you never make any step to be able to help them. And I think they shoot themselves in the foot because they lock themselves in terms of the scope, because what they argue is very unintuitive. Like they say they don't need any capacity within their side. What this means is that they are limited in terms of the scope of individuals they are able to help in that regard. A bit of framing within today's debate. Firstly, we say that developing countries have, social these groups which exist within these countries have less access to capital, especially because of the poor demographic. But secondly, we think all of their characterization about how systems necessarily don't work is particularly true, because what you need to understand about these areas is that the government fails to help because of a number of reasons. Probably they don't have money, probably there's problems like corruption, there's little GDP and that sort of thing. What you must understand as a result of this is that the most influential actors within these regions are usually private actors and NGOs who step up to be able to fill that role that the government has necessarily failed in that regard. For example, think about how many schools, how many hospitals you could be able to name just off the top of your mind, just with regards to Christian foundations that are helping individuals and that sort of thing. There's usually a huge burden to be able to save as many people as you can be able to save in that regard. If not, what happens on the comparative is that potentially millions of individuals suffer within these regions, especially because the lack of accessibility to things like healthcare, the lack of accessibility to things like food, education and that sort of thing. So the comparative is one where they equally suffer. The question which today's debate seeks to answer is, to the extent where the government fails in majority of these developing countries, what should we do next as the best actor who's in charge of development? Gov say that we should prioritize our culture, just respect our culture. We say from OO that you need to be able to help as many individuals as possible because this is the morally right thing to be able to do. But the second thing in terms of clarity, which is quite important, is that, and this is very funny because the info slide says both of us are trying to help individuals here. The only delta in your case is that you respect culture for some reason. So we are equally okay to say we'd have food programs. The difference is that we support some weird thing like LGBTQ movement and feminism and that sort of thing, with things which are not conventionally accepted within these regions. We think that's equally important. But let's get into OG first before I then move into my substantive. First thing they say is that, on our side we have more money, which means we don't use it well. Speculative mechanism, no analysis there. Secondly, they say there's likely to be a change in leadership. Again, speculative, no mechanization there. But most of the things I think my partner is going to tackle in that regard. Our biggest case is with regards to access to capital. Why do we think access to capital is the most important thing? Firstly, we say that it gives you visibility within majority of these developing countries. Visibility necessarily means that people can be able to see majority of the products, majority of the platforms and services you're trying to offer to the individuals, which means that in the vast majority of instances, you get so much more buy-in from the demographic in and of itself. But secondly, it gives you social and political capital just to access that, money in and of itself. Because what you then understand is, to the extent where you're a huge organization, the government sees you as someone or an actor who's trying to literally do what the government should be doing. Like you're building hospitals, you're building education and that sort of thing. Government is seeing you as an actor which is filling in where the government in itself should step in. What this then means is that you have much more ability to be able to access legislation through things like lobbying, because you now have money, which means that they're likely to listen to you in your appeals for changing policies and that sort of thing. But three, we say that it allows you to help as many people as possible, which means that you're able to reparate the agency of millions of individuals who don't necessarily have the capacity because the government is failing them in the vast majority of instances.
If a community in Uganda is suffering from drought, but you share iPhone 15s to all of them, are you really helping?
Like, that's very uncomparative, especially because you've grown within that area. It's very unlikely that your biggest incentive is to just give them iPhone 15s. You know they have freaking problems. You probably know what these people want and that sort of thing. It's very uncomparative to say that you'll just divert and, give them useless things. It's very, very unclear as to why that's a debate in that regard. What's the problem in status quo, especially when it comes to majority of these things which are trying to help people, charity organizations, NGOs, and that sort of thing? The problem is threefold. Firstly, there is usually limited access to credit, not credit, just limited access to capital in the form that you just can't, just say invest into something which doesn't necessarily give you profit as the actors who exist within those ventures in and of themselves. Secondly, we think that banks don't necessarily see profit in you, which means that they are less likely to give you credit in the first instance. Thirdly, we think there is usually a limited pool of investors. Why do we think there is a limited pool of investors when it comes to majority of these NGOs and that sort of thing? Firstly, because of the poor demographic we are talking about. Secondly, because of the limited visibility. And thirdly, because it's not profitable in the vast majority of instances. What you then must understand is that many investors who would potentially be supporting you are individuals who are supporting other different ventures, things which are very, very profitable, things like green tech and that sort of thing within these spaces, and that just limits your funding in and of itself. What this proves is that you need to be able to utilize as much funding as possible for you to be able to just succeed and survive in these areas. What's the impact of immense funding? Three things. Firstly, it means you can be able to sin as an actor in this area in the first instance, because what you then do is that you can be able to raise awareness about majority of the things that you necessarily care about. You could be able to have the money to just hire billboards. You could be able to have the money to be able to engage social media, to be able to utilize roadshows and that sort of thing. Secondly, you could be able to save and to be able to scale up in the vast majority of instances. What it then means is that you could be able to just have a bigger NGO, which means that you could be able to become much more sustainable in the future, which means that the likelihood of independence exists much more on our side as compared to these guys in the long term, especially because if you're able to access this capital as much as you can in that status quo, you could be able to just become sustainable in the future. Thirdly, we think you could be able to even form your own subsidiaries that could be independent from majority of what this dependent organization necessarily has. So what you then have in this instance is that literally you have money in the future which you could be able to invest into forming your own subsidiary, which could be able to become independent and that sort of thing. But fourthly, we think you have so many benefits in terms of how many individuals you're able to access. All those things they tell you about scholarships, we can equally be able to co-opt them on our side. Why doesn't culture matter? We think culture is necessarily something which is a secondary need to majority of the individuals. Most people within these developing areas need to eat first before they care about their culture and majority of those things. We think when you help them in the vast majority of instances, they are much more likely to buy into your own initiatives. This is like the biggest intuition pump is like Christian charities which exist within Islamic states. To the extent where you know that this is someone who's radically different to you, even despite the culture and all those things, you're still likely to buy into them to the extent where they're helping you. I mean, this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs and that sort of thing. But secondly, we think there's the advent of things like liberalization, which means that there is so much tolerance to ideas. You have things like education, a rise in education, things which teach you that you need to tolerate people despite of the differences, things like globalization, immigration, the internet, technology, and majority of things which necessarily socially engineer you into becoming more accommodative. We don't think these guys can run a case about how you receive so much backlash, and that's our case.
All right, we thank the leader of opposition. Would now like to call on the Deputy Prime Minister to conclude opening government's case. Here.
If I speak like this, am I audible? Okay. I sincerely hope that the panel doesn't punish us for having to go against a very inept opening opposition, because the argument they run is acontextual to the debate itself. I invite you all to go back to the info slide, where it says that the comparative here is that the foreign aid comes with the promise of scaling operations, but requires the NGO to implement programs that are not aligned with the local community's cultural needs, as the donor has specific goals and oversight protocols. On our side, what we defend is that we have a smaller reach, which is a smaller scope. But ultimately, we are able to be in control of designing programs and that are suited to the local context. So what the comparative is that we are doing stuff that are meaningful to the people. What they have to defend is they are doing things that might not really be meaningful to the people, but you are doing it for more people at the end of the day. They can't simply say, oh, we co-opt your side, we're doing stuff that people care about because we know the place. Otherwise, that's not a debate anyway, and there's no case for the government team to be had in this debate. Any other, like damage control from their team shouldn't, be used to penalize our team. Let's then move on to what the debate ultimately needs to be about. The only argument you get out of their side that actually engages the clash is the idea that visibility is a good thing because you're able to get social and political capital. What we argue on our side is that this is not the case, because notice, this debate is not an actor motion. What it means is that it is okay on our side to visualize a world where multiple NGOs are actively doing either of these sides that we are trying to engage on in the debate. What we argue is that presumably on our side, when multiple NGOs are actively willing to, solve relevant problems, albeit on a small scale within their communities, marginally, on net, you have more good being done. Because what it means is that, for example, if people within Kyambogo University are suffering from drought and we have an NGO actively fixing irrigation systems there, but people in the next community are suffering from maybe, like fleas or like crops dying, and you're actually creating pesticides or giving them free pesticides. You are doing really small, scale projects, but that are meaningful to the people. So on aggregate, you have more good on our side, as opposed to their side where they have to defend the world where people are suffering from drought, but you're probably giving them pesticides, which is not exactly what they need in that particular instance. They need to come clean in order to debate this side. And this argument proves to you why capacity is not a need for us. Because the debates about small NGOs, usually these are NGOs that operate within a limited scope already. They're already NGOs that are motivated by the harms or problems that are already within those communities that they exist in. They needed to mechanize why visibility is such an important thing that you need to trade off actual meaningful, impactful change, for which was the motivation you created the NGO in the first instance. They ignore Sam's analysis to say that the reason why people form NGOs are twofold. One is because of the place you have an expertise. So for example, if I'm a medical doctor that focuses on cataract or glaucoma, I'm not going to invest in having an NGO that fixes people's sight. Or maybe because I'm an individual who probably has like a sickle cell problem as a child, I'm not going to focus on things that I'm passionate about. on their side, you lose out on this passion and your skill set. What it means inherently is that you have to hire external people to do those things, because now you are playing in a field that you're not very conversant with. You need to hire external help. You need to consult. You need to outsource everything literally. On our side, we think that NGOs on our side are largely driven by volunteer help, which means that you don't really need the amount of money that they argue for on their side, because the kind of people that you already work with are people who are passionate about the things that you work for and the problems that you want to solve. So notice this analysis frames out why capacity is the necessary thing. I think they need a new extension in closing up. The extension I'm going to then bring from my speech is what informs effectiveness of NGO projects. Notice that the primary reason why NGOs are not always as effective as states is because they lack the capacity to, one, maybe scale projects like they want to argue. But more importantly is that for NGOs, ultimately, you need the trust of the local communities. Notice that being marginalized means that these individuals are already in a state of agitation, right? Usually these are places that are prone to being manipulated by local leaders, right? Or having, small, gangs or groups who like determine how people, like the kind of choices that individuals make in these communities. What it means is that you need them to feel like they are a part of the project, like they own it. This is important for them to protect you, to protect your volunteers, to protect your equipment, etc., from maybe criminal elements that are within those communities. So the efficacy of your project relies heavily on the acceptability of the people on the ground. That's why when you do shitty stuff that these guys don't really care about, the incentive for them to protect you or to give you backing or to give you feedback, like someone argues, doesn't exist anymore because they feel principally violated. Why? Because they feel that you are literally using them as an advert mechanism. You're using them to get more funds from your donors. You're using them as a means to an end. This inherently hurts them and makes them worse off. The debate is not an actor motion. You need to engage why the people on the ground are going to be better. What we argue is that you worsen their state, because even though you are giving them fancy stuff, maybe scholarships that don't really impact or change the way like their communities are built, or doesn't really allow them to actually give back to their community, ultimately you are still worsening the state of their mind, because they know that you, being a local individual, knows what they want, but you are inherently ignoring their needs because you want to pander towards some white supremacist, neo-colonialist incentive because you are being funded by these foreign donors. Before I sum up this case, any POIs?
The motion says culture or needs something to do with your culture. Drug is not your culture.
Okay. I think we don't have to go into the semantics of what cultural needs in themselves are. It is obvious that what we're arguing here is that these individuals have something that they inherently want because of their cultural background. It could be, even if you want to make a debate about, like LGBT, I'm not sure how NGOs function with LGBTQ movements. Guys, you can do that clarity on your side when you come, to be very honest. I think that the emotion is easy to understand, to say that you're doing things that people proximately need because you're solving a problem. You guys go back to the drawing board. What did Sam tell you and why does that win the debate? One, why is control important? Because inherently, when you have control, you are able to have like a good feedback mechanism. What it means is that you are able to choose the kind of projects you want to do. This is crucial because you as an NGO, you started off the NGO with an initial objective. That objective is what drives the people who join you as volunteers. That objective is what drives even the relevance you have within this community. On their side, they have to defend the fact that you trade off this, like initial objective with which you started. We like that control. The only thing we argue that we are willing to concede is that we do change on a smaller scale, but it is more meaningful. What we say is that helping 10 people who are thirsty out of 100 as opposed to helping 1,000 people who do not need iPhones is more impactful on our side. We're very happy to be opening government.
We thank the Deputy Prime Minister. We'd now like to call on the Deputy Leader of Opposition to conclude the opening of today's debate. Here.
Just a second, I'm reading the motion. Oh, we have another round.
Yes.
Good God. Sorry. Clearly audible. Hopefully we'll take a point from... Closing has been too silent? Anyway. Starting in 3, 2, 1. As this clarification is not important because the motion literally says cultural needs. The next section of that info slide then talks to you about how you do not have the independent, you're not able to act independently while solving the problems in the local context. Like the motion still assumes that you are dealing with problems in that local context. The thing he wants to cling to is the question of cultural needs. This is something that is more in touch with the actual practices that you have to do with in terms of the tribal, the local people, or the beliefs that you have. This has nothing to do with identifying the problem. Anyway, next, 2. These kinds of charities suffer heavy scrutiny and journalism on their capacity to effect change. They are heavily publicized, and whenever, because like we all know that if you are giving money to charity, you are trying to escape taxes, which means there's a lot of scrutiny on these individuals. There is active competition between charities to actually show that in this year, how many people's lives have we actually been able to change. It is unclear who is literally dropping millions to then prove that they literally gave funds to people who don't have electricity. That is so uncomparative. There has to be a hierarchy to this, and they need to actually show that you give tangible impact. I'll take you way later. You need to actually give tangible impact. There is a heavy talk on sustainable goals within the world. The fact that you are moving towards things that are not just spent on extravagant spending, but your capacity to actually convert this on the ground, which means you once again think about this very seriously. My partner once again tells you, you grow up there. Even once you have money to actively research those problems, a man clear why then you just go down the rabbit hole. Second, they say you waste money because you have to start up new places. That is okay. You are starting a new building. You don't have to build it twice. From this point on, you literally just help people. We think the constant supply of money far outweighs what happens on their side, because they try to have the debate as saying like several small organizations will do this. Like literally, if you are splintered up, there is no way of control. There is no way of service actually ensuring service delivery. We think you are in a more risky side if you go with that side. Think about how things like inflation or high taxation are mostly impact companies or businesses or any kinds of organizations that depend on small budgets. They are more likely to die, which means you leave those locals in a situation where they can't help themselves, which means you are not actually doing anything good by refusing the funding of somebody who you disagree based on cultural identity. Like we clearly give you at what point do you have cultural differences, and then we weigh it up. Anyway, what did my partner talk to you about? We talked to you about the benefits that are exclusive of what they say. Your social and political capital that can allow you to lobby and actually have impact within this country that is long lasting. Once again, it is a goal of the institution. The idea is, as a charity, you do not want to make people dependent on you. You want them to be able to be free of you. How many people have you sent into the world that are no longer dependent on that charity? Because the idea of dependency is a long criticized problem of charities. It is also impossible on their side. 2, we argue independence, long-term independence, the fact that you can be able to form subsidiaries later on because of your capacity to be visible. But this is on 2 ways. People can be able to see you, because a lot of times individuals suffer, but they have no mechanism of actually finding solutions, because the people who have those solutions are not visible. Your capacity to actually be able to reach out to these individuals is massively blown up on our side. The benefits on scholarship, all of that. Anyway, thirdly, volunteering versus hiring. I'm unclear where you go with volunteering. Volunteering is extremely unplannable. You are depending on other people's constant goodwill. The fact that you can't control the quality of volunteers you get, like you're not getting the best doctors giving up the most of their time to come stay at your hospital. Even if they do it one Saturday, you can't predict next time. There's no level of consistency. Depending on this kind of mechanism is an extremely dangerous way of trying to help your community. We don't think it is a sustainable way of going about that. Panel, even if these individuals fundamentally believe in different cultural ideas, my partner already talks to you about why we live in a more tolerant world that is more willing to live with individuals who don't believe what I believe. We fundamentally disagree on where I die. We fundamentally disagree on whether gays should have rights, and that is okay. We live in a tolerant world that is actually okay. Like, we think even in a country where this is actively happening works better on your side. Just because you have these ideals because they were pushed onto you by your donor does not mean you have to force the people who you are helping to adopt those ideals. They can still have those beliefs. They are still more capable of practicing and having that culture as among that place. Think about how, if you rescue more people within these communities, you have more people able to practice their culture just because of what we do, which means you're able to co-opt their needs. So the point is not just allow these individuals to have their culture and not be contested, but allow a greater number to be able to do this. We think literally on weighing, you are still able to take them out on that.
Let's assume that inability to access resources doesn't prevent my village from organizing a New Yam festival. Opening opposition ignores 3 levels of analysis about why taking money from foreign donors means you have to change your aims.
Panel, like, they either have to accept we are doing good or not. Probably closing will shaft them. Anyway, like, even if you are going to work at a community level, you have to concede that the people you reach are limited. In your framing, you prove why the amount of problem is bigger than your solution, and then you proceed to say, because we are small, we can only cover. You are right, but it means the trade-off is that way more people go unhelped because of your choice to be moral about the cultural differences between you two. We don't think that is a kind of weighing that we are more willing to buy into than what we have on our side. Panel, it is more possible for you to practice your culture after the fact that you preference other things. You only preference culture because you are comfortable with whatever you're already doing. It is always coming as a secondary impact. It doesn't occur as a first one. Do we have closing? It's 51. Guys, no. Anyway, on a likelihood scale, even if they are literally, unless the argument is bureaucracy, we can counter with the system might be slow, but it is well funded, it is well held accountable, it is held accountable to a greater degree. We think we are okay to give up our autonomy because, once again, we clearly identify the problem. We may not have autonomy in solving everything, but even the person who has control over you is also held to a high level. Notice the framing on why charities behave in different ways than they ever have in history. Because of the active adaptation and change, the goal is not just come build a few wells, go post on Facebook, and that is the end. You actively want continuity. You actively want to change this place, which means the goal that you go for is on a higher level than what you have on side 00. Like, simply, on a vulnerability scale, you are literally going for the individuals who have no alternative. These are individuals, if you do not exist, if you die because of economic shocks, if you are not able to keep up with the current pricing, the idea is you are giving out 10 scholarships, but because of the increase of prices, you can only do 7. Those are children who are unable to go to school, and the only response is that they're still able to practice their culture. We think even if culture is important, it is secondary to your first need of needing to exist and being able to see a better tomorrow. We are the only ones who ensure this culture stays alive.
We thank the Deputy Leader of Opposition. We would now like to call on the Member of Government to begin the closing off of today's debate. Here.
Just a second. Okay, starting then in 3, 2, 1. The conversation in opening half is not nuanced to the point that it achieves the ultimate goal of the NGO. And here's why. And that's how we beat all of those teams in opening. 1, the ultimate goal of an NGO within any ethical and moral framework is to empower local communities
to the extent that they are independent of the NGOs themselves in effecting change and taking personal initiative. Here's why this is true. Two things. One, NGOs are built of the humanitarian context and not an exploitative context. What this means is that they envision a world where the marginalized people they exist to serve are empowered enough to the point where they can take initiative on their own. Two, the objectives of NGOs are usually time-based. What this means is that they equally envision a world where they move away from one goal to the other, maximizing global stability. The general outlook of our case then is that an NGO is only successful when it positions local communities in a way that makes them self-sufficient and on the path to global growth. The debate from our end then extends in this way. By prioritizing local and small donations, you build a system more capable of being self-sustaining, but more importantly, actualized. On the side of OP, it's impossible. You create a system where the problems the NGO seeks to solve never end. Even if they do, the local communities are not empowered to take initiative towards their personal growth. Here's the argumentation. Before that, how do these local donations look like? They look like donations from grassroots individuals without any major agenda setting power. So donations from people like local youth organizations, local market women organizations, etc. Why can't these be national original donations like maybe Bex would say? Simple. Because by virtue of the fact that the burden of actualization falls on the NGOs, it simply means national institutions are handicapped. Or even if they are not, they don't care in relation to solving this problem. But secondly, even if these donations come from national institutions, the info slide makes it clear that on a comparative, the financial impact of these donations is negligible in relation to what you would get from an external donor. How do all of these tie to our case? Two ways. One, by accepting and encouraging local donors, you create a system of localized effort towards solving localized problems. The reason why this is good on our side is for two reasons. First, you highlight the unique ability of the local people as profitable enough to solve local issues. But secondly, because these people form a part of these local institutions, they extend their ability and accountability to pushing other members of the local society to also support collective growth. The second way it ties to our case is simple. You leverage on the emotions of the local donors to build local responsibility. What this means is that even though progress is low, the people begin to buy the narrative that they have the capacity to solve their problems. Why is all what I've talked about important? One, because we have focused on building the potential of local people to solve their own issues and push them towards taking initiative. It's uniquely important because it's the only case that highlights social cohesion, social responsibility. But two, even as an NGO, while you exist and work, you are gradually reducing the reliance on you as an NGO and building sustainable societies. Here's why it's necessary. Because one, development should not just benefit communities, but also involve them as active participants. Local funding achieves this by decentralizing the power and enforcing accountability. But two, you build a culture of regional philanthropy and it reduces the reliance on foreign aid altogether. The impact is in threefold. You promote financial resilience, ensuring that NGOs can continue operations even when there are no large-scale foreign aid. But two, you empower NGOs to now invest in long-term projects rather than short-term donor-driven goals. And three, you reduce the risk of communities being abandoned when these donor priorities begin to shift. That's why it's much more important. On the flip, you can create a system of dependency for these guys where you reduce the probability to embody local accountability. But two, that dependency they also preach also erodes agency and credibility of the NGOs, and it turns them into tools of foreign policy rather than agents of local change. Second argumentation in this debate, and nobody argues it, a good extension, the illusion of scalability under foreign aid. Here's why it's true. A lot of times when we say we have reach, what we assume is that that reach equates to both quantity and quality. That is not true, because for most big donors, all we care about reach is in terms of quantity, and a lot of times they sacrifice quality over these things. What that does is that you lead to surface level impact rather than addressing the deep structural issues that exist within these societies. Because like OG tells you specifically, you reduce the nuance on those local issues and you project things that fail to address the root causes. You can credit them on that. But why argument is necessary, which you don't get from them, is that the purpose of this development is not just reach, but also transformative impact. Local aid allows you to tailor your argumentation towards quality over quantity. The impact is really simple, twofold. One, you create systemic change by addressing underlying problems rather than just the symptoms. But two, you ensure that the marginalized voices are heard and included within this development project. But three, you prevent the proliferation of those ineffective programs that drain resources without really getting any form of gain. The third argumentation, also a unique extension, is the changing political system of NGOs in Africa in relation to the African pride. What is the growing political trend in Africa? Ask yourself that. Most African states and countries have seen a significant push against their own governments for a simple reason: being puppets of foreign institutions. The reality is that many people in African states today, for example, can identify the structural reasons why the problems they face exist, to the extent that they can identify where your problem or your solution does not tackle the structural problems they face. How does it play out in the politics around NGOs? To the extent that the local communities continue to face entrenched problems, with problems being solved on the surface level and the trade-off to their local autonomy, it means the survival of the NGO is threatened. Why? One, the worst thing that could happen to an NGO is when there's a direct pushback from the societies you want to serve. But two, the NGOs lose out on the legitimacy of all the objectives they wanted to serve. But three, the NGOs are exposed to the attacks from the political class which exists in those states. Because these guys only highlight political class, but here's the truth. The political class don't like you for solving those problems that exist in those states. Now you give them a reason because the people are pushing back against you. That's worse off. The second context within this same frame is simple. Think of Ghana, for example. People are pushing back against Chinese scholarships that have conditions like requiring the local people to learn the Chinese language by taking special courses. What this simple example posits is that there's a growing demand in African countries to not trade off cultural items and perspectives. The reason why this is important then is, at the point where you don't solve problems in a way that allows them to keep their cultural pride, you risk being pushed out of those systems. NGOs simply need to work towards ensuring societies are stable. NGOs are not there to create dependency on them, and that's how we win from closing government.
We thank the member of government. I'd like to call on the member of opposition to begin the closing opposition's case. Here.
I'll start on my next word. We're going to add 3 things to the nature of developing countries given what PM gives you. 1, high poverty rates, which means high dependency on aid or loans or government intervention. That's 1. 2 is that in this instance, there's self-perpetuating problems. For example, poverty leads you to not be able to access quality education, which means inversely, you're not able to get high-paying jobs, which means the cycle of poverty in itself is self-repeating. The third thing is that most of them have short-termistic election cycles, which means most individuals who get into these offices want to implement policies that are easily seen so that they can't get re-elected the next time during election cycle. So means the kind of solutions implemented in many instances are short-term. The idea here is that NGOs play a crucial role in developing countries in the ability to supplement the short-termistic government solutions, or in many instances the high rates of problems of poverty or self-perpetuating and evolving problems that most of these people seek to face. The second thing, just generally, is that NGOs depend heavily on donations for all the kind of operations they run, because they're not profit organizations, so for the most part they need a lot of funding even for operational cost. 2, 3, the relationship between NGOs and local governments is important. First is that they are not taxed. They are listed as non-profit. So given that, there is a protection that is afforded to them to not get taxation. This means then external auditing systems by governments is not something that happens, which means how they spend their money is their prerogative. So where they get the money, how they spend their money entirely depends on them. Secondly, they have limited external intervention. I've already just mentioned that. What government teams needed to do in this debate is to try and prove to you why culture is somewhat significant to the point where if you were to make a trade-off, you would choose the culture and principle over any kind of tangible benefits that we talk to you. Before I get into argumentations, the last thing. The legitimacy of NGOs chair relies on the ability to create positive change among the locals. Given the fact that they don't do this, they are illegitimate. We do not want them. First discussion from closing opposition. The questionable sources of most of this money. There are a couple of things under this. A, we think there might be considered reparations. We're more than happy to take such a sweetheart line. This means then these individuals who are contributing most of this money that comes with conditions are probably owners of multinational corporations, people who've plundered or robbed other people who've paid little wages to other groups of people. We think in the event that the money that has been obtained in the most illegitimate ways is now being used to elevate suffering and poverty amongst people, it's something that we're more than happy to take, because the alternative is that most of this money sits in offshore accounts and is being used to indulge in the vices of the world. B, local limited funds may be sourced questionably and well. It's unclear for government to fear that, oh, the money comes locally, so we probably have saints and priests donating most of this money. But most importantly, closing government consistently tells you that this money that comes with conditions has some agenda setting power. These people are interested in the in shaping local policies and whatnot. It's unclear why the local people who are probably going to have the excess money to donate to NGOs anyway, who are probably the rich, who have an interest in the kind of policies implemented, who have an interest in running for political office, will not use that to bend knees to their advantage and buy over local people. That is just unclear. Second argumentation then is just the evolution of culture and the problems. A, culture evolves on needs and culture evolves depending on needs and context. This means then culture is not static. The need to preserve culture is a losing fight and a waste of the limited resources that they have on their side anyway, because in many instances culture is fading because of things like wave of education, wave of feminism and whatnot. This means then the rat race to keep up with an eventually changing reality is something that's gonna be lost anyway. B, local needs grow quickly. For example, external macro shocks from things like COVID to geopolitical tensions exacerbate the local issues that people are facing. This probably means poverty or drought issues in certain places are significantly increasing. But B, issues evolves, for example, rescuing young girls from early marriages to eventually having to educate and empower them. This means the issues that NGOs have to tackle are not only vast in terms of number, but they are consistently evolving, so you need a lot more capacity to deal with some of these things, and you need a lot more money. But C, you need to actually enact long-termistic policies. This deals with closing government, because closing government says we're mostly dealing with short-term benefits. They want to cut down on dependency. We think the best way to cut down on dependency isn't to give people more reasons to implement short-termistic goals and policies, but give them enough money to establish more long-termistic goals and whatnot. Thirdly, sustainability of NGOs and maximizing needs. A couple of things under this. A, those who create NGOs want to help. We're going to have to take that kind of line anyway. Adik and I believe if you're starting an NGO, you're not there to be an artist or a sole decider of faith. You're just somebody who probably sees a problem around the world and help. That's the best opposition case. This means a number of things. Given the many problems that we've already shown you from closing opposition that consistently crop up and evolve, there is need for the kind of capacity you have to consistently grow. This probably leads to two things. One, you want to help them, so you have to either make trade-offs on the kind of issues to solve. This means you only help a small group of people and other people suffer, which means the self-fulfillment that OG talks about doesn't happen, because if you're helping person X and person Y is suffering and you cannot help them, you're unlikely to be happy because your scope of influence is thus limited. But see, stretch on resources means you can't do things like paying suppliers and actually helping local communities better. This means your image is stated. You're unlikely for people to perceive you as a good NGO and for them to actually want to support you. Before I proceed, go.
It is unclear why the principle you make on reparation is contingent on traditional loans and aid. On our side, we are able to get solutions that are tailored towards local needs, like acquiring vocational education as opposed to STEM education.
Okay, vocational education is not culture. I'm not sure if my info slide reads that government needs to defend some sort of culture or benefits, but that's fine. B, the long-term solutions are encouraged on our side of the house when you have a bit more capacity, when you have a bit more support systems. The first thing under this is that these long-term solutions are costly and time-consuming. For example, building things like soup kitchens, building things such as social entrepreneurial ventures so that local communities become self-reliant are very expensive. So the little funds you get from these guys are not going to do much. But B, local donations are limited and short-termistic solutions have to be prioritized anyway, because it's unclear why the people giving these people loans are not going to have some level of soft power. Just because the motion says conditions exist on our side doesn't mean that people are just going to be pouring money on your lap on the other side of the house. On the illusion of scalability, closing government tells you that local international donors have an agenda on local policies and politics. We say that that is something that could be considered symmetrical, given to the point that we've already told you the number of people that are likely to have such surplus funds anyway are probably the higher class who have a stake on things such as your ability to control the kind of policies because they affect you economically. The number of things that you get from closing opposition are as follows. Culture is not important, reparations, sustainability of NGOs, and yeah, checks and balances are important, as I stated. Thanks.
All right, we thank the member of opposition. Would now like to call on the government whip to conclude the government case for today's debate. Here.
If I speak from here, is it okay? You can hear me, all right? Great, okay. Where do I start? Please give me a moment. Okay, starting on my next word. There's this story that I heard growing up, right? That there was this community that didn't have potable drinking water. And the women in that village would wake up every morning and late afternoon and go downstream to that river to fetch water to bring back home for them to use. Now, an NGO came, they assessed the situation independently, they didn't talk to the women and asked what they wanted. And what they did was they built a connecting pipe system to provide every single hut in that village a pipe-borne system. So now when you wake up, you can simply fetch the water in your house. You don't have to do that long trek. So they go away, they come back 6 months later to evaluate that project. They found that most of the pipes have either been intentionally broken by the husbands or the wives themselves, or some are just white elephants not being used. Then they had the common sense to ask the people, why aren't you using this solution? It's much simpler. And then the women told them, you guys never asked us what we wanted. Well, since now we no longer can go anywhere, our husbands are demanding too much sex, and a lot of us are getting pregnant. We do not like that. But secondly, we can't gossip when we walk down to the stream anymore, so we think your solution is simply creating a hell for us. The water we go to fetch is something that we need. This is the world that OO and CO are defending. Yes, you are given a solution, but your solution lacks a cultural context. This beats OG because a stupid example of like iPhones and droughts doesn't simply match what these guys want. We say your solution is solution, but it lacks a cultural context. Why is it then that the extension from Jonathan is one that wins us today's debate? I'm hoping the extension Jonathan gave you that says that you are going to get backlash from the local community. These guys don't care about culture. They made that very clear. But I'm going to prove to you why the backlash that the local community would give you because your solutions don't align with their cultural needs is something that would spell doom for you. Let me tell you something. So number one, for example, you go into a community and you find that a lot of the young women there aren't working. A solution from up bench would be, let's organize a beauty pageant. The winner that wins gets a big cash prize and a big car, and we take you to the city. Maybe you can send remittances to your family. What we would want to do is that you probably take that lady to a handcraft training center. You train them how to weave, how to make baskets, because that falls in line with their culture, and that's something that they would like. For example, you go and you find that a lot of the young boys in there don't have access to secondary education. OOCO would tell you, give them scholarships to USA or to France, let them go study in the best of universities. When they come back, they are liberal, they support LGBTQ, they wear rainbow colors. The parents will think, you have put some demon in my child and I hate you as that NGO. Our solution would be, just build one single freaking block and hire some teachers to teach them the same goddamn secondary education curricula. Let them go on day school, for example, and they would not hate you. Same solutions, different context. I've wasted 3 minutes giving you examples because it's like everybody just didn't have any better understanding. That's why these guys can say solutions are not solution. Why then do we win with this cultural thing, and why is it very important? Because when you disrespect a community's culture, they feel betrayed. Why is it very important for you not to betray them as an NGO? Because Jonathan tells you that they are going to campaign against you because you violated their culture. Becky tells you, we don't give a fuck about culture. Culture is tradable. I have 4 reasons why, as to a rebuttal to that case, and to why Africans are very prideful people. Me, number one. The first is that most of their culture has very religious foundation. The reason why they don't support LGBTQ, for example, is that they believe if they do, they'll die and go to hell. No amount of money can trade their eternal soul, so they'll backlash you. Second reason is that Africans really are notoriously known for hustle culture. Like Eze over here, they can hustle like 10 jobs in the night. They don't sleep. They judge online debates. They never sleep. The idea is they can say fuck your NGO and your support. We will stay and support ourselves with our hustle culture. The third reason is the Ubuntu principle. Africans are okay with suffering insofar as they are all suffering collectively together to uphold any idea. No matter how silly you think it is, they can tell you fuck your scholarships if you're going to take my kids away from me and take them to France and bring them back to me with some demon in them. It must sound strange, but it's not strange. Africans really are like that because I'm one. The fourth reason is that, look, Africans know that their terrible government will come every 4 years and give them like truckloads of rice anyways for them to vote for them. They can say, screw you, we'll wait 4 years for our terrible government to give us promises. What this then proves is that CO is losing. Culture for these guys is not as tradable as you think it is. Either your solution falls in lies or you get the fuck out. That's why you lose. The second way on this case is against our very own opening. They say they won't support you because they will feel like you're using them as a tool for advertisement. What we say is advertisement is a weak case in the top room. What we are saying is they are going to feel betrayed, and that betrayal means they have an active incentive to campaign against you. If it's advertisement, CG says they would launch a counter advertisement against you in the name of God and in the name of Allah that you're a demonic NGO. You are losing. But the harm of scale of OG also ends as saying your project is not going to be accepted. Our scale of harm from CG goes to say that even if after the campaign against you, you now become very liable for the political class to simply target you and probably terminate your license. Because like Jonathan tells you, they don't like that when they don't build schools, you're the one building the schools. They don't like that when they don't provide water, you're the one providing the water. You make them look inept like the Prime Minister tells you. The problem is, now that you've lost the support of the grassroots, there's nothing holding this political class back from targeting you and kicking you out. And they will do it because then they'll become the sole savior of these communities, and they love that very, very much. Let me take out opening opposition then. What did opening opposition tell you, right? Opening opposition said that, look, they are going to do something wonderful with funding. This is an idea CG, CEO also runs. So there are battle goes for both of them. If you have a lot of money, you can raise more awareness, number one. Number two, you can have a bigger NGO. I don't know what that means, no analysis. But number three, you can form subsidiaries into other parts of communities and other countries, right? This sounds fancy, but it fails because number one, they don't prove why the local NGO in today's debate in a particular community has more obligation to other people in the secondary community more than the immediate proximate community. We argue that if you are an NGO in Kyambogo, your obligation is to the people in Kyambogo. It might be nice to extend to other places in Kampala, but it's simply not true because when you came to Kyambogo, Kyambogo, it's the people that volunteered for you and did all the free labor work for you anyways. You owe them more. Expansion might be nice, but it's simply not sustainable. Now, my second rebuttal to all the goodies of expansion is that, look, when COVID happens and your nice fancy Western donors lose their money, all the big projects you've started are going to get halted because you simply can't fund it. We don't want any NGO to have the backlash of starting something they cannot finish. Be very logical, be very commonsensical, vote CG, we win this top room. Here, here.
Oh, sorry. All right, we thank the government whip. We'd now like to call on the opposition whip to conclude today's debate. Here.
Okay, I'll start in 3, 2, 1. I think you'll be solving a problem either way, meaning that you're still going to meet the obligation that you owe to these specific groups. The difference is what kind of problems you solve. Fine, we agree with opening that you'll be solving a lot of populist issues, maybe climate change that's affecting a lot of people, liberation of women that's affecting a lot of people. Even if that means we trade off a lot of the niche examples you get from like closing government about like specific like communities, we help a lot more people. So the idea of fulfillment and changing people's lives on a like bigger scale is still something that we consider to be valuable. A lot of what you get from them is the fact that you're going to be violating communities' culture, but there's very little analysis that's given to link culture to the sorts of problems that you're solving. I don't think it's true that a lot of the problems these people are facing are cultural. It's probably things like drought. It's probably things like education. A lot needed to be done to prove that the like vast majority of problems they are facing are very deep cultural problems that really need you to have some very niche information on that community. If it means we solve a lot of these populist things, scale up a lot more, save a lot more people, we think that's something that's important. But that is also further exacerbated by a lot of the analysis you get from Becky's speech, talking to you about how insignificant culture is, which like unfortunately is the reality of the world within which we exist. The fact that there's things like globalization and like social media that have reduced the value of your individual culture. Like very few people are as unique as the specific examples they're trying to give us. So most people are probably suffering because of things like they need food, they need water. We think those are the sorts of things you'd be solving anyway. It's unclear to me why this specific culturally niche information is the most significant thing in the debate. But Becky also talks to you about fulfillment and why this is something that's significant. Because we get this idea that as a non-governmental organization, you probably care about changing people's lives. But that's probably true. But if you lack capacity, you'll be required to make a trade-off. So you have to choose who you're going to save because unfortunately, like you don't have money, which is something they have to accept. So that's obviously going to affect how fulfilled you feel as an individual and your ability to help people. People are banging at your door, but you can't save their lives. Or you choose to save these people and you run on losses, which Becky tells you is bad in terms of getting support from people having faith in you. You can't pay your suppliers because you're trying to save many people, but you don't have the capacity to do that. I think in the long term, the existence of these NGOs in the long term, this is something that becomes harmful. But also in terms of long-term needs, because we do agree with closing that this is the most significant thing, being able to like change people's lives in a way that's valuable, that veracity is something that's significant. But you have to accept that in order to do this, you need to have capacity to set up soup kitchens instead of giving people meals once in a while, to give scholarships so these people can be empowered to come back and help their communities instead of maybe like giving them a few like shillings to like save their day and not necessarily their life in the long run. This long-term analysis that they give us necessarily requires you to have capacity. Engaging opening. Their first problem with like a lot of these foreign entities is that they have limited information on like culture cultural needs and stuff like that. But it's unclear how valuable this niche information is to your ability to change people's lives. How significant are these cultural circumstances that they override the basic needs we get from PM? But secondly, the difference between these communities is just awfully unclear in their case, because of the interrogation of like communities that you get from Becky's speech and stuff like that, it's unclear why a vast majority of people existing within these developing states are so niche and unique that you need to consider those circumstances in order to have the ability to like help them. We think the problems are probably things like drought, education, liberation of women and stuff like that that are affecting a large group of people. So even if these are the only things we focus on, at least we like are able to help a lot more people. Even the example they give on things like scholarships, like you'd have to prove these people are not struggling with things like education, which I don't think is the reality. So if we're able to solve those problems, that becomes something that's valuable. The second thing we get from them is the idea that you're not going to feel fulfilled as an NGO. I don't think you're forming some NGO because you want some level of creative freedom. You probably want to have an impact on people's lives, and you want to like actually change their lives in a way that's valuable. So I probably care about helping them in the long run, building a small like soup kitchen that instead of like giving them like food once in a while, and I'm not really able to like help them in the long run. The second thing they say is that you're going to now prioritize fancy projects because you probably want to look good or something like that. I think that's more likely to happen in their side of the world, because you're broke constantly, you don't have money, you don't have capacity, you have so much you want to do because of this like incentive they talk about, but you don't have the ability to like get the money to do that. So you have an incentive to want to plunder to the public and probably get the amount of money that like you'd need to create any level of change. But secondly, I think fulfillment is worse and far much worse on their side of the world, because you can only help like a specific group of people. Like you'll have to trade off like certain groups of people that are banging at your door, and we think that's something that's bad for you in the long run.
Okay. We argued that when you stick to your principal objective, capacity becomes a non-issue because you can galvanize local volunteer support and use all your money for the actual project. On your side, you are doing less because scaling is expensive, and you use most of that money to actually do non-tangible stuff.
The reason you exist in this community is probably because people are suffering. They probably don't have money. They probably don't have the ability to like have like the know-how or like the money to like go about their day-to-day activities. So it's unclear why this will be the richest crop of people that are benefiting you in a way that's valuable. So even if we are not getting money from them, I think that's fine. This other thing you get from them is the idea of like not needing capacity at the end of the day. But this doesn't make any sense because of the framing you get from them about the nature of these countries and how much people within these countries are suffering. So it's true that they have a lot of problems that need to be solved. But Becky also tells you that these problems are like many and they are coming up very quickly. The fact that like because of like climate change issues, there's like a lot of drought issues and stuff like that. The fact that like because of wars, like things are just awfully expensive. So these problems are coming up very quickly, meaning you need to have the ability to respond to them very quickly, which you can only do if you have enough money to have the ability to do that. Like CG tells you the idea of like empowering these communities in order for them to have the ability to self-sustain. But the analysis here is faulty because they say the only way you can empower them is taking money from them. But the reason I exist within this community is because these people probably don't have money. But even if that's not the case, this is not an exclusive benefit. I think we do it a lot better because you have capacity to scale up in our side of the world. You have the money to give many people scholarships so they come back to their community. You have the money to build schools if that's something you care about. So these long-term things do need you to have capacity. You don't only like, I guess, benefit the community by taking money from them. But it's also unclear why regional philanthropy is important. Most individuals in this community are struggling to survive. If we are getting money from like big philanthropy and like foreign entities, that's fine. These people will always give us money because they want to look good. They need to show that there's a threat these people are going to live. There's no threat, so it's unclear why regional philanthropy is important. Upstairs, okay.
Thank you everyone for an engaging debates. It's a blind round, so no OA, but yeah.
is the girl that I went to school with in 1997. Yali mulungi ndi basanga bamwenya watiyo kama fude mama. Everyone comes.
How that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps these particular graduates achieve those particular incentives.
Let this as challenges to you. As debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. 1, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principal level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principal level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to push their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. Two responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there are so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As you debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. One, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principle level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So mechanistically, like practically, what is the best thing for their life? But on a principle level, what is the best thing to do?
OG is particularly out of debate because of 2 things. A, all their arguments are particularly mutually exclusive. They tell you that a graduate needs more money, a graduate needs to put their skills to use and that sort of thing. We think you can still get that from getting a corporate job. But the second thing, they tell you that problems will always arise at the point in time you join a corporate job and that's a bad thing, you don't want to do that. 2 responses to this. A, at least a corporate job has mechanisms in place to deal with certain problems that arise. Like there are so many departments in corporate jobs and that sort of thing.
You wouldn't trust your business in me if you're not confident in me. Going to school to learn a skill is not experience. Go to the field, get the experience. I fund you, the business grew. What I'm literally saying here is that the less experience you get in the job field or in the organization field, your business will collapse.
This as challenges to you. As you debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds so that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused.
The integrity of sport. We're going to give you 3 unique extensions in closing government. One, we will show you how we create, firstly, a functional model that is left out by our opening. And secondly, we are going to tell you how on our side of the world you are able to have the integrity of sport as a new complete argument.
These guys are out of the debate for 2 particular reasons. What OG tells you is, oh, this is going to be different because it's going to be a year tournament compared to AFCON and things like that. Then all of a sudden they say, no, we're going to have consistent games throughout the entire period. It's gonna work for them. That characterization really takes them out because they don't understand the frame for this debate and they are OG. I think that's really bad.
Today's debate is one on whoever proves what's best for this particular graduate and how that particular prioritization helps best achieve or helps this particular graduate achieve those particular incentives. But also the one who proves that on a principle level, this is the best thing for this particular graduate to do. So
The reason why you're all here and the reason why at the end of every debate
debate round, you have 4 positions to share. And one of them being the winning position. Because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with a trophy.
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University, host the Pan-African University Debate Issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here, and the reason why at the end of every debate round, you have 4 positions to share. And one of them being the winning position. Because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with a trophy.
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University, host the Pan-African University Debate Issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here, and the reason why at the end of every debate round, you have 4 positions to share. And one of them being the winning position. Because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate with the hope of going home with a trophy.
schedule is Cultural Night, and it's going to be on that side of CTF. So we're requesting you people to go out through those doors to have our session of entertainment and cultural engagement. I request that we all go out through those doors, or we can go out from these ones and turn around. We're going to have a fireplace for the cultural session. That's the last item on our schedule.
Anachukua, anaweka le général Dangote. Anachukua, anaweka le grand anachukua, anaweka anachukua, anaweka Tagamu kupendwa nawe, tagamu nasikia, tamu kupendwa nawe, tamu kupendwa nawe, tamu kupendwa nawe. Maneno tumeyazoea, vijineno neno tushazoea. Mpenzi wangu mbaya, kwani nawahusu shepu yake mbaya hivi, nawahusu mtangaji malaya na wagusu nilionegusa babaya na mwaka huu lazima wachuchume. Wameingia cha kike, wameingia cha kike, wamegusa babaya na mwaka huu lazima wachuchume, lazima wachuchume. Wameingia cha kike, wameingia cha kike, wameingia cha kike. Wapenzi letu lazima wachuchume, wapenzi letu chumbani enesi unipatie panado wacheka za Messi na mashuti ya Ronaldo, yani ndani nikiingia tu anachukua anaweka kwenye gari, anachukua anaweka iwe jikoni varandani, anachukua anaweka anachukua anaweka ndani ya salama joto twale so jipepe oya Kongo joto twale so jipepe oya Mose Kunambi jipepe Ricardo Momo jipepe oya Mama Dangote jipepe Doni Fumbo jipepe jipepe
Joseph Merkier Banano Papa no be my year, Papa no be my year, Papa no be my year, Papa no be my year. I got
University, hosts the Pan-African Universities Lecture issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here, and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to with the hope of going home with a trophy.
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University to host the Pan-African Universities Lecture issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here, and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate, with the hope of going home with a trophy.
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University to host the Pan-African Universities Lecture issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here, and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but to actually debate, with the hope of going home with a trophy.
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University to host the Pan-African Universities Lecture issue 2024.
The reason why you're all here, and the reason why at the end of every debate round you have 4 positions to share, and one of them being the winning position, is because you've traveled all our way, not to come and just smile with us, but not trying to debate, with the hope of going home with a trophy.
It's a great honor for Kyambogo University, because the Pan-African University is issue 2024.